Hello.
to come back there. It was a hill to
Food
climb.
has been devoured.
What went wrong?
I mean, they went down way too early. It was 220 to 73 at one point when they started that comeback, and they got a good chunk. I think it was 100 points that went unanswered, but it's hard to sustain points for that long of a period of time. Like, eventually a spawn's going to catch you off guard. You're going to lose a gunfight that you weren't supposed to. Like, it's hard to play ideal Halo for prolonged periods of time. Now, we wish we could all do it, but the reality is we're humans. We make mistakes, and Cloud9 just one too many mistakes at the end.
Cloud9 now move on to a Slayer game against the other team, Active. Who's the better Slayer team?
Cloud9. Yeah, but I mean, what I think is that they're known as the better Slayer team, but losing that previous game, I think again momentum is on the side of Ether here, and they'll take advantage of it. I think Ether is still surprising me, which is crazy. I'm getting more and more respect for this team as this tournament goes on.
Well, let's talk about the players on Ether then. We have a few players that have been playing incredible, and who do you think are the key players on this side?
All right, tapping buttons, obviously. Like, this is the guy that you brought in to take you over to that next level. I think this is going to be a big battle for tapping buttons in this series, and for him to solidify himself as that dependable captain for this team from Mexico. There are players in your biggest time of needs that you search to guidance for, and I think that's what tapping buttons needs to be for this Mexican team.
Well, you mentioned, Active, that this team is surprising you. What about Ether has been starting to change your mind, or at least convince you, or I don't know, give you a little bit more of a, hey, I think I want to root for this team?
They're just very dominant, and you know, Latin America in general has surprised me this entire event. It's just crazy to see so many Latin America teams come in and just dominate the scene. I've been in Halo for over 2 decades. I've never seen anything like this in my life, and it just surprises me every year when we see like players like Wutum and teams, you know, from the European side come in and break top 8 and get top 6, and then Legend coming in from France and doing huge things as well, now on top teams himself. It's just, I'm surprised. Every single tournament, these guys are showcasing that they're here, and you need to stop ignoring them. So I'm just listening. That's all. Just listening to what they're telling me.
Well, we talked about Ether. Let's talk about Cloud9 and some of the players on that team. Tools, who has your eye?
Septify, right? We're talking about Slayers. Septify's been one of those players that comes out and performs extremely well in Slayers in particular. This tournament, he's been unbelievable for his roster. Coming into today, he has a 1.27 right now for his team. He has filled in that top slaying role. We're used to seeing him be that do-it-all player in the objectives and then shines in the Slayers. But today, he's just been shining above the rest.
Well, Cloud9 has been known for something recently, and that's consistency. They've been playing incredibly well and also having decent placements as well.
Yeah, Cloud9 are a team that, again, in the game 5, I give them the edge here. I think that even though they're the better Slayer team, and even though the momentum is on the side of Ether, I think that they've been in this situation multiple times where even, I mean, last year, they brought SSG to game 5, and it was this close against a team that is insane. Septify has always been that Slayer guy for me when it comes to
Dude, I love that jersey, dude.
Obviously, he's always performing really well, so I think Cloud9.
I really like that jersey.
Bring that consistency here today in the game 5, and I expect that they take this whole thing.
Tools, anything else you want to add on Septify's end?
Septify, I really don't want to overstate, but I feel like I can't overstate like how much of a difference he makes in Slayers. Like, it is his playground. When you go deep dive into the stats and what they were, especially last year on LAN, when Septify was on screen, he like was playing 30 to 40% better on the Slayers. In my mind,
The OG jerseys look like bowling shirts as Torny. I don't mind it, to be fair. It bothered me at first, but I don't mind them too much now. They look really clean, just seeing them on the players.
To watch some cinema, in my opinion. Septify really takes over.
But I do miss like the traditional sports jerseys as well.
Cloud9 on the winning game 5 prediction. What does Ether have to do to put a stop to Cloud9?
Let tapping buttons loose. Just let him do his thing. I mean, like Tools said earlier, when he pops off, that kid is just disgusting. And I don't think I've seen him really pop off.
FaZe versus Nemesis starting now, dude. This is gonna be a good series. Yeah, it'd be cool to see Nemesis go far with this.
North America's dark horses up against Europeans' noble steed. Nemesis against FaZe Clan. Both teams just one game away from a championship Sunday.
Yeah, this is a very exciting one. I think FaZe have been quietly going about their business, haven't dropped a map yet. They are the silent assassins, it seems, but now maybe this is going to be a true test against a Nemesis roster that seems to be out for North American blood right now. They want to take down everyone. They want to repeat some history that man on your screen has already seen once. A top 3 placement for Europeans could be on the horizon here.
And you have to ask the question, right? Both these teams find themselves sitting across from one another. They've both really meshed well in the offseason and now see results going their way. FaZe Clan, their expectations would have been they will be here. But for Nemesis, ambitions, of course, they would be here. But to have beaten Optic Gaming and find themselves now one win away from a grand finals, or excuse me, not grand finals, from Championship Sunday, Nemesis have an opportunity to do what Quadrant did a couple of years ago.
And they're going up against a FaZe Clan roster that they know very well because they've played them in scrims recently, and you see the series layout on your screens. We start with Assault Fortress. Very excited to see how that one's going to pan out, as I'm sure some of you will be at home as well. Slayer Livefire, Oddball Streets, Strongholds Recharge, and Slayer Aquarius. Now, 3 of these 5 did feature in the scrims that were played just a few days ago between these 2 teams, and actually Nemesis took 2 of those maps and FaZe took 1. I'll lead into those a little bit later when we get to them.
Well, with Assault Fortress being game number 1, Dan, is there something you can tell me about it that leans your favor either side? Before we get into that, let's look at the stats here. We talked about them not dropping a single
Wow.
Dan. They've gone flawless so far.
Yeah, they've been incredible, FaZe are, and I think that going up against Nemesis, they're not going to be particularly worried. I think they're a very calm team. When you look at what happened, the likes of Optic, when they're going up against Nemesis, you have to think about the history between those 2 teams. Being in this arena, for example, there was a lot to lose, whereas I think FaZe, they know what Nemesis are capable of. They know the possibility that they could lose this series and drop to the elimination bracket, and I think that's a good mindset to have. Respect for your opponents, and I wouldn't be surprised if FaZe are more than prepared for this Nemesis team. They would have done their
Nemesis
research,
flush always takes me out, dude.
and they will be eager to get into this first game.
I swear to God.
Research, preparation, all leading to this series. They face across against one another. FaZe Clan up against Nemesis. Europe's shining light, and FaZe Clan once more trying to cause a little bit of an upset. Nemesis on the back of such good work, beating the likes of Optic Gaming, finding themselves here. And our FaZe Clan quietly going about their business. Shields up, weapons hot, on board with Suppressed. He's got Snipe going towards tower.
Snipe Drone's already been able to rip her face off.
Oh!
Another one off of Suppressed. That's how you want to start if your Snipe Drone tries to line up a third, but FaZe Clan just make sure they get out of dodge there. The snipers are, of course, going to be so important here on this map.
Consistency is key, and that's exactly what FaZe Clan have had up until this point. You speak about going perfect in the tournament. It's a lot of teams' ambitions. Few can very rarely ever do it. You think about a perfect tournament, Dan. The Ogres are probably the only ones who have ever really done it, like the final boss. That's what's on the cards here for FaZe Clan. If they can keep going the way they have been. But of course, the further and deeper you go into a tournament, the more stiff the competition gets. So FaZe Clan, they're going to have to keep minding their P's and Q's.
Oh. Now, Assault on Fortress was one of the maps and modes that Nemesis did beat FaZe on in the scrims just a few days ago. They won it 2-0, so being able to plant that bomb successfully twice is very good because it's difficult to even get it once Sometimes this map can become a little bit of a standoff between the two. It can be quite a long-winded game if you're not playing it correctly, or even if both teams are playing it correctly, you can have that kind of mesh of two play styles, which might end for a bit of a
Suppress is having a rough start.
You've seen a lot of teams finding success planting the bomb when they bring it towards the armory side and force the team to spawn on the opposite side and just watch staircases, pre-nades, and wait for spawners to pop back up. That's the position you really want to put your opposition into. Glory looks to turn his attention towards Penguin, but he gets shut down immediately.
So a little bit of quiet across the battlefield as everyone was just assessing, is that bomb going to be resetting? Is anyone actually going to go for it and try and make a play? Oh, falls to Penguin sniper rifle, and now the bomb will be reset, and actually it's going to be in favor of FaZe Clan here. They're going to be in a position where they can start to move this one if they would like, but what Nemesis have done very well, the last remaining player goes a little bit unknown for a while, distracts them enough so that Nemesis off spawn can get into a position to at least do something.
Here's Suppress then with that overshield, driving forward. Gets it into Nemesis basement. Surveying the land, weighing up his options. Would have heard Glory there, would have got the information just now. Overshield down to just half. Can still take a little bit of extra damage to face with two members of Nemesis. Still has a little bit of shield to play with, but could be about to meet
Oh, huge live.
Suppressed on a double kill. Bomb is still in enemy territory. This is great work with 3 dead for Nemesis.
2 died on the side of FaZe though, and we will see temporarily 4 down for Nemesis, but no one really in a position to plant it right now. And you know, Suppress was very eager to get that bomb towards the base because he had the overshield, but he also then gave away the position of the bomb, and it made it quite easy for Nemesis to really assess the situation, how they wanted to defend it. Sometimes I just want to see players grab onto that bomb and walk it in unknown as it just about resets as Nemesis go all 4 down, but FaZe were not quite quick enough. And again, this is another reason why sometimes this map can come to a bit of a standstill. So difficult to get that plant.
And it's the risk you make if you're Suppressed, okay? You take the bomb to the basement, you think, I'm going to kill some players, I'm going to take them off spawn. But the issue is, he then presses the spawns which he wants them to spawn. They end up over the other side, exactly where the bomb was. So you make these decisions, you make these errors, and what happens is the good work you put in, you can't bear any fruit. But the bomb is still in a pretty precarious position if you're Nemesis. SLG tries to scarper and scurry away, but unfortunately he's cut down by Suppressed once more.
You almost have to batter your opponents over and over again, bully them into submission, and then eventually get that plant. But you have to
bombs reset again.
Tabs on the bomb, either touching it or trying to think about planting it, and again it gets planted. So it gets reset. Excuse me. So for all this hard work, for all these kills, FaZe still have nothing to show for it, apart from a little bit of map control, which yes could still lead to a first plant. But at the moment, Nemesis are holding on.
Overshield's going to be so important now. Just popped up, SLG.
No, he didn't get it.
Had some equipment already.
Oh, good pop.
Fumble for him. Falcade picks up 2, scoops up the bomb and drives it forward as well. Woodham's just going to overextend and hope to be an issue and an irritation elsewhere. That extra shield coming in handy for Falcade, but eventually he does go down. And Nemesis are just about surviving right now.
It's difficult to track sometimes where that bomb is. Just keep an eye on that grey icon, and you will see where it's moving, and also you'll see a little counter of when that's going to be resetting as well. I know there's some new viewers who have not watched Assault before in Halo, and especially Halo Infinite. But both teams struggling really to get that bomb into the plant position within the opposition.
Oh,
has his hands on a sniper rifle. And
good damn.
Pushing FaZe back. So FaZe, all that dominance, all that time on Nemesis' side of the base, do not get a plant, and perhaps Nemesis can have the opportunity to try and regain some control here and maybe go for a plant of their own.
Nemesis now will look to punish. All that early pressure amounts to nothing. Falcated though, in the tower, pushes forward. Information coming his way. Penguin's gonna fall. Glory doesn't know shields, an easy kill, an easy cleanup. He will get taken down though. Both teams still just jostling for position right now.
It's so scrappy at the moment, and now Wooten will grab the ball again. It's gonna be a drop situation just for speed, and he's gonna launch that one over as well with a repulse. I think no one's really going to be in a position to get it from Nemesis at the moment, so it will be a continued battle in the middle just for a little bit of presence.
So many sidelines, so many angles to have to deal with when you're pushing forward with the bomb. Players can just be in any kind of nook and cranny. Ring 3 is always a position of power. As SLG looks to pick up the position, pick up tabs, and that player that sits on ring 3 again, he's in hot pursuit.
Nemesis did get a touch on the bomb, so it isn't going to reset just yet, and SLG with the perfect also will distract FaZe, but it's another overshield going in favor of FaZe Clan. And that has really been the thorn in the side of Nemesis. Had those overshields not gone that way, maybe Nemesis would have had a little bit more comfortable situation of actually pushing out of their base.
Suppress does now have control of Armory.
Yeah, this could be their best chance.
A little bit of overshield to play with as well. Loses a teammate along the way, and that's probably going to dent the hopes, the aspirations of putting that bomb in. But a lot of work still to do as Suppress ventures forward, ventures backwards, excuse me, and ultimately that pressure again amounts to nothing.
I mean, FaZe were looking for Nemesis off spawn, but Nemesis...
God, dude, this is just such a stalemate.
And actually, Snipe Drone had been able to get to the entire opposite side of the map. And then Glory...
It's literally just been back and forth.
I think something we saw from Nemesis on Fortress Flag, they're both very good at sniping. Both Glory and Snipe Drone, when they get the sniper on this map, it's just something they're able to achieve. The angles they take, they are such a nuisance. Whether it's body shots, headshots, they are just doing damage. Glory is excellent right now.
And something you remember as well from the Optic series that Nemesis played on this map, of course it was Flag, they sent a lot of overextenders. We haven't seen that just yet, so they're not maybe seeing the success that they would like. But Glory slowly starting to find his feet here. Egg 4 and 12, a couple of body shots were connected, so maybe building in confidence. Good touch. Penguin applying a lot of pressure here.
Oh!
Triple kill, the overkill was right in front of him. But
There's the plant.
Down. Trippy's there, 4 are dead for Nemesis, and now it's tick-tock away. Anybody in position to get the stop? The answer's no. FaZe finally take the lead.
So much pressure, so much suffocation, and eventually they squeeze the life out of Nemesis, and they are able to put that first plant in and take the lead. Tried as they might did Nemesis to hold on, but it was a great touch from Penguin to make sure that bomb stayed alive and to get the triple. Probably could have been more if he hadn't gone for the bomb again, but that's the objective-minded player that he is, always thinking about the win.
Triple kill and a bomb plant is better on my cards than any overkill, any clip you might see on the socials. Wootum though looking to answer back immediately, taking control. 3 dead for FaZe Clan, overshield for SLG, pushing the ball forward now. He's gotten into the danger zone. FaZe have got a real issue here. Trippy's trying to do as much damage as he can. SLG looks like he might have lost the bomb for a second. A fumble at the 1 yard line, Dan.
Yeah, he couldn't quite find it. But they is still going to be in a position, but Snipe Drone really is battling with Trippy.
Huge kill on the Trippy.
Snipe Drone's bread and butter as the bomb continues to arm here, and it looks like Nemesis are trying.
Oh, God. Oh, it's so close.
As again, FaZe Clan are holding on.
Penguin tosses it out, playing goalkeeper right now. Ball down in the bonfire. There's no marshmallows being cooked for now. Snipe Drone again getting engaged in another long-range fight with Penguin. Penguin's quite happy to sit here and stay.
It's going to be a very interesting last few minutes for FaZe because they've had dominant presence throughout the entirety of this game, but now for this 3 minutes they could just sit back, defend, and try and be a nuisance to Nemesis here. But then that will of course open things up for Nemesis to try and play the game they want to play and maybe get some of map presence of their own with these sniper rifles.
SLG's really hitting some shots here. It was a planer onto Penguin, turns his attention towards Suppress and hits the body as well. Expect Suppress to be down this direction, but unfortunately for him, timing's against him. Suppress has been taken care of. The bomb hasn't reset, it's over the bonfire, so there's a chance here as they start to move it in. SLG will push that bomb forward. SLG with snipe in hand. What can Nemesis do? Cover fire is here. He continues to find the body. So much being applied. All 4 dead for FaZe Clan.
Oh my God, you fucking animal.
SLG in particular, he knew he had to hit shots, but first he had to deal with Suppress.
Bro, that snipe was so huge out of SLG.
He didn't get that kill, but he was quick to make sure there was no one going to be behind him before he started to push up to help. It is a team effort from Nemesis to get that plant, and we're all tied up 1-1.
2 minutes and 15 on the clock. Nemesis starting to show that pressure's just for tires. As much as FaZe Clan have really been putting it on them, they've managed to withstand it. They've managed to tie it up once more. SLG with hands on the bomb, throws it forward once more just so they can keep tabs on it, just to ensure it doesn't come back their way.
Trippy's 25 and 13 at the moment. There's been so many kills going in favor of FaZe Clan, but again, it's difficult to try and actually capitalize on those kills and turn them into a bomb plan. Trippy gets another one onto Glory, but Snipe Drone's doing work on the other side. Again, Snipe Drone is just weaseling his way out of the base and then finding kills on the other side, just making it so tough for FaZe to do anything, as Trippy's going to get a touch before this one resets.
Shots ring out around the arena. Press gets 2. He will fall. 3 dead for Nemesis. An opportunity for Trippy to get the bomb up the L stairs. Takes control of Armory. Has help from some teammates. SLG is going to put some damage down. Here's hope for Nemesis spawners. Trippy needs a lot of help here. The bomb will fall. But Falcade is there.
Oh, that's a
4 dead
plant.
for Nemesis. And FaZe retake the lead.
So good as well there from Trippy. Just a little bit of movement, the little shimmy and
They're probably gonna have to play time here.
To avoid the sight lines of Nemesis. It's a 2-1 lead with 1 minute left. And Nemesis are really going to have to dig deep now if they want to get back into this one, because it's a killing spree for Falcade. 3 went down for Nemesis again, and FaZe just have to try and pin them back.
Trippy and Penguin deemed surplus to requirements of Optic Gaming. They joined FaZe Clan, and it's been shake and bake ever since. 45 seconds and closing now on a Game 1 victory. Nemesis have got to respond here.
Has to be fast as well. Need to try and get these kills quickly and start moving and grooving. Big 1v1 here. Does manage to get the shots, but Wootem and Glory have gone down. It's a 2v2 on the map. Overshield does pop. This could be an opportunity, though. You've got to go if you're SLG, and you need to be communicating to Snipe Drone so you work together.
Oh, the stick.
But out of nowhere,
Damn.
some huge plasma grenades take down the Overshield player. The bomb is exactly where Nemesis needed, but Penguin continues to hit these cross-map shots.
Not sure there's going to be enough time to even get that bomb to the base now. Penguin falls, but the rest of the team are up. The ball is going to be moved, the bomb, excuse me, but I think it's just going to be too little, too late here for Nemesis. Try as they might, but now they're going to be watched, and here's their opportunity. Can you take it down? Yes, you can. FaZe Clan.
GG's. That was a really close first game.
It was a difficult and hard-working effort they had to put in to get that bomb victory, but they get the job done in the end.
It was a battle.
It was a war.
The war's not over yet. Game 1 goes towards the black and red of FaZe Clan. And for Nemesis, so close, but a little too late, like you said. 2-1 the score. What a performance that was for Trippy.
Yeah, Trippy putting up 27 kills, I think it was, in the end. And we saw something similar from SLG on the other side, but I think that ultimately it was the control that FaZe Clan had for the majority of the game. They were just able to bully Nemesis a little bit off spawn over and over again, where eventually a mistake had to happen, or someone stepped out of place, or someone lost a 1v1 on the side of Nemesis, and it just gave FaZe that opportunity to get that plan. But I also want to talk about, Trippy with the plan, also with the repulse to make sure that the bomb stayed in next to the wall. There was just a lot of things that happened in a short space of time, but they were all very thought out.
Halo really is a game of nuance. You see Penguin, Trippy hitting those shots, applying that pressure from so far away, and it just makes it such a difficult task for Nemesis to not only get into the base, but then armor. You're already half shields, and your teammates are spawning up. It's
What did
so
Red do?
difficult to get the arm and get the plant. But FaZe Clan, with all that pressure, they finally reap the rewards. 2-1 the score in the end. Live Fire Slayer now on the horizon, Dan. Do you think Nemesis' confidence is a little bit dented after that game 1?
I don't think Nemesis are going to be affected by it. I think that Fortress Assault is always going to be a difficult game type. A lot of teams aren't going to be as practiced as they would like on this game, just because it's one of the newer maps and modes. So it is kind of a 50-50 game type, and you just have to accept it for what it is and focus on some of the games that you're a little bit better at. And we know that Nemesis have the capability on Slayer, Livefire, and Scrims. They've showed they can stake some of the biggest and best teams in the world. So I don't think they'll be too downhearted, but maybe a little frustrated that they weren't able to play their own game. But that's what FaZe does to you. FaZe are one of these teams that they just play good, solid Halo. They know how to play it. It's very methodical, very thoughtful of how they approach things. And sadly for Nemesis, they just outdid them there.
You speak about Scrim results, now they've staked some teams in the past, but it's almost difficult to put credence in, particularly in online Scrim results in Slayers, because you just cannot replicate the conditions that you see on LAN. The stakes just aren't as high. Even in an online cup, you don't
Let me
get
check
the
on my
stakes until you hit
drops.
LAN.
Yeah, I mean, half the time they don't even scrim the Slayers, but they do crop up every now and then.
They are
That
tracking.
little bit of practice.
I am gonna refresh
Slayer
though, because I
Livefire
think
is
I'm a
where we
little
go.
bit behind. This was buffering earlier.
Been 3-1 in their victories, aside from 1-3-0. So it's not like they are scared of losing one map. They'll know how to respond. But for FaZe Clan, they also have yet to drop a map. So this is a feeling they're very used to, taking that 1-0 lead and then just rolling through the next two.
And it's crazy when you talk about comparing teams. You think Nemesis beat Optic. Optic have traditionally beaten FaZe, so that means therefore Nemesis beat FaZe Clan. It just doesn't work that way with matchups. It just doesn't work that way stylistically.
It's not quite rock, paper, scissors. It's very different when it comes to the styles of these teams and what they can do, and also the series layout. I mean, we always harp on about...
The fuck is this?
The aura that you give by giving me money so I can go to DreamHack in a couple months. It literally, it fuels
I think you
Nemesis.
meant the red ring of death. Trust me,
I'm
I've seen
going
it
to
more
Baldhack.
times than I can
Inviting you to
count.
HCS Baldeck,
It's
bruh.
not even an event.
Bruh. Goofy,
Just goes to prove when it comes to map mode combinations, you have got to try and have as deep
That's
a
wild.
playbook as possible. Your quiver has got to be full of arrows. You've got to be able to take down any team that's put in front of you on any map and mode combination, because you never know on what side Lady Luck you might lie. Looking at the stats on front of us, suppressed with a 1.71 KD. You'd expect that when they haven't dropped the map all tournament long.
The number one, the leading Slayer in the tournament so far here on Saturday in Arlington. Can he carry on that fine form and maybe put that first nail in the coffin here for Nemesis
Red.
in this winner's bracket? Remember, winner of this goes to the winner's final and will be guaranteed top 3. Loser drops down to the elimination bracket.
Yo, if you want to get me to Baldhack, buy some advanced GG, or, you know, give subs, or donate, or, you know, just give me money. No, I'm kidding.
As Penguin peels one and threatened to peel a second as well. 4-1 to score, early lead. What is Nemesis' response? Some work to do, but they've got all the toys now to FaZe Clan, sniper rifle, and indeed the camouflage. That's a good teammate in Penguin, dropping it over to Trippy.
Knife camo? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
All 4 dead for Nemesis.
Oh.
I just threw up in my mouth a little bit at that one. 8-1 now in favor of FaZe Clan, and camouflage and sniper rifle still in the hands, and they
Oh, God. He's still going.
all the information you could
Oh, no.
collapse can come through. Trippy leads the charge.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh.
Trippy. You don't want to pick bananas when they're green, but it's okay when it's Nemesis at green.
Ow.
Why is Trippy firing? And Nemesis just need to slow down this train, because otherwise it's going to start a chugging. Wootum will take down Trippy finally, but it is a 10-kill lead now in favor of FaZe Clan.
Jesus
It's one of
Christ.
those unfortunate situations when you get stuck in green and the knowledge is there. It's just inevitable the collapse is going to happen, and it's so difficult to fight your way out of it.
Confidence, momentum, we harp on them all the time. They're so important. They must be flowing through Trippy's veins right now. He just doesn't seem to be able to miss in this current vein of form. Falcade gets a killing spree. Nemesis have got to find an answer here.
Yeah, they just need that moment. They need that triple kill. They need that little bit of hype, someone to pop off, just to get them back into this one. But that
Pick up the
grenade is
phone.
ballsy from
Oh,
Trippy as
God.
well. Takes down SLG and continues this lead to be 8.
Jesus
Rory
Christ.
still yet to find a kill. Nemesis struggling to find any sort of rhythm on this map, but
Fuck you on.
turn around on Livefire once you get a bit of
Are you
presence.
worried about the tariffs?
Can't allow Trippy to have the free roaming capability. So
I'm
far.
worried about the
Another
tariffs.
camouflage as well.
I'm worried if I don't stop with my wiener, my wiener's gonna tariff.
Avoids the damage. Penguin puts some shots down.
Ah!
Back down and gets the kill. The bait and switch is perfect. The teamwork is on point.
What?
They just
What?
see is there 4 more players we can take down one by one. It's a house spawn this time, but again, it's another camouflage that can be used to their advantage to try and get the jump.
What the fuck?
An unfortunate timing for Glory to be pushing out to try and just check some angles and try and make some space for his team. And sadly, it means Penguin's going to be in a spot now where he can be an absolute thorn in the side.
Whenever there's an insta-explode, you always know Dave Walsh is shedding a tear of joy. Suppressed now with Snipe, top tower. Nobody in his crosshairs for the moment, but you know that will soon change. A lot of ammunition to play with.
The fuck did I just hear? I don't.
2 in the pocket to play with.
I don't know, man.
But you can see
I don't know, man.
not
I don't know.
Showing too much. Wootum showed a little pixel more than he would like to. Suppressed almost ripped his face off. But this benefits FaZe Clan. If they slow it down to a standoff, you've got to make moves to Nemesis. And the more you do, the more mistakes you open the door for. 27-15, body shot.
Ouch.
There to find the kill. They played this one perfectly so far.
And Nemesis are trying to do something, but sadly it's kind of been a 2-2 split as they've been pushing out, and as soon as that one player goes down, it leaves the other vulnerable, and then the other two get swarmed afterwards as well. And not only that, you're walking into a sniper rifle. Nemesis really need to shut down the sniper, but I think just lack of bullets might do that for them. But again, Glory gets caught out. Wu took the next to 4, and now it's going to be another collapse with a 4 versus 2. It just seems to be on repeat. It's like Groundhog Day at the moment for Nemesis. Cannot escape.
I don't know, Gildars. I don't know, man.
We have seen some big comebacks in the past. It's got to start sooner rather than later. Penguin combines with Trippy once more. I feel like I'm saying that all too much. Nemesis haven't had an answer. They haven't had a reply. It's a huge lead. They look no move to throw it away either.
Nemesis trying to avoid those sight lines that make them a little bit vulnerable from long range, but FaZe Clan say, actually, we've got such a lead, we can afford to be a little bit aggressive here. We can start to get in their face. As Falcated tries to go for something a little bit different for the triple, but it is pushed away. 15 kills behind a Nemesis, and again, it's another camouflage, and I think that has been one of the big differences as well. There's been so much control here for FaZe shows that they've been able to walk away with these camouflages almost untouched.
Feels like every player that we're on the POV of Penguin, every player he looks at is half shields, he's one shot. Teamwork really paying dividends here. SLG isolated all alone over towards the window. He's got 2 members of FaZe running at him. He's not long for the world, he goes down. Isolated, alone, solo, and even when they're all together, they seem to be turtled up, but they just haven't been able to respond.
I mean, the more I see this FaZe roster, the more I like it, and the more I start to think, well, you know, actually, maybe they aren't counted out, as some might have thought, compared to the likes of Shopify Rebellion and Optic. But as we've already seen so far this tournament, anything can happen. Nemesis knock down Optic from pool play, and then Shopify Rebellion only just beat them 3-2 as well. Could FaZe be that team that's just gone under the radar and maybe pulls off something special at this tournament? It all could start here, as Penguin, just so much confidence at the moment as they go up to 47.
3 more then. You spoke about at the start how they've staked some of the biggest and best on this map. It's not quite going to be that just yet, it would seem, but it's close enough. It's been dominant.
Yeah, when you're at this point as FaZe Clan, you know you've won this game. You don't lose this from this point, and I think I can confidently say that, and they probably can as well. It really would be the best comeback of all time in Halo history if it were to happen, but it's not going to. FaZe have been far too good at breaking down Nemesis and also stopping them from breaking out themselves.
Trade for Sniper Drone and Trippy. Glory caught unaware, he goes down. 1 more kill needed then. SLG will hit the body and prolong this game for just another moment or so. Trippy
Glory's by himself.
and they know they can just run at them now. There's not a chance they'll lose this game. Root them down to no shields, no longer an issue. FaZe Clan double their series advantage.
Oh my god, are they going to continue going undefeated?
Their undefeated streak in this tournament as they find a second map on board, and Nemesis never really looked like they had an opportunity to get back into that one after the early start. I think after the overkill from Trippy, a difficult one to come back from, checked, as some may say. When you see players on the opposition team doing stuff like that, you're like, how do we compete with that? And if no one is immediately answering back, you're always going to struggle.
There is that moment when the overkill gets hit. Do you think, what was the communication like? Was there a moment of silence as they all just looked at their death screens?
Look up to the heavens.
He's not going to help you either, I don't think. Looking at the stats though, Trippy, 15, 8 and 8, continuing his fine form after game number 1. Joining him up there, Falcade on the podium with 14, 8 and 7. And Penguin not too far behind, 12, 7 and 7 respectively as well. The KDA looking pretty sharp for those boys on FaZe Clan.
I mean, I think FaZe Clan looking pretty sharp in general, across the board. Very impressed at the moment, and I'm sure Nemesis is probably thinking the same thing, saying, you know, in scrims, we were doing all right, going toe-to-toe with them, but now we've just got absolutely battered in Slayer Livefire, to put it nicely.
That's nicely.
That is nicely.
Okay.
That's how much of a one-sided game it felt, really, at times. I mean, it all started here. 8-1 lead,
Dude.
and then it gets turned into an overkill. Sure.
An
a few
overkill
one-shots to
extreme,
clean
dude.
up, but he
Jesus.
caused a lot of those one-shots, and it was just the collapse after the
Like,
grenades
oh
that happened.
my
The way
god.
You just whip out that sniper as well. I mean,
The little nod is that he's just like, okay, okay,
Map number 3 on the horizon. You told me
I'm him.
records and scrims and how you talk about it a little bit later on. Tell me these next 3 are good for Nemesis.
I mean, Oddball Streets, we've already seen them find success so far this tournament against the Optic Gaming roster, and they have been able to take down FaZe Clan in scrims as well. Nemesis actually did win it 2-0 in their most recent scrim, but they've done the same on Assault Fortress, so take from that what you will. I always take these scrim stats with a pinch of salt, especially if they're online, but I think this might have been a boot camp series.
Oh, wow.
But now you're 2-0 down.
Fuck you,
Get
man.
such experience on the
Toxic
other side
fuck.
of the stage. And remember, for Nemesis, this is a big moment. Whilst we talk about European history, we talk about teams getting all the way to top 3, it was only SLG on this roster that has achieved that. The other 3 have not been this far before, have not made it to a winner's bracket final on an international competition. So they are maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure, so maybe a little bit of a bathroom break may do them good as we look at the untouchables on our screen. FaZe Clan still yet to drop a map, and I just wonder how long that can go on.
They've been undefeated up until this point. Absolutely formidable. Like you say, for Nemesis, just taking this quick break to maybe mentally reset after what we've seen. Total annihilation. But still a chance. The series not done just yet. And we've seen Nemesis be put in tough spots before. We've seen them show composure, resilience. That's exactly what's required now.
I mean, I will say, Nemesis having the composure after what happened yesterday and be able to come back with a 2-0 lead and come back the next day and still win that series against Optic showed something that I didn't know if I expected from that roster. I think a lot of people would have struggled in that situation, but they were able to lock it down, and they need to maybe dig as deep as they did then in those moments. But it's a very different one when you're leading 2-0 to now being down 2-0 and having to reverse sweep a team that is still yet to lose a map. You know it's going to have to be something special. I mean, Ball Streets, the fact it is a good game type for Nemesis, the perfect way to start. But then you go into Stronghold's Recharge, which I would argue is better for FaZe Clan as well. So it's not exactly the easiest scenario here for Nemesis. But if they can get to that game 5, I think anything can happen at this point. These teams, these players, they have been on the stage in these places. They know how to be in these moments now. And someone just has to step up. But it looks more likely like FaZe Clan have those players that are stepping up in this series.
And if I can play devil's advocate,
Please do.
Yeah.
it was Nemesis against Optic.
My goat. The Artiest Legend rating my stream, dude. Holy balls, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had an amazing stream. How did Rivals treat you tonight, King? Artie's boss as well. How we doing? Splats, what's good? I love you more.
They could. I mean, I think the confidence that
I hope you had an amazing stream, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. We're just watching Arlington right now. We do have drops enabled. If you would like to farm your drops here, you're more than welcome to do so. We're just enjoying some really good games.
They look like they're all on the same wavelength. The chemistry seems
Still
to be
learning
excellent.
M&K. I'm so sorry.
Not putting them in my predictions, and here we are.
Well, I think it's important.
You'll get it, dude.
While Nemesis take that break, all 4 players on FaZe had
Just practice, practice, practice with it.
Those chairs are hot right now.
I played so much Valorant before I switched to M&K for
They are
Halo.
literally glued to them, so we have to be careful and make sure that they're going to be all right when they come back. They've also changed their chairs as well. Have you noticed that? There's some players like to go for the more traditional chair, whereas some like to keep the gaming chair. What are you?
Oh, they have that as an option? Okay, so they're just choosing that.
Like having no armrests because I feel
You got Pokemon Leaf Green. Do I play Pokemon? Not as much as I used to.
Well, they're back.
I played a lot of the ones on the DS.
With a big job to do here against the FaZe Clan.
But I haven't really played any of like the Switch ones. I've played a little bit of Arceus, but that's about
Say
it.
it lower until they put their headsets on.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Diamond and Pearl.
Put their headsets on so they don't hear us.
Soul Silver, Black Version 2, and then I did Pokemon X, and then
Now, Dan,
The
say what you're
boys
gonna
in
say.
Pokemon Moon and Ultra
With a
Moon.
big task to do.
That's better.
And they have. It's just such a journey they've got to go on here.
'Cause I'm a
This is gonna be
baby.
bigger than Bilbo Baggins and Frodo Baggins trying to get that ring
The
back into
Bagginses.
order, because you've really got to find something else. You probably have to go into a little bit of fantasy here to even believe that you can do it. But at the same time, Nemesis have always been that team that is filled with confidence.
Did you get to
can
play
speak
those?
for
How
one
were they?
and the rest of the team, every event, and say,
I really enjoyed the
here is your best
Gen
chance
7.
to demonstrate why. When you are 2-0 down, when you're facing against this.
All right, Legend. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Say hi to Rachel for me. I appreciate you. Enjoy the lurk, bro.
Showing killer instinct. Put Nemesis away.
Soul Silver, I think, is my favorite Pokemon, though. If you ever get the chance to pick up Pokemon Soul Silver, do it, because it's amazing.
Nemesis do have a pretty tough task.
Very similar, actually. I've seen them two compared quite often, but fist bumps.
Black version 2 is also amazing.
On the side of FaZe, you know what that means. We're going to be beginning to load into this map. Is it going to be FaZe Clan 3-0ing yet again, or are Nemesis going to try and make a series of this one and think of the historic moments that have happened on this stage for European teams? Well, we're only going to find out one way, and it's going to be on Oddball Streets. Nemesis have done it already this tournament against Optic Gaming, but now they've got to try and do it against FaZe Clan, who just seem unbeatable right now.
Something very interesting to me, actually, is yesterday FaZe Clan didn't have a coach. They seemed to just pull somebody off the street. There's somebody sitting behind. They handed them a watch and said, listen, tell me every 2 minutes if there's a camouflage coming up.
Wait, really? That's funny.
Turns
Who's
out
their coach?
Resumes all around being passed. Someone has to be the coach. But can FaZe Clan make it yet another 3-0 as the battle rifle is going to be the first weapon?
Does anyone know who's the coach for FaZe?
The name of the game. But Nemesis and FaZe Clan both have players that are very objectively minded, so this could be an interesting one.
Speak about resumes. Nobody on FaZe Clan any stranger to a championship Sunday. And that's where their ambitions lie. They're thinking about championships, hoping to get rid of the European riffraff as quick as they possibly can. Suppress picks up 2, Falcated another, Camouflage pops up, and that's now on the chest and control of FaZe Clan. So something to build upon. 4 dead for a very brief moment as Glory spawned back.
Sorry, guys, I gotta blow my nose. I don't know why I'm still dying.
And think about setting up.
Falcated doesn't even try and go for playing the sneaky way with the camouflage. He just says, I need to get damage out. I don't want to risk them seeing me because I'm in a vulnerable position. Speaking of vulnerable positions, he still is, but he is firing with his back against the wall. He's done so much damage. Glory last remaining. He's taken down. It's another triple for Trippy. And FaZe Clan will be having that ball all the way up towards Stram, and they're going to be able to score here.
It's Trippy. It's Trippy. It's Trippy. Enemy has the ball. 11 seconds apiece here. Suppressed with ball in hand. Back to Ram. See how quickly I can transition from funny to business time.
Hey, you have me laughing, so that's all that matters to me. 15-15 now, as Nemesis have been able to somehow break that setup whilst you were rapping. I don't know what was happening.
I don't know what it was doing either.
Now they're going to have their own control here, and Wootum's got Red Gun. It's going to be a good spot for him as well. Wootum has been outstanding, by the way. Not just this series. I think maybe this series he hasn't had the chance to really shine.
We back.
Tournament in general. And again, he has a chance to make history of his own. He was the highest placing mouse and keyboard player, getting top 6. Could he better that at this tournament? If not here against FaZe Clan, of course, they'll still have the opportunity in the elimination bracket to go one step further as well.
I get wrist pain, hand cramps, just from watching Wootum.
Right.
Such as the speed in which he whips his camera around. He'd be forgiven for even getting motion sickness. But Trippy with the camouflage. Talking about silent assassins. That's exactly what Trippy has been all series long. Continue to put down damage.
Yeah, they.
Kills for his team. Wootum down to no shields, but Trippy forced to back away, if only for a moment.
His survival instinct is very impressive, is Trippy. Doesn't matter if he's holding a ball, a bomb,
Oh, damn, they
or a weapon,
left the ball.
taking the fight. He knows those angles and knows how to just avoid that little bit of damage before he re-engages.
See him quarterback in there as well, telling Falcade exactly where to stand. SLG clears it, it's going to be a trade, but that's good enough for Trippy. He can continue to hold this ball pretty comfortably for now. Penguin's down to no shields, so Trippy a little bit vulnerable here from the push coming towards Dram. You can see that's exactly the way he's going to toss the bomb out. Tosses the ball over towards the L. Keeps it far away from Nemesis. 53-30. Still a chance for Nemesis if they can get a set of
Ball, bomb, done.
They're all round and shapes, circles.
Too many things to carry. But it was a good hold from FaZe Clan, but Nemesis have done very well at breaking yet again. And actually, I really liked it from Trippy to throw the ball out and help doing damage rather than just sitting there to just get that little bit of extra time. He said actually the bigger play here is to join in on the damage and we could result in more time on the other side of it, and that's exactly what did follow up. Now, Suppressed It's a big kill on the other side of the map now, and he's actually on the roam. This is a really good position for him because Nemesis is going to be thinking about trying to push this setup.
Goddamn, Trippy, look at all that ball time, bruh.
Sends Wootum into the middle of the map, and Wootum was busy reloading.
Suppressed really been told, just wander around the place and cause a little bit of carnage, some destruction. Just be an irritation, that's exactly what he continues to be. Smoke screen will go down, the cloud, not enough though for the camouflage to be scooped up and secured for FaZe Clan. Trippy though, remains alive. I seem to be thinking about that all the time.
Snipedrone's been able to pick up a camouflage. I wonder if FaZe know where he is. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's jump into a listening with FaZe Clan.
Okay. Yo, Camel's back A, shot him twice. Tires in heaven. Tires, going tires in, 2 tires. Tires is sitting there. He went under tires in, going planners.
And then PD as well.
You're right.
PD as well. Yo, could be up B. I'm running
I spawn C, guys.
I'm running a B. I'm running a B.
Absolutely.
I don't
see
anything.
shit.
Gonna be on me.
I'm looking back tower.
Yeah, be back.
Watching blue gen. I'm watching blue gen. Look back tower. Hey, back tower. Top
Very
tower.
calm comms here.
Top tower. Reed. 2 shot above you.
2 shot green gen.
And top tower.
Back
Reed.
A, back A.
Watch fire.
Still back A.
Yo, dead end. Reed.
Back A.
PD 2 shots. PD 2 shots.
Back
I got shotty with it.
Okay, 1 shot.
I see I have
Yo, blue gen. 1 shot towers, Mike. He's blue gen. Blue gen to bottom mid side. Dead.
Yo,
Top
ATM,
tower and
ATM.
PD. Flowers. 1 shot dead end. 1 shot dead end. Running away. PD 1 shot. 2 dead. PD 1 shot.
Yo, ATM and PD then. On ball
Ball,
right
spawn
now.
guy view.
On ball right now. On ball going.
Still give me, he's
Dude,
going
1 shot front C. 1 shot front C. 1 shot front C.
Yeah, about 20. Yeah, 120 guys. Ball maybe.
Nice. 2 dead. 2 dead.
Nice,
2 dead.
Come here, Mike.
Yo, last 2 on ball. Last 2 on ball. 2 dead.
Watch out, I can't.
Live. Just live now. Live now. That's fine.
Top C.
I have sharp again.
Yo, Ivy half. He's going top C.
Watch the C-Balk. C-Balk 1 dead.
Scam. I'm
Mid
in tires.
Yo, Beer. More tires.
Going Mando.
Came on 1 shot. I can't burn it. 1 shot. Came on dead. You have it?
Commando.
That's spot. I don't know where it is. I don't know.
Sound came on. Dead came on.
Yo, Commando, kill me. Yeah, Stalker going Ivy.
You'll live. You're the only one alive.
You guys.
Are you ready for that? Okay, get out. Just get out. I think
Good call.
benches.
You know what, tires go. Free kill.
Benches 1 shot. Dead. I killed tires.
Yeah, dead.
2 dead.
Two dead.
All got 1 weak. 2 shot.
We
Go for long.
cuts, we cuts.
You can nib him maybe.
That's it. Yo, I'm walking red. They're gonna spawn PD.
Yeah, spawn PD. Spawn far.
I'm out. Yeah. 10 seconds.
All those?
This round.
Alright, name driver right here. Name driver right here.
100 and FaZe Clan put the first round on the board and put themselves 1 round away from 3-0ing Nemesis here. They have been so consistent, so flawless so far this tournament, shows.
Just 1 round away then from a clean sweep on a team that's really upset a few of the top teams already. FaZe Clan do not want to fall victim the same way Optic Gaming did. It's been so professional from FaZe.
I love how just like calm those comms were.
You can even hear in the comms. It's calm, it's relaxed.
Yeah.
The small talk is really there.
All 4 dead yet again for Nemesis as the double kill comes through from Suppressed, and I wonder if Nemesis are falling victim to the age-old, well, we've played these game types against FaZe recently, and they've been able to work on them. FaZe look like they have a plan, and they are executing it perfectly. Perhaps slightly different when, for example, Nemesis go up against Optic Gaming. They hadn't scrimmed for 2 weeks. Maybe they'd scrimmed recently, I don't know, but they hadn't scrimmed for a 2-week period, so they've been able to go over and change things themselves.
Good stick.
Again, just one of those playstyle things where Nemesis just don't seem to match up well here against FaZe Clan because they haven't really been in this one.
Stock Rifle doing so much damage from Suppressed. As he waits for his teammates to spawn back up, but you can see Nemesis not even interested in taking the fight. They take the ball and get themselves out of dodge. SLG down to no shields. Killing spree locked in for Suppressed now. Ball tossed out bottom middle. Wootum will get the kill. 3 dead for FaZe. This is the chance. This is the opportunity for Nemesis to put some score on the board.
Yeah, Nemesis need something and they need it fast, but they're just trying to hurl themselves towards that ball because they
Jesus, that M&K, dude.
They know that the ball is going to be the key to winning said round, but at times they maybe expose themselves a little bit too much. Snipe Drone, 6 and 15, not the typical stats you'd see from him. Hasn't really had that chance to kind of anchor or flank, has maybe just got caught in the mix of some of those spawn traps that we've seen from FaZe.
Easy kill for Snipe Drone. Information came his way, player sitting towards Styles. Patiently waits for his shields to pop back up before he re-engages. Face to face with Penguin. Falcate, excuse me. Strippy takes the ball away over towards Tram. Here comes the collapse. Suppresses behind enemy lines though, being a nuisance. They know exactly where he's positioned. Ball's been tossed out, and it seems like every single time Nemesis break is set up, FaZe Clan put the ball in a really difficult position.
The ball management has been impressive from FaZe. But maybe this is going to be the first opportunity for Nemesis to get a real setup on the go. The nades might affect it. It's a big push, it's a quick push, it's happening, but it has been answered back by Glory quickly. But elsewhere, I think Wooten went down.
Everyone on FaZe just has a really solid stat line.
But the ball does get thrown out in response.
SLG got hands on. Where the spawn's going to come from. Wooten's calling for a rotation. SLG obliges here. Spawned over towards red. Now they're in Tram as well. So they should have that information. Penguin's going to be the first pick, so that's going to force FaZe Clan to slow down, if only for a moment. They can't go while they're a man down because they just don't have the manpower. They get SLG's shield stripped away, and he's forced to rotate over towards PD.
A quick turn. Oh, I thought he was maybe going to do it. But it's 4 dead for Nemesis. And FaZe Clan again, this time they'll get the chance to set up over towards tower side, and I wonder if that's going to be even better for them, especially with Trippy's position in here at Arcade. He can be a little bit sneaky, does give his position away.
Oh, the nade!
Timing on the grenade. It's a trade though.
It's a 2-second ball game. Penguin tosses the ball down bottom middle. Glory continues to do damage. Falcated down to no shields. Just about gets away with his life as well, does Falcated. And FaZe, 2 down. Trippy's last man in the respawn screen. Suppress will fall as well. They're trading left and right. This is a much more scrappy round for FaZe Clan. Nemesis is doing a much better job. Wooten with camouflage, but he's got no teammates to play with.
Yeah, maybe Nemesis want it to be a little bit scrappy. Try and take some of the more traditional methods out of FaZe Clan's approach to this game, but Wooten gets spotted out with the camo. He looks a little bit dejected after it as well. It's always frustrating when you feel like you try everything, but there seems to be an answer around every single corner, and I think that's exactly what would explain FaZe Clan's tournament so far. They have an answer for everyone, and they have an answer for everything. Now they find themselves on the brink here of going another 3-0 and continuing their undefeated record.
4 dead for FaZe.
Enemy has the ball.
Ball thrown out towards garbage, delaying just a few final seconds. For Nemesis, they have to go and retrieve the ball and bring it back to where they need it, and that will just delay long enough for this FaZe Clan team to spawn back up again and ensure that they make this hold as difficult as it possibly can be. Penguin gets the opening pick onto SLG, and that could mean that this collapse on really weak foundations.
Big fight.
They fall down. 3 dead for Nemesis. And FaZe have got their hands on the ball once more.
This could be the final setup. Nemesis, one last chance to break, maybe 2 if they are quick. But Penguin's going to be in a position that makes it hard for them. Ashley's going to combine with Suppress. Wooten's already gone down, does trade with Falcated though. So it's going to be 3 versus 3 to push.
Sorry guys, mom was calling me. She was like, yo, G. I was like, yeah. You want pizza? Sure.
3 guns, a little bit ill-advised, and plays like that.
Your boy's gonna get 7-Eleven pizza.
Yeah, Nemesis really now throwing their bodies quite literally at the ball and at FaZe Clan, but it has been able to halt them just temporarily. Glory sends himself in as well, just sends himself right into the middle of the fray. Again, I asked myself, why are you sending yourself that way? But perhaps they needed something, someone to break that.
It's not for like another 2 hours though.
But sadly, it's FaZe Clan who come out on top yet again, and now it's just 10 seconds required here, Shurs.
Glory said, shoot me, and FaZe Clan said, okay.
Sure.
They put him away. 10 seconds required, like you say. Glory now off the respawn with the camouflage. He's venturing over towards PD. Snipe Drone gets the kill.
7-Eleven pizza can be a great meal sometimes. Yeah, it's just cheap and easy, dude. It's a great snack pizza, honestly.
And unfortunately, For Nemesis, 3 go down. Wutum's the last man standing. Ball
Mix some sriracha with it too.
if you're a FaZe Clan fan as well.
Very
Not
nice.
really in a position to be a threat.
Sadly, when a
How you doing,
commentator
Halvor?
says
Good to
it
see you.
has to be perfect Halo, the game's probably
Hope you're having a
over.
good night.
That's usually the sad reality for it, for the Nemesis roster here, but they do manage to get the kill onto Suppressed, but the ball is in the hands of Trippy yet again.
5 seconds and counting down. Nobody in a position right now to put a stop to this.
Sheesh.
Holds the ball.
And
Trippy
FaZe
secures
remains
round number
undefeated,
3,
dude.
and a
God
clean sweep for FaZe
damn.
Clan. It was as easy as you like in the end.
They continue to be undefeated here in Arlington, have not dropped a map, have not looked even a second off the pace when it
No,
comes to
seriously,
their
who the
games.
fuck is their coach?
As for Nemesis, they will have to look at that elimination bracket. They've already secured top 6, which is still pretty much, I would expect their aim to be, but they want to be going that one step further, but they're going to have to look elsewhere because it's FaZe Clan who secure top 3 here in Arlington and will be waiting in the winners bracket finals for potentially a Shopify Rebellion or an SSG.
FaZe Clan wait their opponents. And for Nemesis, it's going back to the drawing board, perhaps heading back to the hotel, getting some food, putting on the VOD, and recognizing where the mistakes were made, where the errors came from, and patching that up. But they might even still have a game to play tonight, so they might not even get that opportunity.
They will have another game tonight before they can even think about Championship Sunday. If they want to get to Championship Sunday, it will have to be another series victory for them. But it's FaZe Clan who will be able to relax. They'll be able to go back to the hotel and chill until Championship Sunday. It is Sunday
FaZe makes it to Champ Sunday.
FaZe Clan. Just to look at the statistics
GG's.
from that game, a very successful one on the side of FaZe. I mean, it doesn't matter who you look at on FaZe's side. They were all dominant. They all went positive, and they all looked brilliant.
Stats absolutely jumping off the page.
Let's see FFAs. Nemesis versus... Oh, no, that's old. Whoops. Stupid. Alright. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back.
To maybe get back into the game, but as soon as they tried something different, FaZe Clan had yet another answer. It didn't matter where the ball was. It didn't matter where the push was happening. FaZe were always there, and some individual moments as well. But ultimately, the chemistry on this FaZe roster seems to be coming together even more from the Invitational that we saw a couple of weeks ago. They look that one step better. But arguably, some may say, well, you know, where's the test against one of those other top 4 teams? Where's the SSG? Where's the Optic? Where's going to be the Shopify Rebellion? Well, they're going to have to wait until the winners final before that question is posed in front of them.
FaZe Clan came into this tournament as the number 3 seed, and they have proven well and truly the value of that seed, already guaranteed a top 3 placement. Incredible work from the boys. All that hard work and graft they've put in over the pre-season. Blaze has got an interview with Trippy off the back of a very impressive series. Take it away.
Main stage, make some noise for FaZe Clan. They make their way all the way to the winners finals, and Trip, man, I swear it seemed like you guys been flying under the radar this tournament so far. We got a chance to see you on the main stage to kick off the event, but now talking to you guys, seeing you win again, you are now in the winners finals. How does that feel?
It feels great, considering the boot camp or the case online didn't go the way we wanted to. So coming here and playing extremely well and just being in flow state as a team, just playing really good Halo as a team, it's honestly really refreshing, and we're loving it so far. It's been great.
Hey, man, it's definitely been looking good up here. You guys have been in your flow state, and then you guys just went up against another team that was in their flow state, who we watched take down a lot of top teams before they ran up against you guys. Now, what was the game plan to take them down? Because I know you guys got a chance to watch a lot of their matches, and they're a very unique squad coming from Europe. But what did you guys execute very well?
We actually scrimmed them like 2 times before this land, so we know how they play. We knew how good they were. And obviously they beat Optic earlier, so I mean they're great teams. We just didn't take them lightly at all, and that's exactly what we did. So.
You gave them full force, all right, and they felt that one over there as they go down to the losers bracket. Now my next question is, I don't know if it's just the FaZe gas or what it is, but have you always been that damn good with Snipe? Because you was popping off on this main stage here, all right? What is it, okay?
I mean, I didn't really get sniped that much, to be honest, you know. Consider my last teammates, you guys all know. But, no, it's been great. I mean, everyone shares everything equally, and I just so happened to have snipe and hit some shots. So, yeah, it just ended up working out.
Well, we want to see more of that on the main stage, okay? Make some more noise for Trip and FaZe Clan, everybody. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Some really exciting things actually coming out of that interview that I really do want to dive a bit deeper into, but I've got to say there is so much to look forward to with this FaZe roster. They're the real deal. I know in one sense they probably did have the easier side of the bracket to kind of get through here, but Nemesis wasn't an easy opponent, to say the least. They were very, very good, showed us that they can play with the big dogs, take down big dogs. Just fell short, unfortunately, in that series. But FaZe, I think it told us a lot more about this team and how well executed they are in terms of their teamwork. That was just phenomenal. I did like the comment from Trippy about the sniper. You got to share the love with the sniper if you want to see some pop-off shots from teammates with the sniper rifle, which is probably why we haven't seen clips like that overkill. And honestly, all of the kills before that overkill on live fire from Trippy, just unbelievable stuff. What do you make of FaZe right now, Wes?
I love where FaZe is. They look fantastic. They look buttoned up, and they are handling anybody that has been put in front of them, which is all you can really ask up until this point. They're sitting in the top 3. And they have found flow state. I loved every single answer Trippy gave were things that I wanted to talk about. It was flow state. It was the opportunity that he's going to have on a team like FaZe that he didn't get on Optic Gaming. It's the comfortability and kind of like the underdog mentality, as well as we didn't perform how we wanted to at the case on LAN. Like, that wasn't the showing that we know that our team is capable of. And they've come out here and they've already made themselves a threat to this championship. People have been putting them outside of the top 4, have been dancing around with this big 3. FaZe are here to play, and if they're playing that level of Halo, they are going to be a tough out for anybody in this tournament. And it's about time we start taking them a little bit more serious.
100%. I think, you know, certain things are earned, and that for sure earned me I think a namesake in this top 4 conversation for sure, to be perfectly honest with you. I do think that series was very exciting. There were some incredible moments, and we kind of mentioned it earlier on. Blaze mentioned it on the main stage. We saw it in the highlight reels again. Let's just see it one more time. Goofy, looking at Trippy here, this was just so well executed.
Hello, bros.
For him, yes, it was indeed. And off he goes. The first passage of play here is also beautiful, but what continues going around Ness, just working his way around live fire towards back green, it was magical.
Yeah, Trippy was dominating every single game of this series. Seems like you just put him on a highlight reel anytime we're on his point of view. He got a triple kill in each of the 3 games and an overkill in game 2. Just absolutely dominating any competition put in front of him. And the same could be said for his whole team. I absolutely love the dynamic of this roster. Like, to Wes's point, they've been kind of flying under the radar, which is crazy to say because it's FaZe and look at their roster. But we're really seeing what this team can do when they're clicking and firing on all cylinders. Now they find themselves guaranteed top 3.
So disgusting, dude.
Final, and they haven't dropped a single map, Lottie. They're 15-0. What an absolute dominating performance so far out of this FaZe clan.
It certainly was indeed. You can see right now our series MVPs here, just the accolades to go with that series, just unbelievable amounts of damage. The KD speaks for itself. But, you know, we talked about Trippy a little bit, and obviously I love what he can do on a map. I also do, by the way, love the patience that we saw before that overkill at Ness. You know, he knows he has camo. He can see everybody lined up, not getting ahead of himself, using his nades. He got everybody so weak in order to get that off. I mean, it's really difficult. You are literally 1v4 there. It's pretty hard to do that. So great stuff from Trippy. But Valkated, let's talk about this guy. I said before the series I was looking for Fel to be intentional with his kills. We know he's a really good slayer, but it was about how you kill somebody and what that does for your team. How does it change the game in your favor? And I think that is something that Fel has worked on, and it's clearly working.
Yeah, as much damage as Trippy was doing throughout the series, and it was on his point of view a lot, Valkated out-damaged him. And Valkated is one of those players that I said on Friday, this is by far his best team coming into year 4 of Halo Infinite. Like, this is his best team all of Halo Infinite. This is his opportunity to really show that we talk about Valkated like he can slay with the big dogs. We've seen him have great individual performances, but the placings haven't really been there behind Valkated's performances. This is finally a team for Valkated to now perform well at and also get to reap the benefits of the accolades that come with that. So I'm stoked to see him playing at a high level next to a team that he's finally on that is also playing at that same level.
Well, they are on a fantastic path right now. FaZe, well deserved on the main stage, making a huge statement against Nemesis, the European powerhouses there. They will drop down to the elimination bracket, but it's not over for them. They still have a ways to go. Can they climb back up to the top? I think that's my biggest question right now. I don't think they were probably expecting a 3-0 sweep against FaZe. I think they were probably hoping to come out with something, if not maybe the series win, Goofy. So I'm sure they're a little bit shocked right now.
Yeah, definitely. You know, playing so hot all weekend, running into a red-hot FaZe clan, getting 3-0 swept is never a good feeling. But honestly, if I'm Nemesis, I'm still feeling good. The only teams that really would be scaring me is, even though you've already beaten Optic, I would be scared to play Optic in the elimination bracket.
Down there somewhere.
Yeah, and same with SSG, right? Whenever we see SSG and
What's the bracket looking like right now?
Teams potentially we're gonna have to drop to the elimination bracket as well. So aside from that big four, if I'm Nemesis, I'm feeling confident against any roster, and even against the big four, you got to feel confident, right? So definitely an unfortunate series.
Winner of this series plays Nemesis.
I wanted to say this as well. You know, the dynamics of everyone on this.
So we could very well see a Nemesis Optic rematch, dude.
You mentioned it with Falcated. I agree. I think this is by far his best team. Going into the opener of Year 4 of Halo Infinite, he's got to be feeling good. Penguin, Trippy. I haven't seen Trippy really.
The winner of this series plays FaZe tomorrow.
So long on the Optic Gaming roster. Obviously, they were a dynastic team, and they made history in their own right. But Trippy has been around the block for a long time.
It's got to be a good day tomorrow.
He's always been like this dominating, like Slayer type of player, and we kind of saw him take a step back from that role in the previous couple of years. And now I feel like he's super comfortable along with everyone on this roster. They trust each other, and you got someone like Suppress, who's that X factor, so to say. And I just love the dynamic of this FaZe team.
Me too. I think that's just what happens sometimes. You kind of get in a system and you kind of put into a role or a situation where that's just how you have to adapt to make it work on a team, especially with maybe a couple of others who work in a certain way and it plays to their strengths. Well, now Trippy gets to play to his. He has that refresh, that new dynamic where he's one of the guys that you want to see start to do something and make moves on a map and cause chaos. And I love to see that. I think seeing a switch up like that is awesome, and Trippy coming into his own once again is something beautiful to watch unfold as well. Folks, we've got to move on because we have plenty more Halo coming your way tonight. And up next, we do have winners round 2. And these two know each other pretty well. It's going to be Space Station Gaming.
We done for today? No, we got a few more games.
The powerhouses that are Shopify Rebellion. In the K-Stan event, things weren't looking too good for Space Station. Have they improved enough to give this one a really good go? We'll have to find out right after the break.
Rebellion versus SSG next. Jesus. Rebellion versus SSG, dude. That's gonna be a great series as well. Optic versus Infamous. My brain. Wow, I just closed the wrong tab. Fuck. Oh, never mind. Poggers.
there. Reverse sweep route to the finals here. Professor and Spar, they seem a little shell-shocked.
2v2 tourney right now.
Yeah, they've really not looked like themselves since the beginning of game 2. Got a fastball kill. That's kind of rare. Love to see that.
That's where the frag itself kills an opponent, right?
Yeah,
Just like the frag just hitting you.
Like, you know how you have your shield bar and then you have your health bar? If your health bar is like basically all the way down, just someone hitting you in the body with a grenade does
Even
like
a
a
sticky, 'cause I
tiny
think
amount
it was
of
a sticky that
yeah,
blew
it
up.
does a tiny amount of damage on impact.
So before the sticky even exploded, he had already gotten
Yeah,
stuck.
just from the impact of the grenade touching him.
That's pathetic.
So when you could like sneeze on someone.
That's pathetic.
That's pathetic right there if I've ever seen it. As Spar trying to stay alive here after his teammate Professor goes down. A 2v1 pinch could occur here, and SWAT Luminon, after taking down Professor, they're going to get camo rather easily. Do take a couple of contested shots, but Spar on the stacks, just looking to stay alive. The collapse comes through. Professor trying to get into the fight, but he's a little late to it. And he's probably going to get taken down as well. He does. Man, SWAT Luminon look more and more likely to head to the finals to take on Uzi Zuzi.
They're looking insane right now. Icarus looks like this player was just waiting. Yeah, Spar thought he could be sneaky in the elevator, but they just continually keep isolating these players one by one. Professor needs to stay alive. Yeah, look at this. They're just... There has not been a time that Spar and Professor have...
I think some of these people competed in the FFAs as well. Johan looks familiar.
Well, we have such a balloon lead of 11-2 here. I want to break away to update you guys if you haven't been notified just yet. Optic Gaming, your next lower bracket match is against Infamous. So, sorry, I thought that was Nemesis. My eyesight's bad. I need LASIK, but I was going somewhere with that. Let's head back to the action. 12-3 here. Killjoy secured, but that's not a good thing. That just means your other opponent's been on a spree. I think both were back-to-back Killjoys.
Yeah.
Double Killjoy. That's the worst. That's the worst thing you could ever hear from Jeff Steitzer.
Yeah, I feel like getting a Killjoy medal just like brings up trauma. You're just like, yeah, I know he's been killing me. Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing
Remember
worse,
the comeback kill?
or the distraction medal in Halo 5. It's like, yeah, they were shooting at me. I'm good.
No, the comeback kill had to be the worst one because you would only get it if you got a kill after dying like 3 times consecutively. You're like, thanks for reminding me. I've been getting shit on.
Yeah, I really need that unearthed Jeff Steitzer audio of "You suck." You see that pop up on your screen, 15-6 here.
Alternate
and despite SWAT Luminon both being down,
You
just
suck.
taking this time to take a break, take a couple sips of water.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking likely to face the UC Twins. This is not over. I've seen some crazy comebacks in 2v2s, but it just doesn't look like Icarus have it in them to bring this one back at this point. Like I said, at the beginning of this game, Pelu and Johan were perfectly staggering Icarus to the point that they were unable to work together at all.
Chase grenade going out. Belu, assuming that Icarus was going to be chasing out Johan, but some reserve, commitment, some patience. Is that going to pay off for him? As Johan goes down, Spar goes down. It's 1v1, but the shields are lower for Pelu. He'll go down because of it.
Spar actually did something pretty cool there. He kept continuously late jumping off the top of the pillar just to buy enough time for Professor to show up. That's how they ended up coming out on top. But who cares, man? Johan just perfect grenades off spawn. Shut him down very easily. These guys are predicting everything that Icarus want to go for.
It's been GG since it was 12-2 in game 2. Like, we have not seen anything from Icarus outside of that game 1 that's like gotten us to believe in him. So, expecting Johan and Belu to take this one. But Professor and Spar do have a little bit of time left, but man, with a double-up advantage for SWAT Luminon, they're in a situation late into the score already. Trades for the win.
Teamwork has just been unreal for the Latin Americans. I know these two have played a significant amount of Halo together. I think even back to Halo 5. Been a force in the scene for Latin America, and their teamwork is on full display right now. But tell you what, it's going to be hard for them to beat the teamwork of two twins that have been playing together since birth. So we'll see how they face off against the Zuzi twins, assuming they get through this.
Yeah, I feel like they should do a no comms challenge where they just like use their kinetic kinesis.
Twin telepathy, bruh.
Person's thinking. I feel like the Ogre twins used to do that all the time. Lunchbox and Roy. We've had a lot of twins, even brothers like Ace and Halo Knight with a lot of success here in Halo. 23-11 here. The only blue we've seen in the feed is when Professor or Spar are pinging it.
Just gotta get nerdy with you real quick. Telekinesis is moving objects with your mind, not communication.
I said
telepathy.
I said kinesis.
Yeah, kinetic is like physical objects, moving things physically.
Well, they're moving on to the finals, Eli.
They are kinetically moving.
How about
to
that?
the
Let me
finals.
school you up real quick, Kick.
Just had to drop a will actually on you since Allie did that to us already.
I know. She got us with that.
It is what it is.
He doesn't even wear glasses, and I still saw her nudge him up with her index finger. So
The invisible glass.
So nerdy that shit was.
All right, guys. I just got here.
Hello.
I got the intel.
Real
I went reporting.
Is he Harry?
I saw you. You were like super stoked when you walked back from the stage. What do you got?
Yeah. All right. So, first of all, he's not Harry anymore.
Oh, he's shaved.
He's shaved
So
since
should be
then.
Shaved God.
Yeah, we should
Imagine.
probably. His updated name should be maybe Shaved God. So,
Or just Lou.
Or just Lou. Yeah.
Lou God.
Lou.
Just
Well-
Lou.
Well, the intel.
Lighted team. They have the #1 seed coming into this event, winning.
All right.
Winning the FaZe Kason Invitational. SSG's got something to say about that, though. The way they're playing so far.
Same old SSG, bruh.
It looks like they might finally be clicking on all cylinders, and I'm going to be looking for Stellar to really step up. In the scrims leading up to this tournament, when Stellar was popping off, this team was popping off, and he is that player. He is that Slayer, so Stellar's going to be my X factor in this series.
100%. I think it's really nice to be able to have a player who's ripping faces to give you some wiggle room on a map. I mean, everybody needs a breather every once in a while, especially up against a really fast-paced, aggressive Shopify Rebellion, who are honestly able to dictate that pace very nicely as well. I will say, when it comes to Space Station, I can't help but notice certain statistics, especially going against Shopify Rebellion. I know we're going to go back to the Kasan event. I know it's an invitational, but I can't help but feel like there are some personal things there as well. I think when you're looking like somebody like Snakebite, for example, the personal things that he has had with this, his previous teammates, it must be hard to play against them. You have had 15 years playing with Royal 2, and now you're telling me that you have no problem playing against him? I don't think so. I think it's going to be difficult no matter what you say or no matter how much you kind of put your measures on business only. It's tough, right? And I think that's actually kind of been showing through his gameplay. He hasn't had the best showings so far against Shopify Rebellion, whether that's in scrims, whether that's in the Kasan tournament, and I think it's time that we see Snakebite really step up and kind of shake off the kind of jitters of playing with old teammates and playing against them, and that personal thing, put it to the side. I think this is where we really see a big step up from him, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes we talk about, the twos game, debating and switching. Well, Eco and Stellar have been very comfortable with each other, but it feels like Snakebite and Lucid are still trying to figure out how exactly do they fit into this winning roster, this winning role, and I feel like they're slowly starting to figure that out.
Oh, the hat's backwards, dude. Last shot's ready to fuck him up. The hat's backwards, bruh.
Times, but Shopify Rebellion, they're on screen, and we definitely got to talk about them too.
We certainly do indeed. I think something that they do so well, amongst many things, their hot starts, that really solid starting strat comes forward every single time, and it gives them so much room in that series. It makes the others doubt themselves and their competitors. So I love the hot starts that they seem to have. What do you make of them, Goofy, overall, and just the way that they play the game, because they've set precedents?
I love the way Shopify Rebellion plays Halo. In my opinion, they play Halo the perfect way, right? They are the type of team where they always press their advantages. They play so efficient, so effective. When you're on the way I describe it is when you're playing against Shopify Rebellion and you're in a vulnerable position on the map, you're like, I really hope they don't push. They will always push that play when you're hoping they don't. They're always on top of the efficiency, and the Shopify Rebellion team, really, you have Frosty, who in my opinion, at this point in time, is the best
Jesus,
player in the
like,
game.
I still can't stop thinking about this series, dude. This game was ridiculous.
And then you have someone like the Last Shot and Cycle, right? These two up-and-coming players. They're established as two of the best players in the game. But Frosty and Royal 2, the world champions, they're never gonna go down without a fight. And if I'm, SSG, you got a tall order.
Yeah, I've got to say, I have to agree that Frosty has found a whole new lease of life in Halo Infinite. I think coming on board with this team, he just looks so comfortable right from the beginning. And I often do think that is because when you put him on a roster with somebody like Renegade, they just clash a little bit too much. I know they did manage to get the job done in one of the years, but those two are such heavy hitters, it's almost like too difficult to share the toys. It's like having two kids who are just gunning for the same thing, and it's just almost impossible to share that love around and kind of work around that dynamic. I do think that Frosty being able to kind of lead things a little bit more, having Royal 2 lean on him as the commander, and then obviously having the young guns in Cycle and Last Shot, it's really produced just such a wonderful dynamic where they are all completely on the same page, Tony.
Yeah, man, I did a power ranking video, and I still had Stellar as like my #2 player in the game right now. But as far as #1 and #3, I had Last Shot leading into this tournament as my #1 player, and I had Frosty as #3. I've been so impressed with what Last Shot has done online, on land. The combination of accuracy and damage, the pressure he puts on the map is real, and it's felt by his opponents. And then Frosty, he's had an MVP tournament so far. Like it's been that good. Kills outside the statues, the IG yelling, the staying alive. I think he really has been the full package so far. So Shopify Rebellion are a dangerous team. They really look at the favorites right now.
They certainly are, and you know what? They certainly were. Even back at the K-San event, they were the team that everybody wanted to beat. And looking right now at this score, when they did play Space Station Gaming, excuse me, it didn't look pretty. Although I will say, things did get awfully close at times, and there was definite signs of progress from Space Station Gaming when coming up against Shopify Rebellion. Sometimes the 3-0 doesn't always reflect what happened. However, it has been 3-0s across the board ever since. Scrims already very difficult for Space Station Gaming against Shopify Rebellion, and the same thing happened on LAN. You know, the progress is progressing, and we know Space Station Gaming is starting to find their flow. Is that flow enough, do you think, Goofy, right now in this series?
It can be, right? Looking at this graphic, when I see Eco and Snakebite, 0.61 KD for Snakebite, 0.77 for Eco,
Snakebite needs to deliver, dude.
Their standard is, that's not what they expect out of themselves. So yes, this graphic tells us it was a
3K damage deficit, dude.
Shopify Rebellion dominated the
during the Invitational.
Event, right? The Invitational, but Eco and Snakebite, they're not going to be going 0.6 KD, 0.7 KD. So I'm expecting this to be a much closer series. In no way in hell is this going to be a 3-0. I think this is going the distance to a Game 5.
I love that from you, Goofy. We want a good series out of both of these two teams. Tony, how are you feeling about his prediction?
Oh, I agree 100%. I would bet that there's not going to be no 3-0 here. In fact, I would love to see a Game 5, and I think it's very possible. I think Stellar's been fantastic. I think Lucid has really stepped it up and been this X factor. I've been just impressed with this SSG roster. And imagine a win against Shopify Rebellion. That would be impressive. That would be a statement. Why not do it here in the first event, first major of the year?
That would be huge. Well, I'll tell you what, I think we're about to be seeing a brand new Space Station Gaming, feeling an awful lot more comfortable than we saw them on the last LAN. Folks, it's about that time. Let's get into the matchup. It's Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. Let's meet your teams.
Yeah, boy.
Winner semi-final time here in Arlington, and we've got two huge teams on our stage right now. Two teams with things to prove. Shopify Rebellion, who came through that epic series a little bit earlier against Optic Gaming. Well, now on the other side of the stage, you've got Space Station. And Space Station come into this event with so much to prove. Beating Shopify Rebellion here makes it very interesting.
It would be massive. Of course, you heard on the desk just how much this team has been talked about in the offseason and even also during the K-San Invitational. People doubting them, right? Also, let's not forget, maybe in this exact matchup, for good reason, they found themselves falling to Space, says Shopify Rebellion, 3-0 back-to-back series. Not just the LM final, but their first series as well. And now the question is, what will they bring here very interesting
Oh
set
fuck, we got Assault to start off again.
Assault Fortress.
Oh god.
Shopify's best bomb game type. Slayer Live Fire, not their best Slayer. Also Stronghold Recharge, maybe a game that will go in their favor, but also Oddball Streets, not their best oddball map. So when you put all that together, plus Game 5, let's not forget, SSG has beaten Shopify before in that exact game type. This one could get interesting indeed. The question is, what work has SSG done over the past 2 weeks since facing Shopify on LAN for the first time? What reps have they put in? How will they get ready for this game number 1?
One interesting thing for me as well is this is a slightly different looking and feeling space station from what we saw at that K-Sun event. This is a space station that looks like they're ready to win series. They're ready to send these big series deep, and there's just a little bit more to them when they come into these series. There's a little bit more weight to how they are performing and working together, and the biggest test of all, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion. They are the bar at the moment in this year of Halo Infinite. We'll have to see where Space Station are if they can cause the upset here against Shopify.
All right, underway, of course, 2 teams that we expected to also see and hoped that we would see play, but playing even earlier than maybe, once again, some might have expected here based on the results so far. And right away, it's Lashot trying to get into his opponent's spiral, and it will be battles for the spiral all game long. 2 dead for Shopify off of the opening.
I mean, the movement from Snake right there in that fight was absolutely phenomenal. Just made himself such a difficult kill. Stella now under the base already, a little bit of pressure onto the Shopify side, but Royal 2 set up on his tower with a sniper rifle and should have a pretty comfortable kill onto Eco here. 2 dead on the side of SSG. Shopify and Royal 2 fly forward, and I love this angle that Royal 2 is taking.
Just going to hold this down, and like you say, impossible for really anyone to challenge him. He's going to have a safe passage here from A1 up into the spiral, and now be able to take new angles as well.
Ooh.
Takes down Eco easily. 3 dead for SSG.
Oh, good body.
Player as well. That bomb will be moving very soon, you would imagine. Stella off the respawn. Narrowly avoids the chunky missiles coming his way from the sniper rifle of Royal 2. But this is just such a nuisance position to try and flush out. Royal 2 has found this as one of his preferred positions on this map, and you can see exactly why. So many angles to play around and so many escape routes for him to play as well.
Yeah, it might only be flushed out purely because of running out of ammo in this case. He's going to stay alive still. It was 2 dead. And now 2 spawners on the elbow side once again. And there's a reason we call this the modern day hut. It feels a lot like Sanctuary, just holding down your opponent's hut and raining down damage at the spawners.
Oh, that one felt like it hurt for Snakebite. That was a close range sniper rifle bullet received unwillingly from the SSG man.
Oh, good live.
Cycle stay alive, is 2 dead again, and finally the bomb will go in towards the base. Shopify Rebellion with 3 members in the death screen from Space Station, and that will be 1-0. That is efficiency personified.
Wow, beautifully done. And also the first spawner.
Oh, and they get this OS because of it.
Grab here for last shot. Nade comes through. No, he hesitates, does not grab right away. Will it cost them? 2 dead for each side.
It was a momentary 3 dead for SSG, so you would imagine the access is still going to be there towards that overshield. Quicker off the respawn here for Shopify Rebellion. They should be at least able to fight for it.
I think they got that OS.
SSG have snuck into ring 1 though. It's going to be interesting to see if it was burnt, or maybe if they get away with it. It's actually Lucid who gets away with it. Moves that bomb straight in towards the arm zone.
Gets
and Frosty can't find an angle right now.
Melted by 2 players, had all of that overshield getting onto the porch, but you could tell that was a team shot. That overshield got ripped off so fast. It's a really nice piece of work from Shopify to stop the arm.
Snakebite under the base though, here at A1, just trying to see if he can find some angles and do some more damage and essentially pin Shopify Rebellion into their base. Cycle flies in. Cycled a couple of uncycle-like shots, but finally does get the job done. But this is more like Cycle. Staying alive, being a nuisance. Eco and Lucid trying to flush him out, and almost forgot about it for a second there.
Eventually taken down, as you said. Snakebite also with some good damage in that sequence. 2 dead here for Shopify.
Bomb is in the courtyard as well. Lucid went for a little touch on that, but it is going to be reset. So back to bottom middle, that bomb will go. The objective neutralized by Shopify Rebellion. Good defensive players on there, and just to make sure that pressure didn't turn into that bomb being advanced and potentially armed once more.
See what Snakebite can do here. Things slow down for just a moment to breathe here with just under 9 left. And SSG knows they've got a lot of time on the clock. However, things can go pretty quickly if you fail to grab the right bit of control on this game type.
Some obnoxious corners that Shopify Rebellion are playing. Like, they know that they've got a sniper rifle going against them. They don't want to give any easy shots. They want to try and waste this ammo, just shoulder peek. Force Snakebite to make a play. Hit a big shot. As the overshield is popping in 3 seconds time. Snakebite is in the perfect place to get it, but he's going to have to deal with Cycle.
Oh, man.
And Cycle hits the body And Frosty collects that overshield.
Wow.
Oh, he got back smacked.
Stellar gets the back whack there. The Achilles heel will come through, which is big. It was 3 dead.
Oh.
They neutralize the overshield. Here comes Stellar.
Such a good play from Stellar. The timing on that from SSG. Immaculate. 3 players have respawned, but one of them's back in the respawn screen already. Nade's going in towards that snipe side. I like what I'm seeing from SSG. It's a double kill here for Stellar. A killing spree for him, and they are trapping Shopify on that snipe side, but they just can't link these kills together and get all of Shopify falling consecutively. It feels like a 2, and then fight another 2, and then another 2. They just can't get this clean 4 that they're looking for.
Interesting trade coming in there in the end with the melee. Instead, it will be now Cycle advancing the bomb, and as you said, they kept things chaotic. They also maintain a lead here as they start to bring the bomb all the way across. An important 1v1 bottom of the base. Both players will disengage and agree to fight later on. In the end, it's Snakebite who comes in and helps to clean up that Cycle kill A1, which of course was an ever important kill in that situation.
Frosty last alive momentarily for Shopify Rebellion at the top tower, just playing his life. Snakebite's looking to take him down. But Frosty, again, just being such a difficult kill. Somehow he gets out of that with a double kill there as he whips his reticle to the player who was just creeping around on the fences outside of the ring. 3 dead again for Shopify. And one thing we were discussing in the build-up to this game is if SSG want to have success, they have to win those individual fights.
This is actually a pretty even game, like slays-wise. The problem is that they just can't get them all dead at the same time.
Yeah, so far so good. Snakebite could trust the alive at the last.
Just goes to show like how well Shopify's been like at saying at least 2 alive.
But really, we need to look back to bottom mid once again. Overshield popping in just a few seconds.
1 dead on either side at the moment. It's a bit of a stalemate around bottom middle. That overshield is now up. Snakebite does some damage, but it's exchanged by Frosty, and there's a player who's pushing through somewhere behind enemy lines here. It's going to mean that Frosty can get the overshield. It means that now Shopify Rebellion can push forward, and even though Stellar's just grabbed that sniper, he's already taken damage. He's under pressure, and Frosty will collect the SSG sniper now and can start to go to work.
Ooh. A few shots coming from the elbow, which he knows means he needs to turn about face. Actually getting challenged from 3 angles there, so really good prioritization from SSG of Frosty with the snipe, but Stellar as the last player alive because 3 were dead for SSG. Cycle's going to start the arm.
Cycle's got this difficult corner for SSG to deal with, but Lucid will come.
I feel like he should have dropped the ball there, maybe. Nice collapse. Yeah, that was a good collapse.
Back to a neutral position. Both teams playing fantastic defense so far. Just that one opportunity that was taken by Shopify Rebellion. A lot of it off the heavy lifting that Royal 2 was doing on the Armory side. Creating those opportunities, creating those numbers advantages. SSG have had that bomb inside of the arming zone of Shopify Rebellion a couple of times, but just not able to back those slays up and create that time needed to get that arm.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, the game type plays a lot like 3 dead once again for SSG, by the way. The game type is a lot.
Yeah, but he was still able to waste some of that ammo. And now they got their snipe.
And based on the spawns and the damage, you decide if this is okay. This is the
They have both snipes right now, actually. Royal 2 has the other one now.
Do we need to keep them at bay here? Do we need to force a split spawn? You're constantly making those types of decisions, and really sometimes you might have to control the enemy base for 90 seconds before you actually decide to go.
I like what Shopify Rebellion actually did. I think it was Cycle who just brought the bomb out and threw it actually on the side that Frosty was watching, trying to make a space station member overextend to get eyes on that bomb and potentially train into the reticle of this man.
Oh, oh my God!
And a killing spree here for Frosty. Last player alive is going to be Eco. He peeks and he gets his shields ripped off as well.
Wow. The amount of damage from Frosty.
Dirty ass triple, dude.
We'll revisit that in a moment because overshield popping bottom mid. This should once again be a Frosty grab, and it will be a clean one.
Frosty's been so fucking disgusting these last couple of series, man. He's just been playing so well. He's 17 and 10 right now, dude.
Just keeping space station on their side of the map. They don't want to really progress that bomb unless they feel completely comfortable with doing, and they've earned the right to do that due to the fact that they have that 1-0 lead in this game.
Good awareness from Frosty as well. Notice he kept checking ring 1 and Bond. He knows Snakebite's behind them. They're aware of that player there.
Well, mid-map's open at the moment. Stellar finds one onto Frosty to clear him out the base. Shopify should manage to hold ring control for now, but the bomb is a problem for them because Space Station have got to clear this bomb out of their base. You can see Cycle now looking to move towards it. A little touch on this and it turns the attention back towards their base instead of progressing the bomb out towards the Shopify base. So SSG once again having to play defense here.
Nice shot, stays alive as well, bottom base. That's going to be huge. That will also keep the bomb alive. Now that will also allow them to now make the move here. Let's go ahead and see if they can get the arm. They're going to go ahead and start this here.
Wonder if SSG have any lines of sight, to be honest with you. There's one player who looks like he's going to be able to maybe.
Oh, they might be able to finish that.
And now it's just about maybe finishing off, but the toss comes in to get out of the base.
They're 4 dead, dude. That should be another point.
Look how much progress is already here. Last shot moves in, and it will be
Damn.
to Shopify Rebellion.
Sticky arm was the name of the game indeed. Last shot decides to just say, you know what, I'm going to go down with the ship. Circles back, gets taken down, will respawn back at his base. But as you said, the sticky arm really being a factor there. You can't just toss the bomb out. You need to actually, if you really want to get out of your base, you need to hold it for
Yeah, I think that's GG's as well.
to start to disarm the bomb before just throwing it out. 2-0 with 2 minutes left.
Royal 2 is so at home. By the way, Royal 2 is 24-8. 24-9 as he gets taken down, but I had to double take on that. I was like, is that 24 kills, 9 assists? And then I was like, nope, it's 2 9s. He is such a nuisance on this map.
I don't know. Maybe they can get some footing here with this OS. They're just kind of getting... Yeah, OS is just getting shredded. They can get... These two, my OE, they might be able to take advantage of that. Frosty spawn snipe, though. They need to kill Frosty. Yeah, okay. Okay, they're still in this. They're still in this. They're proving me wrong.
You would expect this to be a bomb arm here, and indeed it is. SSG have life in this game. It's now 2-1.
Not over just yet, and look at the clinical way in which they did it. By the way, Psycho spawned way out. They didn't even have to worry about him. He's still alive on the map, so they'll have to focus on him at bottom arches. However, as you say, 2-1. Still everything to play for in this game.
And it's off the back of the overshield pickup as well. That was what gave Blue the opportunity to move forward. Royal 2 would much rather be in his opposition spiral than his own as he gets taken down by Lucid. And finally, it looks like Shopify have picked up enough slays here just to progress up the map. It was about 60 seconds of
Yeah, they might try and just close this out. Or at least, you know, be extra fucking annoying and play for time.
Dealing damage for his spawners.
Bomb is down in the courtyard of Space Station Gaming. 1 minute 20 left on that game clock. Eco does manage to move that bomb to a neutral position once more. Frosty at the moment is trying to decide, yeah, am I looking for damage? Am I looking to pin SSG, or am I...
Yeah, Crass, I think it is a little bit stupid, in my opinion.
Mid-map is fine for us, but if it starts to creep towards our courtyard, it becomes a problem.
Absolutely. Wants to stay alive here at all costs. You can just tell by the gameplay, disengages right away. Like, as you say, they only need to slay here for another 55, and shots like that will make the job even easier.
Well, it was 3 dead momentarily. Cycle will just even the numbers as Shopify do respawn on the map. And Cycle actually done a really good job of just not staying alive, but picking up some damage and some kills, which allows Royal 2 to move to bottom mid. Gets that next overshield, and that might be the thing that hurt Space Station.
I think that OS just closed out the game, potentially.
This lineup is tough, but when they've got the overshield and you have to advance that bomb, it's very tough. But Royal 2 is last alive.
He's last in the wrong base here. Let's see if he tries to rotate this back. This is interesting here. He finds himself way out. He had the overshield, but it's been taken off. And they're going to
Oh, they're planting that shit.
Lucid gets one inside of the other base. Royal 2
Huge.
downtown, cross map. Has eyes on that bomb, but Space Station might just leave. Royal
There's still
2.
2 more.
But Royal 2 is not going to leave Space Station. A cross map with this barrel rifle causing so many problems.
Yeah, that's GG's, dude. That's GG's.
Brilliantly played here. He knew he had to work with the spawners, but here comes down the push.
They do get a touch on it, but it's not going to be enough. And Royal 2 from that position actually might have saved.
There was an effort.
For Shopify Rebellion to keep it at 2-1. 2 important kills.
That was definitely winnable for them.
But when it is all said and done, 2-1 will be your final score here in map number 1. Shopify Rebellion will got one in the series.
You got to say, a lot of times when you look at that, if you have overshield in your opponent's cave as they're about to start arming, that is a dicey scenario. But when you have a player like Royal 2 who knew exactly how to angle himself away from Snakebite on the porch, then go flag, pick up 2 kills, obviously the comms would have been on point there to make sure they're prioritizing whoever was arming. As you say, not only that, but he goes 30-11 in game number 1 to make a statement. They take the game 2-1.
Not bad. Not bad from Royal 2. Looks so comfortable on that map. It's one of those players who's just...
Excuse me, 30-13.
30-13. But well, my point still stands here. 30-13. He's so comfortable when he has a map where there's spawn points which he can look at and he gets good LOSs on, right? He can always put himself in a good position to output damage. I always think back to Halo Reach Sanctuary. He was an absolute demon when he was playing the car bridges, when he was playing ring angles and shooting into the rocks, into the courtyard, wherever it might be with that snipe. And it looks very natural for him, the way that Fortress plays, and it kind of just fits into his natural playstyle.
It really does, and also you just get the feeling that with these new game types, Shopify just has them dialed in, not only in terms of the matchup against SSG, but also with the way that they approach each of the new game types in the suite, whether it was the case on Invitational or Scrims, or here in their first few series. Just playing, just it feels like everyone, as we've said previously, on the same page. Really good game management throughout the entire game. I think SSG got very close, put up a great fight, and even in the end, looked like maybe they were going to get another bomb on the board, but Shopify just looking too strong.
Yeah, you just wonder about that last overshield. You know, Royal 2 gets away with it as last alive.
Yeah.
If they manage to neutralize that or even pick it up, SSG have control of the other side of the map. They have control of the Shopify base, and all eyes can look forward towards that bomb that's being armed. But unfortunately, it's ifs and buts, and you don't really get the opportunity to make those decisions and think about that if you don't secure the power-ups yourself. I mean, you're looking at the total power-up.
I still think this is a very even series, though. I could still definitely see this going to Game 5.
Dominated the 15 seconds prior to each overshield, right?
I'd be surprised if it didn't. What the hell is it? I would be surprised if it went. The fuck is it?
He's then able to kind of weave away, even though he
A
loses
3-0.
teammates, he puts himself in the
I'd be
right place,
surprised.
as you just saw. That will secure the game 2-1 on Fortress Bomb. And as we said, that is not even Shopify's best bomb. They'll now move into Slayer Live Fire, which at the case on Invitational was only narrow wins. They were winning games about 50-47 on this game type. So an opportunity certainly for SSG to get right back in this.
And SSG, I feel like Live Fire is a little bit more natural for them. It feels like a map that they've done some work on. They feel somewhat comfortable in comparison to some of the early performances that we saw from them. And I think Lucid is going to be the man to watch. Got to put that snipe to use. We say it a lot.
You think it's going to be a sweep?
In this game type in particular, that is what swings this game. That is the difference maker. If you can get it, usually the camo's coming up while you've still got some ammo in the weapon itself, and you can just
I could see SSG taking the Slayer. If they can just get snipe. SSG has looked very sketchy, especially on Slayer. I feel like it's all going to come down to who's going to be able to get that sniping camo control.
One of them kind of putting up big numbers. Shopify seems unbeatable in that game.
Give Frosty the snipe.
Goes more than double positive.
Very doable for Rebellion, but I think the same could be said for, like, you know, Lucid or Cellar on SSG.
On the faces of SSG, I think they would have known coming into this series it's not going to be an easy one. It's going to be a long series. A lot of oxygen flowing into Stellar.
That's why you bring the nasal. That's why you bring the nasal strip, ready to go the distance. I feel like I need one right now.
It's very true.
I feel like I came unprepared, comparatively.
Maybe next to it. Maybe we can get a deal struck with. I don't know who makes those.
Nosestrips.com.
But for SSG, they would have known coming into this series, it's not likely going to be a 3-0 if they want to come out of it.
In scrims. Yeah, hopefully they're able to correct those things from scrims.
The quality of the opposition that sat across on the stage from them, and say B-Man looks very comfortable right now, very happy.
Yeah, look at that big smile on his face. Also, we didn't get to talk about it because that game was so non-stop. I didn't want to interrupt the action, but I got to talk to Frosty, the man on your screen, after the series that we casted earlier, and I said, man, it was so interesting hearing you say, in the listen-in live, let's stop team shooting. Let's stop firing together. You guys need to win your ones. He's like, when I came off the reason I said that, as we take a look at the top Slayers here between Royal 2 and Stellar, he said the reason I said that was because I kept seeing teammates spawn and look towards teammates instead of the direction they needed to be looking at. And guess what? That was a Game 5 Slayer call in the middle of the game. And it wins them the game because they focus on their own individual battles. And you could say that we saw that in game number 1 as well, right? That's an amazing ability to say, hey, I actually don't think we should help each other at all, and I expect you to win your 1v1s. That's the level that we're at in Halo Infinite, and that's the level that Shopify Rebellion is playing at.
We're going to have to see if Stellar can match the level that we
Yeah,
saw
that's a crazy call.
since he joined the Shopify Rebellion lineup. He has been reborn, it feels like, Royal 2, a new sense of endeavor in his gameplay and the way that he's approaching these games.
But I think what they said is exactly right. They're at that level that, like, you know,
He was the one who would match anyone
where they should just be, like, winning their ones.
big series, and when it came to big moments as well. And I think for SSG, they're going to look towards him as well.
Having that cohesiveness where, like, you're just as strong alone as you are together is crazy.
How dominant that rifle can be.
Big moment here for SSG, you think, with the whole week, in terms of this entire
Like, you're
weekend,
virtually
to be able to
unstoppable
tie
at
this
that point.
series 1-1, take a breath, and get ready for the depths of this series instead of finding themselves a 2-0 deficit heading into game number 3. You know, see Lucid on your screen, you know these players are going to be aware of just how much is on the line.
Yeah, Slayer has been a toss-up, for sure.
Almost ready to go here into game number 2. Shopify Rebellion with a 2-1 win. Unfortunately,
SSG is looking a lot better, though, than they did during the Invitational a couple weeks ago. I definitely think they're competent enough to pull this game. But it's all going to come down to that sniping camo control, dude. Holding tower is going to be so huge.
What speed is this game played at, right? I think both of these teams we've seen, they like at times to slow games down, and they're very, very good at it. They understand the dynamics that you need to hit when you're striking, the balance between the two. As we get ready to get into game number 2 here to see which one's going to come out on top.
Stella's going to be the POV that we watch off the rip here, and he's moving immediately towards that sniper rifle. So an opportunity for him to be the X factor.
He's not afraid to just burn that ammo, dude. He knows.
As he will clean it up. It's a great start here for SSG. They're up 3-1, but most importantly, I think not just the lead, they have that sniper rifle in the hands of the man they want it in.
What happened on Lucid's POV to get 3 kills within the first 15 seconds of the game? We'll have to go ahead and find out later, but 4-2 is the lead. Frosty does get the camo in the end, though, even though they trail by 3 here. So this is a big opportunity to keep the game close for Frosty early on.
2 dead for Shopify, though, which means that Frosty's just going to have to buy some time. And the more time that he has to buy, the more time disappears from him being effective with this camo. Stella also picked up another kill with that sniper rifle somewhere along the lines. And as Frosty jumps in to find one, Snakebite takes to the skies with that repulse and makes him back down.
Well handled by Snakebite there. Not easy when you have a camo player jumping up, and oh my goodness, wins the battle against Frosty. Long-time teammate. Really, he shouldn't have won in that scenario. That keeps SSG's lead here by 2.
You wonder what the pace is going to be at this game. Well, it seems like it's very deliberate. Very tactical almost, in the way that these teams are kind of surgically just tiptoeing forward or looking for angles. It's 2 dead for Shopify. But still the 2 kill advantage here, making 3 kills as Eco picks up a beatdown. And everybody just knows their role, just knows how dangerous it is. I think everyone's just very aware of how dangerous it is on either side to go 2 or 3 dead here.
Exactly. They know they do not want to be just giving away any free kills or any free leads early on in this game, and that's why we're tied here essentially right at the 12 kill mark. But I couldn't agree more. I think with these 2 teams, you're not going to see them play this game type crazy fast unless a game gets blown wide open. It's going to be a tactical Slayer. And
Oh my god.
It's a big 1v1 win against Lucid.
Oh, he just murdered Lucid in that individual fight. Royal 2 and Last Shot pick up another, and those moments are the ones that maybe send
They might be able to pull away with this. 5 kill difference now. If they keep getting slayed out, they're going to lose this camo too.
2 dead here. Needs to play this slowly with camo coming up. And has a little bit of help from Last Shot on scoreboard as he gets taken down, however. This should be a camo for SSG to try to bring this back. And there he is.
Oh, the camo's dead.
Frosty kills him. It's 3 dead. The space station, they get the camo, it's 4 dead.
Yeah, they might be able to run away with this now.
Care if you get that power up, he sees you anyway.
And despite SSG leading really all the way until the 12 kill mark, it's now
Yeah, force them back green. Oh, they're not in a good position here. Crazy nade. Double?
Spawning mud, double back, Preston, They're gonna spawn there, they're gonna spawn right in front of you. Yo, man, go back. Preston dummies, 2 on my green dummies. I see cuts. They're hitting me, I killed one.
Oh, crazy nade.
Bottom mid running away, why? To dummies, can you go? Stop chasing. Pillars out. I'll be, by the way. Push, top tower typing. I got melee, 1 shot top tower, absolute top tower. One got mud. I traded. 1 more top tower. We got elbow sniping, top tower. One shot.
Oh, no way.
Yo, top mid. Finesse. Top mid, dice. Yo, spawn. We're gonna just you, man. He dropped. Top mid. He went top mid already. And top tower sniping. Top mid in vent, going bottom mid weak. And top tower sniping. Yo, tires. 1 shot tires. Oh my god! Top tower sniping.
What the fuck is going on with Frosty, dude? What's going on with Frosty, man? He's shitting on everybody. Oh! Oh, huge repulse.
Camo 12.
Yo, Wyatt, I'm following you.
Camo 5, guys.
Oh my god. He's going into yo. Let's stay flat. Hey, pot as well. That means one shot, guys.
Good trade.
One on me, guys. One hit cuts going dummies. One guy was bottom mid. One's dummies, guys.
He'll be behind you.
First time game camera, first engagement.
Well, you can hear the emotion in the comms from Shopify Rebellion.
Oh my god!
There's been some big individual battles being won by members across the board from Shopify, and it leaves us at 42 to 35.
Gotta love the intensity and listening the entire time. Just to a lot of people who maybe haven't played or watched a lot of professional.
They just have such good control right now. I don't know if SSG is gonna be able to stop
Some
this.
of the most important call-outs. You heard specific players, like the players in Mud, like the players in Pillars. They're making sure they get these kills, and the team is really on the same page communication-wise.
Yeah, SSG were trapped to the back of tower here. A lot of damage has been done, but somehow
Oh, can't kill anybody though.
a couple of kills to their name without being traded out.
That could be costly.
And at 39 to 45, SSG are
Oh, crazy nade shot.
just maybe they could do something, but Royal 2 with just one extra kill
They're closing it, sort of.
in a win condition now.
Just play. They need to play off each other here.
For Shopify to go up by 2.
A big kill indeed. Let's see, no combat involved with the sniper there.
Oh, Frosty down dummy door, dude.
That to A-Bags.
Oh, he's dead.
37-41. This should be pretty comfortable. They're going to look to slow the game down just a bit and find these last few kills. Last
I think
shot with QT as well is going to mean a free push.
Shopify with his util could be good.
There by Larshaw goes back, takes a little moment to get the QT, and now he can be aggressive. Now he can push in, and Eco importantly hits the no-scope. Lucid will find one as well to keep this interesting, but Larshaw using that QT.
Oh, that might be GG's, dude. Yeah, that's GG's. GG's, wow. They almost brought it back. God, once they just got that gap, dude, they just ran with it.
50-42, your final score after a really strong start from SSG, but it felt like even when SSG was looking their best right around that 10 kill mark, Shopify Rebellion keeping the game close throughout all of it. Very good power up and control, and I'm so glad we got that extended listening as well. To hear the Shopify
Frosty,
side,
dude.
not just to
Oh
hear,
my
I think,
god!
how deep the communication was, but also just to hear, I think, as we talked about, you and I talked about a lot before this tournament, this is a vibey, energetic squad, right? In the comms, you just heard it. Even when they have something like an 8+ kill lead, they're not only stressing the correct callouts, but you could just tell there's this intensity and excitement about finding that last kill. Let's rotate, let's collapse again. There's a hunger for it in the comms, and it's amazing to listen to. They take game number 2, 50-42.
That's that man, Frosty again, 14 and 9, leading the lobby in assists as well. The only player to break double digits on assist, the least
Yeah,
in the game.
for sure. I think the way Bravo described it was like perfect. They have that hunger, dude, to just like keep them down.
Bradley Bergstrom and
They kind of strive for like that
numbers, they usually win games, and that's exactly
that Slay, that Slayer.
a slow one for Eco, 7-14 for him, but you mentioned the good start. I think there was one turning moment that, just a couple of moments in that game. The one that sticks out to me is the last shot play bottom middle.
Yep.
Eco comes round the corner, responds to the call out in the way that he should. Last shot's half shield.
Dude.
Somehow last shot not only trades in that situation, which Eco would be frustrated with, doesn't even trade.
Yeah.
Here's the repulse stick, he stays alive. And those kind of things, those swings, those kills are the ones that swings are made off the back of. And I think they're also the ones that hurt so much if you're on the receiving end of it. You go Rats on, you're like, I got a kill here, we're thinking about next. But before you know it, you're down numbers. Before you know it, he's still alive, he's fighting someone else. All of these things start to just snowball, and 50-42 is your final score, and we always say that's at this level between the best teams in the world pretty convincing.
Yeah,
All right, Trey, good luck with your drops, dude.
Oddball Streets will be the battleground for number 3.
I wish you luck, bruh.
I agree. I think Shopify one thing I just want to keep highlighting is they are winning their ones, right? And it's amazing how much they are relying on each other simply to win.
Yeah, Frosty definitely won his ones there, dude.
As you said, you trade
Yeah,
you get extra damage on a third player as well, and how the team responds to that. And that right now is one of the most difficult things about Shopify. And there's only two ways really that a team can handle that. They can try to send numbers a certain direction to outnumber that 1v1, or they can make sure they win their corresponding 1v1s, right? Both easier said than done, but I think both tonight and tomorrow, you're going to need to see the only way that Shopify is going to get taken down is that the Pivs are starting to be won by the opponents, or as we saw, for example, when Shopify lost their Origin Slayer, it was because C9 was sending multiple players to each angle at once and then isolating the corresponding player. So it's doable, but you have to find the right recipe to take down these Shopify players one by one.
Yeah, going back to the talk we had with Royal 2, is he was saying that now that with the game of the state it is, the meta the state it is, the bandit the way it is, like winning individual fights now is such a big component of Halo Infinite, and it sounds very simple to say, but previously you would be able to team shot someone very, very quickly, but now you get those isolated 1v1 moments a lot more, and he's winning all of them. Like every time you see Royal 2 on your screen, it's like he just wins the Piv, and you can say that about so many, all of Shopify Rebellion. Like it's very rare that you see them lose one, and it's almost freakish when you see them in those situations.
They're back.
I hate to use the word, but the aura about them when you're in that individual fight. If you're up against them and you know you miss a bullet, you know that's going to cost you your life.
Yeah, it does feel like it. When you're watching it from the opponent's POV, it feels like Shopify players are flying at you, and whether it's just simply that flying at you and winning a 1v1, or they have QT in hand, etc. It just feels like the pressure is too much, and that is exactly what it has been for SSG so far this series, as we get ready to head into game number 3 Oddball.
Well, Oddball has not been a great game type for SSG. We'll have to see if the work has been put in to make this one maybe the start of something special for them in this series. Stellar looks extremely focused. All of SSG look extremely focused. They want to try and find the answers. It's not like they're rolling over here. Everybody just took a moment to step off stage as well. Maybe just have a conversation about how we approach these next 3 games. And you've got to look at it as a 3-game series now.
Yeah.
It's, otherwise they are headed down to that elimination bracket, and we...
Elamite with the ring.
Some
That's
serious
dope.
opponents without a doubt. Take a look at the intensity here from Elamite.
I love that from him. Get him fired up.
I love the ring necklace, dude.
And this is something you and I talked about, is how is this team going to be intensity-wise, right? There are 4 collected and calm players, stoic, you could even say. And do they have a player really that is their fire and their intensity? And you could say Elamite is that voice on the side. The question is, can he get the team back in this? For SSG fans, this is a big opportunity, because let's not forget, we did see on Oddball Streets not the best performances from Shopify.
Yeah, Elamite seems like he's just
we saw them lose this game
able to keep, the composure.
and maybe
Be like a good mentor, sort of.
SSG to get back in this series and send us into the later games.
I need to see more from SSG, though. They haven't shown me enough in those first 2 games to convince me that this is going to be a different story. You're looking at the damage dealer here in Oddball, plus 93 damage per minute. That's not per game, that's per minute. Think about that.
It's a whole lot of
Extrapolate
damage.
that over a game of Oddball.
I'm extrapolating, and I'm terrified.
Well, here we go then. We'll start off with the man who just outputs damage. The human turret, last shot, who has quickly made himself a household name here in the Halo Championship Series. Now we've got to remember that him and Cycle still don't have a major championship to their name. And off the rip here, Space Station do win the opening battle. So it's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Snakebite's going to rotate that ball towards his teammates. And a little bit of positivity here off the break.
They do lose a player, though, all the way at tires, and there's also a red gun just beaming. So they're going to need to hope that they get the right spawns here. Let's see. They're going to have players on Commando as well as Driveway. And I think they're going to get the spawns they needed.
Oh, big kills. Big kills. That's not just the camo. That was the red gun down as well. Last shot on Cycle, though, putting pressure onto that Oddball. And that's synonymous.
Good nade.
Lucy picks up 1 with how Shopify approach certain moments. They're shoulder to shoulder. 2 guns are better than 1 when you're facing a lane.
Without a doubt, now 2 dead each side. Let's see how this push goes. Snakebite, once again, just laning. Might get sandwiched here in pinch. You expect the assist to come in, and it does. Still 2 dead for SSG.
Wait, they just totally missed each other. That's funny.
Struggling to just get some numbers on the map here, SSG. And the last 2 players you can see just trapped in tires. The Oddball has reset. It's a 3-second advantage here. for oddball hold time for SSG, but I mean, it might as well be 0-0 as it will essentially be tied up in the next few moments. Shopify Rebellion do get their hands on that oddball, but SSG are fighting here. They're being aggressive, and they look like they're just picking up the pace a bit here.
3 dead, World 2, last player alive, man, on your screen. Might even get one here, and that's what I'm talking about. How often do we say it about players, how important it is to get that, at least that trade as the last player alive, and that essentially keeps them off the ball once again. You could just tell by the total game time elapsed and the lack of time on the scoreboard. Once again, these teams are tactical teams. They want to get all the pieces right before they go for a hold, and already one of the lowest scoring balls we've seen in quite some time.
2v2 right now, the battle for the camo is going down. Frosty's going to win it, and not only that, somehow win a fight to get away with it. That's got to be frustrating for SSG. As Royal 2 puts damage alongside Frosty onto 2 members of SSG who are just trying to survive on the driveway. But the oddball, most importantly here, is in the hands of...
Finally getting some points.
Finally gets rotated away. Love that from Frosty as well.
Woo!
Big win. Unfortunately there, the sidekick at that range is a little bit tricky to finish. And finally, as you said, a little bit of points on the board here, but SSG with some good pressure, they get 2 dead from Shopify, make it a staggered 3 dead.
Seems like notably for me that SSG are just trying to pick the pace up a little bit here, and they're trying to recognize their advantages a little bit quicker on the map. You see, as soon as they get a kill, as soon as they get some damage, there's multiple players who are starting to progress up the map to try and engage a little bit more.
Snakebite there, they've run the ball at them there. I'm not sure if they knew this bomb was going to come or if they wanted to bring this fight. You would think that maybe they want to rotate it back, and yes, indeed, they will. I think maybe they were anticipating a little bit of a different set of spawns. In the end, though, they will maintain control for now.
Enemy has the ball. Lucid will clean up Royal 2 after the damage is done. Last shot, no shields. Enemy has the ball. Snakebite just recognizes he's got the window here to grab that oddball and rotate it away from that lane that is consistently being pressurized by Shopify Rebellion. Frosty with the red gun, though, is going to create an opening over on the arcade side of the map, and Cycle with the second is going to force a potential play ball. Yes, indeed, it's going to be Snakebite who sends that one down to bottom middle. But who's there to catch it? Bring it back? Name Cycle.
Important wins here from Snakebite.
Oh.
Picks up these 2 and might even stay alive here.
Sure, I might keep him alive as well.
Oh my god.
Not sure how Snakebite just survived as long as he did. That's some experience. That's some brilliant play from him and Stella.
That was such a good play.
Converts a couple of those shots that were from the bandit of Snakebite into kills here for SSG. 26 points on the board for them now, and all of a sudden, SSG look like they're finding something here, finding a little bit of that elusive rhythm that they talk about so much.
3 dead as well. This should be a free camo here. Royal 2 probably won't get that stick. In the end, they'll keep him weak. Lucid will do a very nice job to safely pop that. He makes sure he doesn't pop that early just in case he had gotten stuck. And now he's going to have all the info and all the damage. Oh, there's Tram Spawner that catches him out. So in the end, not as much as they would have wanted out of that camo, but still a decent amount of points on the board.
Also good to just at least keep the camo out.
Oh!
Of Shopify Rebellion. Last shot just destroys Stella in the individual. And if you're wondering what we're talking about with these 1v1 battles, that's Stella that Last Shot has just put on his back.
Saw him getting excited as well. If you were watching his player cam, he was proud of that one, and for good reason. As you say, it's not an easy 1v1 to win, but he has been doing it this series, to say the least. Here comes Royal 2 on the flank.
Shopify with the ball in their hands as well. And we essentially have a tie game, just 8 points the difference between the 2 squads.
Oh my god.
Throwing all sorts of sticky bombs. He's going to repulse Snakebite back as well, but Snakebite will hold ground, and it will be Cycle's last alive, and he'll grab that oddball as well, passed off by his teammate. Spawns come in over on the tram side for Eco. That means that Snakebite's going to bring this one back to the protection of his spawner and his teammates, and Lucid, he's going to be the one furthest forward on the map for SSG here, looking to pick up kills, and he found 1 already on Last Shot.
Great rotation work from Snakebite there, doesn't waste any time. Take a look, already 53 points on the board, but right now, because of how low scoring and tactical this game has been, we only have 115 on the game clock. Stellar with a very nice pair of kills as well with the red gun. Make it 3.
Oh my.
There's another player in front of him. He didn't see him, but now he does. It's not going to be
4 dead, dude.
enough. And Stella is starting maybe to wake up a little bit in this series. Maybe the 1v1 against Last Shot has just said, hey, I'm not going to let that happen again.
Stellar moving so fast, he's accidentally G-sliding past the overkill, which is a good sign for them. 66-33 with just 60 seconds left.
Camo off as well. Red gun here.
There we go. Good trade.
Lucid. That means Royal 2 is the only one alive, and Eco has the oddball in his hands, and Stella has a camo in his chest. SSG showing life here. 50 seconds left in this game. They can play the clock. They can force Shopify to come to them.
Absolutely. They're going to hold for right now. We'll have to see if they start to play. the clock. Certainly, depending on how the gameplay
The
goes,
fact
there
that
are a lot
he
of
lived with
scenarios
that
in which
camo,
he
dude.
starts to play the clock. Now 41
Oh.
seconds left.
Just got his shield back in time.
Just felt like he was gonna die about 3 or 4 times in that situation. Frosty slides.
He's still alive, dude.
No. Stella holds his ground, keeps that distance, and keeps the numbers in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. Really big, important fight about to go down at the back of Tramp.
It was 3 dead. Stays alive long enough for all of his teammates to spawn, which is part 1. However, Lucid is the first to fall, but that's a big 1v1 win. As they're now going to have an opportunity to collapse on B. 2v2 on the map.
And then Ichu Cycle's going to run this ball away. Cycle's out of there, B gets cut down. And it's Stellar again with another important kill.
Wow.
A vital kill here for SSG. 8 seconds for Royal 2. He's got that ball in his hands, but it's desperate times now for Shopify in this round.
Here they come. Shopify going to have split spawners. These 2 players need to hold off.
Oh, those nades.
Somehow the insta, the perfect insta. And 2 dead. 1 second left on the clock. A beautiful finish to the round. What a collapse.
Dude, Stellar didn't die for like a good 2 minutes straight, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Shopify, you have to match them in kills. You have to beat them in kills. Look at the stats on the side of SSG right now. Snakebite, 16 and 8 for him with 43 seconds of ball time. Stellar, 20 and 12. Both having incredible performances in that first round and just not allowing Shopify to get the numbers they're so dangerous with. It's been brilliant. This reset from SSG.
That's what I love about the matchups this season. Just when you think this series might be over, SSG comes out with a round 1 like that. Like you said, look at these stats. To see Snakebite 17 and 9, Stellar 20 and 12. An amazing first round. And really taking advantage of their prowess in this game. Type Psycho, last player alive on the knee.
Lucid's putting that red gun to work, dude. He's gonna get away with this, hopefully.
As Lucid will grab the camo here. Space Station off to a nice early lead once again. And they're back in this series in a big way. Can they do it again?
Wow.
Well, 2 grenades going to be exchanged. Frosty and Eco both stuck each other then. Cycle, no idea. Does get the beat down though, and that could be frustrating here for Lucid as he's taken down. 2v2 on the map for now, but losing out that Stalker and the camo in that situation when you feel like you got a guaranteed kill in front of you.
Who's the team I'm rooting for?
Isn't the most efficient way to
My 2 favorites right now have been Rebellion and SSG.
kind of chasing their tails a little bit here.
Rebellion's been like my favorite so far this season.
They get taken down. It's finally 3 dead. It was a bit of a delayed hold there. Snakebite's able to stay alive at PD for a very long time, though, so they're able to get an early third.
I love that optic roster, though. That optic roster is so good.
Well, I think he's going to get spawns on Cafe for them as well, but now have seen that and recognized that. Look how quickly Shopify are out there. They were waiting for that info. They get that info.
As much as I love that optic roster, though, it seems like they're still having like trouble delivering.
3v3 on the map. As SSG has a minor hold here and an opportunity to break. I think they're going to get this hold. Let's get to a listen.
What about you, Kress?
He's one shot. He's 1 shot on ball. Going front trash. Front trash. Kill this guy. He's going top trash. Top trash. Top trash. He's still trash. Still trash. He's on it. He's on it. Behind me, B, you guys. B. Okay, PJ has camo. I'm trying to look at you, PJ. I'm trying to look at you. B steps to driveway side. One B back. One B back. Yo, B steps.
Good win.
Frosty, guys. I'm trying to cover Tommy for ball. B steps, weak. Going tires. Tommy, get ready to bring it back, okay?
Yep, still B rail. Still B rail.
Go trash. Going trash. Trash. Stuck B. Frosty is drag gun. Drag gun stalker. One of B pillars.
It's 1 shot driveway. 1 shot driveway. Bottom driveway.
Optic Nemesis train. Nemesis just for Wooten. Optic because you love Legend style of play. Those are good choices. Nemesis, I think, is like my wild card.
I hear that.
Going B pillars. B steps.
I think, yeah, that org is quickly becoming like one of my favorites.
Hear that. Still there. In arcade. Arcade benches.
Like, I just love the amount of charisma and just aura that they're radiating. Doing great things for EU as well.
They're both here. I think they're both here. I'm coming.
This year just has a lot of great teams. There's a lot of great teams this season.
Laundry and P1, I think. Laundry and P1.
Laundry's weak. Yo, Laundry's tab. P1 kill me, guys. C-stairs. Okay, last shot.
He's a bullet on spikes. 2 on spikes.
Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Go. Yo, already trash. Already there.
Jump it up. He has a shot.
Good. Stellar's just playing his life so well. He's just not making it easy at all to get the death.
P1. Spikes on you, Tommy. Spikes on you. One spikes.
Backed out.
Yeah, 120.
Yo, arcade and top.
I'm one shot, guys. I'm one shot, Braden.
I'm on benches, guys. So you go to Pyro. Yeah, I'll be weak. There's two there. One shot,
Too weak. Pushing. I'm here. There's 2 1-shots top IV. 2 1-shots top IV.
Camo now. I'll trade to be close. Last guy. Flip up. I'm trying to find camo guy. Yo, he's on camo now. One on camo at least. Cycle. And then ball guy.
Yeah, I spawn B.
Yeah, you should get to Mando, Tommy. Get to Mando.
We are out of the listening as the game is tied up and Shopify now go into a lead. And it's so fascinating to compare the two styles of communication for both teams.
Yeah, it really is there. You heard from SSG, and I think it's what a lot of people are expecting. It's so calm, and I think there's huge pros and cons to that. I think you have to wonder, are they stressing the call-outs they need to, right? Are things too calm? We'll have to see throughout the rest of the event, but in the end, throughout the entirety of the listening, they do forfeit the lead. Now they trail by 10.
2 dead hit for SSG. Oddball is down. Last shot with a nice double kill. Royal 2 finally has to get his hands dirty and grab that oddball himself. 3 dead for SSG. Eco last alive, and you can see where he is positioned on the observer mode as well. He is a long way away, and Cycle has already chopped him down. So the hunt begins for Shopify Rebellion to find these respawners as Royal 2 just stands.
Royal 2's just chilling, bro.
His teammates go to work, and go to work they are.
Can't throw it out of here.
SSG's trying to make this push happen, Snake, by trying to stay alive on C stairs. Gonna try to fly through, but cannot. Get stuck by Royal 2. Big damage. Last shot. Just pop with a red gun from bottom mid. Continuing to patrol around Tram. He's got help as well.
So confident in his shot. It's going to be 3 dead though for Shopify Rebellion. 4 dead momentarily for Shopify Rebellion as the break will come in. Royal 2 got a little bit of a fortunate
I'm going to say, how is he
on the red room at the arcade side, immediately keeping pressure on.
4 players fall, and all of a sudden Royal 2's just at the back door, just popping shots. Imagine that's nightmare fuel. Don't want to wake up to that. However, though, SSG does hold the base 4 now, and the game is still within 20.
Big kill from Snakebite though.
They still have so much time to work with here.
SSG, I believe, as well. Last shot finds one. But the damage has been done, and the ball is still in the hands of.
They might opt to just close it out.
It's creeping.
This camo is going to be so crucial here.
Shopify Rebellion, it feels like for the first time in this series, are feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to have to make this happen here. All 8 players up on the map. Watch the damage. Watch this first pick.
Look at the flank.
Oh.
They break through. I'm not sure if it was a breakdown in communication or something there from SSG, but that felt too easy.
I think somebody pizza jumped. And it was a good play indeed, and they get behind him on commando. And Stellar gets
huge win
as well. 99-100. Shopify will tie the game with a very, very impressive round, and we are going to a game-deciding and potentially series-deciding round number 3.
I need to watch the end of that game back because it felt like Space Station had numbers and they had some semblance of at least a transitional setup in Tram. And like you say, a pizza jump happens, someone maybe takes damage, has to back down, but then just walk through so comfortably to get that break. And I think that Space Station might be a little bit frustrated with the way that that round actually ended for them.
SSG definitely needs to find ice up. Focus on exactly how they played that first round so well. And by the way, 4 dead. It's 2 players alive here. Should be a grab of the ball and probably a rotate back A based on the spawns we're seeing. And they will have early time on the board. It was a great opening as we take a look at the numbers. Stellar is still 33-24 here, leading the game by far, and they're going to look to close it out, of course, in this round. Not just
last shot's about to hit a 30 bomb too.
Well, Frosty's going to get this camo. Everyone else from his team had pushed past the camo to create some space for him. Now he's going to find multiple members. Lucid, he's got a Stalker rifle. He's going to back up smartly, knowing that this takes time off that camo once more. And look at SSG. They're trying to hunt at the moment. They're trying to play some corners. They're trying to be obnoxious. They're trying to hunt down this camo. Eco finds one.
Oh my.
Frosty somehow or other manages to get the beat down, even with the repulse coming in there from Lucid. And SSG find themselves 2 dead. And Frosty's still alive with his camo.
Oh, it's about to be 4 dead.
Yeah, this is devastating here. Still alive and still going to help top A. 3 dead. Lucid is your last player alive. He's all the way at driveway. Separate, by the way, from Stellar, who's top C stairs. So this is going to be a
Frosty is such a dangerous player.
Happen on B solo.
Frosty with the 1v1 win again. Takes the 1v1.
Him and Stellar, man. They're just like, they're milking their lives for all they're worth.
Somehow gets a stick. It's 3 dead for SSG. But they do, most importantly, even though the kills aren't going their way, still have a slender lead.
Amazing shots from last shot. Not easy to fly up the L and challenge someone in Cafe who has also the option to back down. Of course, with the cover of the Cafe pillars. In the end, he'll win that battle. And still an early lead for Space Station, but it has dwindled now to just 10 points.
It's a really scrappy start to this 3rd round. On both sides, 2 dead here for SSG. Camo was picked up, but it's not going to be taken down the flank.
huge nades, dude. And he, oh my god, he's got another camo.
Just gonna take his time here now, even though they still trail by a
This
few.
dude's gotten like 2 camos in a row now.
And just gonna get info. You're gonna see pings from Frosty here, and he's waiting for help. Help is on the way, and here they go.
Eco finds the first pick though. Lucid finds another, and now they're gonna give the position away from Frosty. So SSG do a good
Oh,
job
they need to kill him right now.
And even if they do,
And they won't.
turn their attention to him, they now learn that Frosty
There we go. He needed to die so bad there.
Shopify just look like they've stolen that ball away, preventing those kills turning into time here for SSG.
You can tell Shopify not worried about the score right now. They've been slaying out for the past.
Stellar has the potential to drop 40 kills, dude.
But as you say, it might cost them here. Now they have to push up. They do get the first pick, however. Here comes the push and the break.
So it's a really smart play from SSG there, actually. They saw they had numbers, and they were like, you know, we don't need to kill these players. We just move the odd ball away. We run away. We've done a little bit of damage. He's not going to challenge 2 of us. Instead, he's going to challenge 1 and get a trade.
Crazy trade.
Either side. It's actually 3 dead, excuse me, for Space Station. And finally, Shopify will break enough to get the odd ball back in their hands.
Snanked by Nui had to wait. He does get eco-spawning music, though.
Oh, team nade.
Thank goodness the pre-nade does not hit him in PD, and now they can make this push happen from B-side, but they're a little bit split here. They need to be careful. They still have players over at Tram, and last shot's going to actually fly into Tram to be an absolute destroyer of dreams. 4 dead for Space Station. Look at the aggression from last shot, identifying the split spawns, identifying the players are all the way at caution, which means he had a free push into C. That's going to buy them even more time. It's a big lead change. Shopify now leading by more than 10.
Look how much map is controlled by Shopify as well. They are so far up on the map on the spawns. It's going to be 2 dead. Camo's up as well. That's just been dealt with. It's down bottom middle. Last shot's going to get away with it. And with 54 points on the board and the odd ball in their hands, he actually leaves it from Frosty, or maybe just didn't quite realize it was there. Frosty recognizes staying alive with the camo here, the most important thing to do.
How about also from the heavens, the Shroud just comes out of nowhere to shroud the camo grab. They've got every single piece of the puzzle just clicking, 60 to 33.
Frosty trying to wait to that camo to come back every time he challenges. So smart from him. Royal 2 with another
my
stick. I want to see
God.
how many sticky kills he's got in this game. And that's 3 dead for SSG. It's 67 points on the board. SSG need to find some steal here, otherwise this series is done.
And wild to see.
Yeah, they're just stuck in C, man.
In kills, however, trailing now and
They're just stuck in C.
moments away from losing.
They're just keeping so much control.
Mini reverse sweep here in oddball. 79 points on the board, only 20 to go for Shopify.
Frosty's behind enemy lines once more. Just walked into Tram, but he's last alive. He gets taken down, and Stella's got that oddball in his hands. SSG do show us some life. SSG do show us that they can match them in these kill fights, and now Shopify Rebellion have got to break themselves.
Last shot with the red room spawn is going to help these commando battles, and they've got to isolate, first of all, this battle cycle. Picks up the first one, and now, even though we see more ball time here, it's 3v3 on the map.
This is a very precarious rotation here. They need one more kill here.
With 104 seconds of ball time as
Woo!
well, and he gets the ball into Tram. Stella is trying to drag Space Station Gaming into a game 4 here. Snakebite gets taken down by Royal 2, and now you can see Frosty flying forward.
Let's see how this plays out. 2 dead. This should be an easy collapse.
40 kill, 40 bomb from Stellar, dude.
Oh my God, those shots from Royal 2, crispy as you like. And Cycle will bring that ball back in towards the safe embrace of Royal 2. He flies forward to find another one. A trade here, and you get the feeling it might be done here. No
Oh,
stick this time
man.
around, as Lucian will get the kill, but he's lost alive.
3 dead.
Alive, and now he's traded out. Eco's the last player alive. 91
Oh, that might be game, dude.
the driveway push. 5 to go.
Gonna have to be a miracle push here from Space Station, but last shot will get the first kill.
GG's.
And it won't happen. It will be Shopify Rebellion who sweep SSG aside. Space Station will be down in that elimination bracket, and Shopify Rebellion will continue their run in the winners.
And what felt like life from the side of Space Station Gaming in the end is shut down by Shopify, who had different plans and a different idea for the series. They will go ahead and win the next 2 big games back-to-back rounds, of fall to take game number 3. We'll take a look at the stats in just a second. Handshakes are exchanged on the Space Station side of the stage, and Shopify will return to their side with a perfect series, really. It's a 3-0 win, even though we saw some interesting moments in these games, and as we said, SSG starting to perform. It was all Shopify all the way through. Your final score, 238 to 207, elapsed.
Last shot almost dropped to 42.
I mean, you look at the scores, but the feel of the games, it always felt like Shopify Rebellion were in control. Whether it was game number 1, Fortress, whether it was game number 2 where we saw the 50-42 pretty convincing live fire Slayer finish, or if it was that oddball, just the one round elapsed and slipped away from them. But the way they dominated that final round there, those final, I would say the final 3 or 4 minutes of the round as well, it just felt like Shopify Rebellion really weren't going to let Space Station off the lead. And I tell you what, man, they look dangerous, they look scary, and they look like they're here to win a championship.
Take a look at some highlights from that game as well. A fantastic game number 3 that went all the way down to the wire, and undoubtedly the closest game in the series. You gotta say, 9-0 map count, Shopify Rebellion versus SSG in 2025. This is now their third 3-0 after the Kason Invitational, back-to-back 3-0s. And certainly, in terms of this matchup, they've got every piece of the puzzle. One thing I noticed in this game, it felt like, especially as we were in the SSG listen, as they started to let that second round go, it felt like there was just a little bit of a timing gap. Here's Stellar just flying past the over, but it felt like Stellar would fly into Tram. We saw it happen. He would get 2 players weak, and Lucid would be, for example, just 1 second behind. And not necessarily Lucid's fault, it's just an overall timing picture on the team. What I mean is, each moment it felt like they had the items and the ingredients that they needed, but maybe just not the exact timing that they needed. And it feels like that sums up the series.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just something is going to click, you feel, with SSG at some point, and they will be very, very dangerous, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's later today, whether it's a couple of events down the line. You can see everything is there for success. You can see what they can do, but there's still these moments where it just starts to unravel in front of you and something isn't quite connecting. But for Shopify Rebellion, we really should be giving them the plaudits. You see how gassed they were, how hyped up they were in the just the listening.
Wait, did Space Station say something?
They want this more than anyone. You can
Hi, bro, we get it.
I'm so glad we got to have those listenings with the team, because like we said, these guys are hype in game. And it's such a contrast between what you heard on the SSG side, even when SSG was winning the oddball game. It's
Rebellion versus FaZe Clan tomorrow, dude.
But it's clear that in this series, it was Shopify that did the work.
Yo, imagine we see FaZe Clan in grand finals.
Win, I should say, in our winners semi-final. They will move on to our winners final, and I believe the Blaze is on the stage right now with Royal 2, and I'm sure it's Royal 2 because I've not only been told in my ear, I can see him.
Back-to-back interviews with Royal 2. Show some love to Shopify Rebellion, everybody. They move on to the winners finals. Royal 2, I know you're extremely happy to be going back to that winners finals, but to do that, you had to take down the Space Station Gaming team. You had to go up against old teammates. What was the game plan against them, and how you feel coming out with this win?
You know, we had a good runners round 1 versus Optic, and I think
FaZe hasn't dropped a map. That being said, I think they are losing. Yeah, we'll see. They've had a pretty, I think it was mentioned earlier, they had a pretty smooth ride throughout the bracket, so tomorrow's definitely going to be a testament for them. See how they do.
Closing them out, and you guys look confident. It's showing in the placings. It's showing as you guys are moving forward in this tournament. But your next task is going to be FaZe Clan, all right? Now, were you expecting to see FaZe Clan on that side in the winners finals? And if so, what's going to be the game plan tomorrow to go up against those boys?
I mean, I didn't expect Optic winners round 1, so I didn't really know what the other side of the bracket looked like, but I know we're going to go to war versus FaZe, especially that's like my ex-org/team, so yeah, it should be a good one, though.
It definitely is going to be a good one. Shopify versus FaZe. Make sure you guys put that in your calendars for tomorrow for our winners finals. Now, lastly, you know, you guys about to go back, get ready. Any shout-outs you want to give to the fans that's in this venue or the fans that's at home watching?
I just want to shout out to all the SR fans in the crowd. I know there's a lot of Optic fans, but I just appreciate everyone. Also, everyone online, Moist Critical. I know the chat, all the watch parties. And also give a shout out to my mom. It's her birthday, so shout out to
Happy
Lena,
birthday, Mama Royal.
Shout out to Lena, Mama Royal 2. Show us some love, everybody in the chat.
Was that the last series of the night? I think for winners, yeah. I don't know about losers.
Well, Mum Lena must be named the queen, right? Royal 1, Royal 2, the queen has to be the mum. Happy birthday, Lena. And what a birthday present that is.
I think we're going to see
3-0 on the main stage
Nemesis against whoever next.
Shopify Rebellion just looking so strong. I think that's the biggest word for them right now. I think something that
Nemesis versus Optic, maybe. Or I don't know. Yeah, I think we're going to see Nemesis versus Optic tomorrow or tonight.
A whole bunch. Like, let me just be real. Their comms are fast, hype. if anything, those comms are giving them every now and then a little indication of what's going on and where someone is one shot. But for the most part, it's vibes, it's energy, it's motivation. And to be honest, it has to be the fact that they are mind reading
Yeah.
one another. They already know where
We
they
get
are,
an
where they're gonna
Optic and
be, where
Nemesis
they're going.
rematch,
There
dude.
is a fluidity of this roster that is so unmatched at the moment in the HCS, which honestly, Goofy, is why they can't be touched.
Yeah, you said the key word, Lottie, the energy. I love those type of comms. I've always been known to have, you know, those hype comms as well back when I competed, and is going into those listen-ins with Shopify Rebellion, that environment that they create for themselves, the confident, the energy, it just breathes life into this team, and you're just seeing them win these pivs. We saw like Lucid and Stellar get like embarrassed in some fights, and you don't see that, right? You don't see that from players like Lucid, players like Stellar.
How's the tourney going? Anything crazy happen?
They're just getting hyped up, they're hyping
So,
up, and
I don't know when you were last here. The Shopify versus Optic series was fucking insane. Shopify also just kind of rolled Space Station a little bit. They put up a really good fight, but they could not execute everythking. Like, they were just coming short on like everything, unfortunately. Eco had a really rough series, unfortunately. Had good damage though.
Hey, don't push elbow, double back here. They're gonna spawn on dummies. So like it's not just like them like being chaotic. There's an organized chaos. There's a method to the madness.
Well said.
There certainly is method indeed, and I gotta say that final oddball.
Yeah, that Optic versus Shopify series is crazy.
With Slays. They were really applying pressure, a lot of aggression. You could even hear Brav and Onset kind of mention they are trying to match that pace. They're trying to apply the pressure like Shopify would in those situations. But Shopify managing to always steal that away.
I think this next series, though, is probably going to be the last one for the night.
What is it about Rebellion's gameplay for you, Goofy?
I might try and do some multiplayer for a little bit.
Their own in certain situations, always managing to close out close ones.
If I had to pick one thing to really focus on in this series that Shopify did much better than Space Station, it would be the power-up and power weapon control, right? I think every single camo, it seemed like in that Game 3 Frosty had, he had all the Shroud screens. In Game 2, they had all the QT control, they had the sniper controls in Game 1 and Game 2. That's really what makes the difference in this high-level Halo competition is you have to control the power-ups, you have to control the power weapons, especially when you're playing against people like Royal 2 and Frosty that are just hitting these World Star 180 no-scopes, and they thrive off of those type of plays, right? So I think that's the biggest difference making in this series was the power weapon and power-up control.
100%. I will say you could say something for every single player on Shopify of what they did incredibly well. I will say Frosty, just based on that kind of camo control conversation we're on, his use of that, the way that he plays that camo, I mean, he had it 3 times in a row. It was just stunning. He's over A side, he's on tower, he's just bobbing and weaving, ducking down before even anybody gets a reticle on him, just controlling that entire PD side with that camo and being able to play his life so well, allow that camo to come back up so that he's just disguised once again and consistently moving and rotating around tower. Stunning. Just stunning gameplay from Frosty, and it has been all weekend long. He is just on a different level at the moment. Just absolutely amazing. I just wanted to give the flowers where it was due because it was just stunning. Picture perfect Halo for sure. On the side of Space Station Gaming, I think there is progress there. I think it was closer than it has been ever before against Shopify Rebellion. I thought for a split second they might be taking that oddball map. Tony, what did you make of their gameplay and maybe some of the things that they can pick up on as they progress through the elimination bracket?
It's really unfortunate when you look at the side of SSG.
Yeah, I see Nemesis back there. They're getting set up against Optic.
You saw Stellar and Snakebite.
I think that's our last series for the night.
At the same time, doing it all. Then on the other side of things, Eco and Lucid, decent amount of kills, decent amount of assists. And then we talked about the comms of Shopify Rebellion. Let's talk about those comms from Space Station Gaming. I feel like one of their weaknesses in the past was when they're 2 down or 3 down, allowing a final player to get behind them and create this chaos and really throw them off balance. Their comms were very specific. Where is this player? This player's over here. I think Frosty's hiding Nest. Don't worry, I already got him. I love that. I feel like I've heard improvement with that. So it's unfortunate. I think SSG played well in that oddball, but Shopify Rebellion simply played better.
They certainly did indeed. Great matchup. great results there for Shopify Rebellion go on to the winners side of things. And just they're sitting pretty right now. They're just waiting to see who else that they can just clobber on that main stage. We'll have to find out who it will be. Coming up next though, folks, I'm so excited about this one. It's take two. It's going to be Optic versus Nemesis on the main stage. This time the lights will remain on. I'm telling you right now, a big rematch, elimination round. Who's going to go hard? Who's going to go home? We'll find out right after the break.
All right. It's been 3 O's like all day today. My God. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go snag some pizza. I'll be right back. Pizza acquired. Shout out to Mothership. I'm still here. Just gotta be nomming on this.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Good evening, Arlington, Texas, and welcome back to the HCS Major, hosted by Optic Gaming. We're on our last match of the day, can you believe it? It's been a very, very long day for all sorts of different reasons, but mainly because we've had some very exciting series on our hands that have actually often gone the distance. But one series that unfortunately got cut short yesterday was Optic versus Nemesis, and this one was potentially a history maker for our European roster, being Nemesis, and Optic Gaming having to fight back on the main stage, going 2-0 down, and unfortunately cut short yesterday. We did have some tech issues. We actually had a breaker that blew up outside, but our incredible team here at the HCS and Esports Stadium Arlington got to work and managed to get things back up and running. It's pretty incredible what people can do overnight with no sleep and then having to come to work the next day and operate all of this. Just absolutely amazing stuff. So we couldn't thank you guys more, but we also get a second chance at having this happen on the main stage once again. So a big rematch on the cards. I think before we get into it, let's take a look at the brackets though, because it has been updating. Things have been happening off screen, on the main stage, and I'm excited to see exactly where our teams have landed. Some have fallen short, of course, into the lower bracket, and a couple have been progressing forward pretty nicely. Well, before we talk about the brackets, we're going to talk about Nemesis, because they're on our screen, so we're going to roll with it, folks. It's all right. Nemesis, on one hand, a team that honestly have had a lot of promise, I think. Coming outside of Europe, we knew how good they were. In their region, they had been fried.
All right, pizza has been absolutely devoured.
The question is,
I'm ready to see some ass kickings.
North American teams, well, they took down Optic once before. Goofy, do you think they can do it again?
Ooh, I don't know, Lottie. Optic is fired up, and they're playing some really good Halo right now. But if you're Nemesis, first of all, you've already made history. Wutum, first ever mouse and keyboard player to get top 6. That's an amazing feat. But right now, you're still in this tournament. You're still gunning for a spot in the top 4. And you got Optic Gaming. You got the green wall in front of you. And to your point, Lottie, they've done it once today. They actually knocked out Optic today because, to your point, they weren't able to finish the series yesterday. So they've done it once. Can they do it again is the question. If I'm a betting man, I personally am going to bet on Optic this series. I think Optic really has a lot to prove coming in this event. People will call them 1A, 1B to Shopify Rebellion. Nemesis did already knock them down once. I don't think they're going to be able to do it again.
Tony, I know that you probably know the stats in terms of the matchup that we had before. Who was key to getting Optic knocked down early on?
You know, it's funny. I'm glad you mentioned Wutum. I want to make sure I give him his shine. He's one of my favorite players to watch. But in this specific matchup, it's actually Glory's. And I think there's a reason for that. And the last time they matched up, easily most lays, most damage, and did his thing. But I think because of Optic's playstyle, with them always flying at you consistently, I think you kind of need a little bit of a free-for-all background like Glory's has. He's used to putting down damage on one player, then switching to another, and being in constant gunfights. And I feel like with that free-for-all background, that's kind of how you have to play against Optic. They come at you like you're playing in FFA. They come at you from all angles. So that's my player to watch out for. It was the same player that popped off the last time they matched up, and I think they're going to need him to do it again.
Let's take a look at their journey, because it has been a great one so far. Yes, hasn't quite gone to plan halfway through things here today, but they did manage to take down Cloud9 to begin things off this morning. 3-1, that is a really, really good scoreline going up against a team like Cloud9 with the names on that roster as well. They then met FaZe Clan. A little bit of a problem here. 3-0 against FaZe. We saw how dominant they were. They were just so good, and FaZe seemed to be gelling so well. Tony, I can see you kind of deliberating in your mind now. Like, yeah, they were really good, but I still think Nemesis can maybe do this. What are your thoughts when you see this side of things?
I know people are going to think I'm faded for saying this, but I feel like Team Nemesis match up better against Optic Gaming than they do FaZe Clan. I talked about this before, and I meant no disrespect to Nemesis whatsoever. I didn't like them in the matchup against FaZe Clan. I think just stylistically, FaZe just really want to see a team like Nemesis where Optic Gaming, they're going to try to bully you. And a team like Team Nemesis, they're not going to get bullied. They're going to put down that damage. They're going to capitalize on that damage. And it's not just chaotic on the map. They're very structured as well. SLG runs a tight ship, let me tell you. So I actually, in a weird way, I like them matched up against Optic Gaming more than I like them against FaZe. And that's not to say that FaZe are better than Optic. I just think it's a matchup issue.
100%. I think styles are very important, and they definitely come to play when it comes to matchups here. So I am in full agreement with you, Tony. I don't think it's faded at all. But of course, they did fall short, 3-0 to FaZe Clan, which bumps them down to the elimination bracket, where they will finally meet Optic Gaming once again. Now, Optic Gaming, they have had a very bumpy ride so far, quite reminiscent actually of previously being in Arlington and kind of what happened with Quadrant as well. Things have happened at their home turf, let's just put it that way, in front of their home crowd. But this is where they can create such an amazing storyline, right? They can go back and get some revenge. Goofy, how are you feeling about Optic right now and the path to hopefully success here?
Yeah, I'm feeling good about Optic Gaming coming into this series. I am predicting them to take the win against Nemesis. Two players, I'm going to call out two specific players on this team that I'm expecting to step up for the rest of today, and if they make it to tomorrow, going into tomorrow, and that's Bound and Legend. We've seen in this tournament so far, Formal, specifically Renegade as well, really kind of establishing himself as that player on this team. Formal is always going to be that
If
consistent
Optic
player.
somehow gets knocked out tonight, I would be very surprised. But honestly, I'd also be perfectly happy with Nemesis taking this as well.
Some games are doing really well. I want them to really lock it in and show some consistency in this series and moving forward in this tournament, because they are two of the best players in the
It's just
world.
gonna feel weird not seeing either of these players, dude.
From last year, Legend and Bound, we know how
It's gonna be weird seeing neither of these teams. Like, at least one of these teams is going home. Not seeing Optic on Championship Sunday is gonna feel really odd if they get knocked out.
You need to see that click, that flow. And like Trippy actually said in his interview on the main stage after they beat Nemesis 3-0, he just said we were in a flow state. That's what you need to hope for. Can you imagine, Tony, what it would look like if Optic found a flow state? I mean, if you look at that Optic roster, imagine each and every one of them in a flow state. That's terrifying.
It really is, and yeah, I mean, I loved Goofy's point earlier about Bound and Legend, because a lot of people I talked a lot about activating Renegade and Renegade being that main slayer, but lots of times you'll notice he'll have the most kills, but not the most damage on that squad. It's Bound and Legend who are flying in, putting in that max damage, and when they're at their best, it seems like Renegade is kind of picking up the pieces, and I feel like that's kind of Optic's kind of formula to being at their best. And specifically Bound, the last time they went up against Team Nemesis, it was overshadowed a little bit, but he had 83 kills in that series. The next highest was easily in the 70s. I'm talking about 74 kills. He was so far above as far as the kills and the damage as well. We're talking about 4,000 damage above anybody else. But it wasn't talked about because ultimately Team Nemesis won the series. So I love that pickup on Bound and Legend, because they really are damage machines.
Yeah, I think sometimes it kind of is funny to see how heavy stats can be in a player's favor and nothing comes of it in terms of the results. And it's just like you got all the tools and you just don't know, what to do with them. It's just not really paying off. I think that comes down to a team's stability, how much you can get done efficiently as a team. You can have all the top slayers in the world, and if you can't quite get the job done objectively, you're never going to win the series. I think that
Just saw some great news on Twitter. Dude, shout out to Sky, man.
how good can you be efficient?
Damn it, Sky.
Can we see somebody step up and be okay with grabbing being okay
Former
doing what needs to be
dev for Halo Infinite, currently working on Doom Dark Ages. Congrats on the proposal and the engagement.
there is one person on that roster who's just going to be
A lot of engagements, dude, over the last couple months.
and that's Formal. Formal is the anchor of this team in so many different ways, not just role-wise, but truly as kind of a leader on this. I mean, you kind of seen the dynamic on the podcast. He really is looked up to on this team with some of these players, and he's been unbelievable since this Optic roster has formed. I'm really pleased with how much Formal stayed true to himself with this roster coming together. What are you making of his gameplay in particular, Goof?
Yeah, I'm a big Formal fan, right? Lottie, he is the veteran on this team. You said it perfectly. When you hear him, the comms in-game for Optic Gaming, Formal really is that kind of baseline, that IGL for this team. And I expect him to do what he has been doing this event, right? I expect him to be that solid, kind of steady player for the team. I mean, he's always going to hit his shots. God forbid he picks up a sniper and starts popping off like we know what Formal can do, right? So I couldn't agree more, Lottie. I think Formal is that kind of stable veteran presence on this team, and the players do look up to him. But now is the time. There's no more room for error. It's win or go home. It's time to lock it in. The green wall really needs to come out strong.
What's crazy to me is throughout, like, I remember watching a stream back in Halo Reach, and I feel like from Halo to Call of Duty to every game that he's played and picked up, it's very simple. Centered shot, hit your shots. It's nothing crazy fancy, but he positions himself well. He puts down damage. He barely ever misses, and that just translates year after year, no matter what game he picks up. Like, honestly, he's one of the best to do it, and we always got to give Formal his flowers.
Yeah, we certainly do indeed. We also do have statistics from when these two last played each other, because of course it was a very different story. We're gassing up Optic right now and what they can do, but they didn't manage to get it done the last time around. Obviously, it was two different iterations of this game, so it wasn't a fluid series that we saw. We're getting a second chance at this right now. Nemesis did take this series 3-1 in pools, and this caused a lot of chaos in the brackets here. But like you mentioned there, Tony, Baum with the highest KD as well on Optic, and looking great doing so, but unfortunately falling flat with the rest of his team here. Just didn't work for them. And then on Nemesis, we had a few people step up to the plate here, not just in damage, but really getting objective work done. What did you notice in this series in particular, Tony, that Nemesis just had Optic's number with? What was it about Nemesis that Optic couldn't get their head around?
I mean, the combination of Wutum and Glory when it comes to that damage. Damage, KD, they were ready. And they will be ready this time around too. Watch out, Optic.
Yeah, they certainly will indeed. And Goofy, how are you feeling overall about this rematch right now, just as we're getting things ready to set on the stage?
I'm excited, Lottie. I cannot wait. We're watching Halo Infinite at the highest level. Year 4, right? A little bit of unprecedented territory for Halo fans. We're going into year 4 of a game, and we're seeing the best quality Halo. By no means is this going to be an easy series for Optic. Nemesis might have their number. We're going to have to see if they can do it again.
Well, we are about to find out, folks. The last match of the night. I'm hoping this revenge match is going to be everything that you hope for, whether you're in Europe, whether you're in the arena shouting for Optic Gaming. We'll have to find out who comes out on top. It's Optic versus Nemesis.
Oh, shit! Oh my god, this series I feel like is gonna be really good. I hope it gets the distance, dude. Seeing either of these teams get eliminated tonight just sucks.
Arlington, Texas, it's Saturday night, and we have one match to decide who's going to play on
Nightbrunn's pose just cracks me up.
Optic Gaming versus Nemesis, a rematch of what happened so early on this morning. These players have been grinding through the elimination bracket. Nemesis joining a little bit later, but it's been a long day for these guys, and in order to get to Championship Sunday, they got to go through each other. This match for top 4, I'm Clutch, joined by Dave Walsh. And Walsh, tell me about the mindset of Optic Gaming, getting an opportunity to right some of the wrongs that's gone on this weekend that happened so much earlier today.
I mean, this match is inevitable. It's quite literally lights out last night, and it was to start the match today, and it's going to end the series tonight. One of them, like you said, thinking, what went wrong? How do we do this incorrect? And the other one, going on to Championship Sunday. You know Optic Gaming, are looking for their revenge here. Same time, Nemesis, they had their number on 2 different days. Can they get the 3rd time? Make the 3-peat. Let's see what Nemesis got.
Both these two teams come fired up. Let's hope the fans get fired up. We're kicking off game 1 hot. It's going to be Forbidden CTF, 2 snipes and an OS top middle, and you know that every single one of these players want to get an opportunity to change the outcome of this game with the S7, but we're going to start with the man of the day so far for Optic Gaming. Renegade has been on a tear in this elimination bracket. He's making his way to snipe.
Oh, is he gonna get? Oh, almost got an early death.
Gets dropped to no shield. Gonna passively play this situation. He loses 2 teammates. He pushes past the snipe, and now Nemesis might not know he's here, but they will have an overshield to deal with.
They have to know a trap is something's going on. They saw the snipe wasn't picked up. Look at this, checking every single corner, saying we don't know where Renegade's at. Let's make sure we find him before we overextend. But looks like flag is going out. Renegade got a melee and a sniper drone, so my guess is that Renegade snuck on through and got Nemesis a sniper.
Renegade had so much responsibility to find a pick before this flag gets too far. He does just that off screen, and now he's got his snipe back in hand. That flag gets denied at its door. Right now, Optic Gaming being able to reset the map, and Renegade right where he wanted to be all along with the snipe in hand on his side of the map with every member of Nemesis in front of him.
Yeah, he knows that these players are going to be trying to take over towards this attic. Looking like he's trying to help secure the opposite snipe tower. That's going to be the #1 top spot that Optic and both these teams are going to be trying to control in order to get a flag push across the map. Nemesis doing a great job defending their snipe hut. But Renegade trying to take a sneaky angle. Let's see what he can do here.
He spots one in the snipe, gets caught off guard, can't quite hit the no-scope, the flicks, they're missing, and because of that, Renegade now under pressure from several members of Nemesis, left, right, and center. Can he get a kill? No, he's not able to trade, and he's going to hand that snipe over to SLG. SLG does get traded, but it will be Nemesis trading back. It's a 2-on-2 situation now with Bound and Legend, the players that Goofy called out in order to step up. What can Legend give this Optic Green Wall squad?
Yeah, felt like Renegade's conscience got the best of him. Like, you know, I should give the sniper back. I feel bad. I stole this from your base earlier. Let me drop it on back over at your hut. But now in the hands of Legend, he's just now going to create an opportunity for his teammates to get this pick and run this flag towards the sewer.
Second overshield coming up right now. Top middle and Legend creating some space for his team. It's a killing
spree for Legend.
The double no scope on an unsuspecting Nemesis player. Trades across the board will benefit Optic Gaming because Legend is at your snipe, blocking those spawns. The flag is going to get pulled, and this is going to be difficult for Nemesis. You see them spawning all towards the back ramp. They're not going to have the angle immediately on the flag carrier. Renegade will go down with the flag, however. Legend forced to engage with the player back door, can't get the kill, and 3 members of Optic go down, so Nemesis defense stands strong.
Yeah, they had the right positions, but didn't have the snipe ammo to back it up. The fact that Legend got back down, didn't have a shield to even shoot a bandit across there, left Renegade out to dry, and that's why that flag did not make any progress.
And here comes Nemesis. You see multiple players of Optic trying to come up the ramp. One gets denied into the courtyard. The other one does make it up the ramp, and they all 3 find separate kills. Optic reset the map immediately, and with snipes coming up, Optic will have an advantage to try and take Nemesis snipe while also getting their own.
Yeah, Optic going for the second snipe in a row here. Last time it was a nice flank by Renegade. This time just going to be right in front of him, snatch it in front of their eyes.
This is dangerous, Dave. Renegade has his snipe. Someone else has the other Optic Gaming snipe, and right now the flag being run, Renegade anchoring their snipe is the first player you got to try and deal with, and unfortunately only Wutum is the last player alive. Wutum's taken down. All 4 Nemesis players go down. That flag hits the tunnel, and you can guarantee this flag is
that's gonna be a cap.
Yeah, right now Nemesis aren't worried about 1 cap. They got to be worried about a double cap because they still have such strong positions here for Optic Gaming.
The green wall chants start. The players start to get hot. The power weapons.
Oh my god, they're actually getting another pull.
Now, and it's Legend who's found himself the Optic Gaming
oh,
side.
huge shots.
Down. Also tries to stay alive, can't quite stay on the map with the thrust to the side. At least 1 snipes off the map, but still Renegade reigns terror. A killing spree for Renegade, and he's still at the base. The flag goes in, but goes
oh, he misses it. Oh.
Return. It's an overextension. You don't come back with the flag, and you pay for it. But not only that, Dave, a counter.
Damn.
A rare miss.
He just missed that.
I mean, you got to consider he's been here for countless hours today. Rare miss counts that second flag, and that gets recovered. In fact, like you said, a potential counter cap here. This could be a tied cap instead of just a single cap difference.
Full overshield with the flag carrier. Sniper not even getting pecked in the back. Still has to work with, and as he gets it up to
I know they weren't expecting to get counter capped here, dude. That fucking sucks.
We're gonna have not numbers, but nobody has eyes on the flag. That
Damn.
allows them to punch it in safely, and we have a tied game 1-1.
What a wild twist of events there. Nemesis coming up so clutch to stop Bound at that last moment. Also, when you consider someone like Renegade over at the Nemesis base doing so much damage, so many kills, he just assumes the rest of his teammates are going to pick that up. It's what set up that second double cap in the first place.
One person gets through, and all of a sudden,
it can all fall apart.
It all falls apart. This game gets tied up with a counter cap. A massive blunder from the Optic Gaming side has allowed Nemesis the opportunity to find some life. With that life, what do? They're pulling flag right now. Snipe Drone's finding kills. All of a sudden, you have numbers. Flag on the move through tunnel. It's an untraditional route, yeah, but it can work with slaves behind it. Snipe Drone trying to anchor his pistol. Knows that there's members of Optic, but having the wrong timing. He will be behind this player, and he's going to get a free kill here, you would think.
Gets at least the one pick there. The difficulty about running that sewer route that you saw from Nemesis is there's a chance for Optic to push in through attic or through sewer. So they have a couple different routes they can take to try to counteract this flag.
Somehow, in the meantime, though, Nemesis go 3 down. Legend finds not only a kill, but able to get the return and another kill on top of it. Legend makes the play, throws that flag out. Now, Legend has an opportunity to get Optic some significant advantage here. This flag is in a very dangerous spot for Nemesis respawners. Can they get the slaves behind it to continue to move this flag? 2 members of Optic go down, so you have to think this flag, a big risk.
Oh.
Renegade falling off the map, a bigger risk for Optic.
I think that nade blasted him down.
Almost no room or moments to breathe for the players or the casters here as these flags have been flying out left and right. But now we have just a pause in this action as
Nemesis has another OS.
SLG and crew are really going to determine, do they have an opening for Nemesis to push into the Optic base and grab a flag, or will Optic hold a strong defense here?
I like how Glory's playing this right now. He's got overshield, but he's playing his life, making sure he keeps as much of his shield as possible. But as I say that, a snipe bullet from Legend will remove that overshield. But respawners are here for Nemesis. They have several angles. They're able to get a couple of kills. So he gets information on where a third player is. Legend still with this S7, one of the Optic members alive. A massive target for Nemesis before they get this flag on the move. They do throw it out, but they have to deal with Legend first.
Yeah, and Legend's uncertain of exactly how he wants to deal with this position. It's an odd spot to be. He's like, all right, this flag shouldn't really go anywhere, but at any moment, when a couple kills get picked up like that, that's the threatening part. Legend,
Huge dome on SLG.
former teammate SLG, but he has 2 members here in the attic. He's not going to be long. He might toss the snipe off. No, he gives those last 2 bullets over to Woodham.
Oh god, not the M&K snipe, bruh. Oh fuck.
2 members took so long to die. It's a 2-on-4 situation with this flag already towards the tunnel. Bound has a massive responsibility to try and deny this flag. Can't get it done. Snipe Drone is able to get not only Bound, but a player to no shield. This flag's still not on the move quite yet, and Formal throws a god nade from who knows where in order to stop that flag from the move continuously. Still 2 down.
Oh, they might be able to get away with that. They're gonna have to OE here into their grenades. Oh, it's just Bound, dude. They should be able to slam this in. Damn. That thrust might have just actually secured that cap. Glory almost pulled a Renegade there.
Kind of going to start slow after their series against FaZe, but they just didn't look like themselves so far throughout this weekend. They look like they are locked in for a
I'm actually kind of nervous for Optic, I'm not gonna lie.
everything they can handle with a 2-1 lead right now and a no-scope to the body of the Legend on top. You spawn there, you got lucky, that didn't register. As unfortunately, Renegade going to win that pip.
Dude, they're running again.
It's in the hands of Wutum.
Oh my god.
Flag is on the move. If Wutum can get this kill, that would be massive.
Oh my god. It's just Formal. Formal's the only person there?
As long as he holds off his attic, here comes
Oh, Formal!
He at least gets a touch to buy his teammates time. But you gotta consider, Woodham with OS, you still have SLG back here, able to grab this. Time is on Nemesis' side. They just have to buy time with their spawners.
Yeah, such a tricky situation for the last 2 members of Optic.
Good trade, huge trade.
Solid trade out of
Happy trade.
But is anyone on the return right now?
Oh, they're getting the read, they're getting Oh.
It's not Glory's responsibility. He has no shield.
Oh no. They got the re. Wow. That was close.
Trying to get a touch of their own are going to hit the G side to make this a little bit further past the Mohawk. Pay attention to the kill feed. There's 2 members of Nemesis dead. There's 2 members that are no shield right in front of Renegade. If that flag can just continue on, nobody there for Optic Gaming to move it, however.
Huge snipe from Woodham.
Getting that snipe probably delays where this flag is going to go. It's going to be Bound that had the last say, and Bound has nothing to say about it. So Optic Gaming's respawn will reset the map once again.
Somehow that flagpole from Formal. What seemed like a desperation pull ended up turning into the recovery. It had to be done, but most of the times when you see those last-second desperation pulls, it doesn't really amount to much.
Right, you're just delaying the inevitable.
But every single member of Optic doing what they needed to do to delay that a little bit longer, to go and get those crucial kills, and eventually get that flag recovery.
Formal might be 7-16, but he's the only reason this game is still going on right now. Snipe Drone making sure that if this game does go on, he's going to have some impact on the rest of it. He hits
Huge
the
body.
after hitting a headshot here. As he tries to locate this player under him, he's going to have some help to be able to clean that one up, flush out his base, reset the map, and now they get to play with everything in front
That
of them.
OV is going to be
Overshield just
huge.
came up, so let's focus on it.
I was going to say this OS is probably Optic's best chance to get back in this game to get the second cap. Bound does snag it and activates the OS.
And it just gets melted, dude.
Instantly. That OS went down so quick.
Flag on the move. 3 dead flag on the move. Snipe Drone still has Snipe in his hut, but is he going to be able to get an angle? Bound's responsibility is to shut this angle off. Snipe down, shuts down Bound right off, and Renegade's forced to drop that flag and try and keep running it. There are multiple players of Optic respawning towards this tunnel, however, so Snipe Down is going to need backup. A beautiful plasma grenade is going to allow
SLG
that
fell.
numbers advantage, but there's so many more members of Optic spawning towards this tunnel. They're going to have the favorable spawns because it's their
Glory has to clutch up here.
somehow Glory's behind enemy lines.
Glory needs to win this. Oh, huge win from Glory, dude. Oh, but Bound's there. Oh, shit. Might be able to slide that in. Yep. Nice. Wow, with a minute left. Perfect timing.
Veteran plays from Optic Gaming to be patiently play around the spawns that are going around that tunnel. It was inevitable if they traded out that they were going to have the advantage. Then Bound waits for a shield, now ties this game up 2-2. 30 seconds on the clock in regulation, but regulation is irrelevant. Its next cap wins here in game 1.
Yeah, we're going to see this like, actually, we got Renegade pulling this one out right now. Not committing though. Wants to make sure his team gets the kills, doesn't want to set up some sort of rare counter cap circumstance, but still keeping that door open here for Optic. If a couple kills go in their favor, Renegade is going to run that straight towards sewers.
How is this happening? Renegade's on a killing spree right now. He's been no shield forever.
Oh my God.
2 dead.
Grab the new one. Grab the new flag.
The fight might
He's
return.
not going to be there.
Yeah, I mean...
I felt like Renegade set that up so well, got that killing spree. Felt like that player over in Hut should have been the one to grab that flag. Maybe slight miscommunication, or didn't see if someone else was no shields. But we're going back to a restart here. First flag wins in this overtime.
I mean, just 2-3 seconds left in regulation added to it, and we're talking about an Optic flag run, but what are we talking about now? Renegade trying to get a snipe once again. Heavy pressure. You can see the prioritization from the starting strats. Is make sure Renegade doesn't get away with the snipe for free. He does get a shield back. He does relocate towards an angle where he can see this overshield, and you can tell that's what's being prioritized. It is going to be
Well, that's looking like an Optic OV here.
with both teams losing members. It is Nemesis that go 2 down, and that's got to be the key for Optic Gaming to potentially get an overshield, which is very rare for them in the first regulation of this game.
Yeah, and even though Renegade knows he can catch players off guard and by surprise towards that attic, he has a full sniper. He does not want to risk potentially losing that sniper and giving all that ammo on over to Nemesis.
2-on-2, Wuto, mouse and keyboard, Phenom. Can't hit the no-scopes, Formal makes him pay. Gets that snipe out of his hands, and unfortunately Formal can't hit the thrust stick there, so he'll get traded out by SLG, and SLG it'll be his turn to pick up the snipe.
Yeah, unless he was going to do 1 bullet, 1 hope, 1 dream, and it's gone.
And it's gone. Nice try, I saw the setup.
And it's gone.
We saw the vision, but SLG not afraid to take up a little more ground here. Unfortunately punished there.
3 dead. Let's get
now
Snipe
we're
Drone.
going to see what Snipe Drone can do. That's going to be all 4 down. How soon can
Oh,
they grab the
man.
flag? Renegade, of course, flag leader here in Arlington. Going to continue that trend. Moving this all the way across our sewer. Not receiving too much pressure just yet, but gets it so far.
Oh, oh, huge.
I don't think anyone from Nemesis are going to be there anytime soon. They just have to pick up 1 or 2 free kills.
Just woot him.
Last line of defense. But somehow Bound fell throughout this, and everyone from Nemesis is still alive. That's a bit
Oh, Formal's dead.
This is trouble.
Oh, huge. Huge win from Glory, dude. Holy shit. Counter cap? Oh, fuck. Oh, dude, this OS might seal it. This OS might seal it. Oh, dude. Nemesis win? Nemesis win?
get here in time.
That OS is holding the line.
Will get
Oh my god! Holy shit! Amazing first game, dude. Holy crap, dude.
and show that they are here to play on Saturday night.
Wow.
Nemesis may be Optic's kryptonite here. You know, Optic came into this event worried about all the top NA teams. They had their eyes set on Shopify. They were worried about SSG and FaZe. Little did they know, their biggest threats, Nemesis.
Nemesis. I mean, how chaotic did some of those situations get where both flags are getting pulled?
Holy crap,
and you're
dude.
having to weigh so many decisions in your head, Dave. When things like that are happening, it's pure chaos, and you almost just have to like patiently play the situation in front of you rather than big picture everything going on.
Also, just the perseverance from both sides. Let's take a quick look at one of these first polls here. Bound.
Bound, man.
That could have been that final third cap as it would have been added up later.
And we could talk about Bound's movement as we have been for the past 5 years, but that is a movement piece that he's going to want back. As that cap literally, I mean, centimeters
That's
away,
heartbreaking,
like 2 steps,
dude.
Maybe.
Also, I'm just so impressed by the perseverance from both these squads. As the flag gets so close, I would say in the past season, when we were looking at Season 3 of Halo Infinite, as soon as that flag got towards the sewers, it was almost there, Scott.
13.7 KD out of Renegade. Holy crap.
At the post. But here, almost every single flag, as it came back, even that foul one, I was like, oh, this one's got to be a free flag here for Optic. No, Nemesis somehow stop it and get a counter pull.
It makes you wonder if Renegade had just gone for it, would they have been able to get the job done? But that little bit of hesitancy and the damage he takes while he's doing it from Wutum over by the plasma grenades immediately becomes a no in your head. If he gets it to the stand, the respawner have an opportunity to just punch it in and say, not so fast, like this one's not getting as chaotic as the rest of this game has been. But something Optic can't dwell on.
Oh, man.
It's game. We're moving on to game 2. Nemesis does have the lead. And
I love Nemesis so much, dude. Like I said, they're quickly becoming like my favorite org. Like one of my favorites. Their social media is so funny. Whoever their social media manager is, dude, needs a raise.
Or say later this afternoon. You know, one of Optic's wishes this event had to be
revenge.
Give us revenge. Give us Nemesis again.
Yes.
But be careful what you wish for. They are getting their wish. They get their chance to match them up again, but it is not the start that they want.
You mentioned it as we kick this series off, Dave. It's, yeah, Optic wants revenge, but in the heads of Nemesis, we bodied these guys earlier. Like, we're confident
They're
going
like, yeah,
into this.
it would have been a 3-0. You're lucky it was a 3-1 because we had the restart.
I mean, I don't think anybody's asking to play Optic at this tournament knowing how great of a team they are. But Nemesis definitely felt more comfortable going into this series than they did probably the previous series.
Oh, for sure. Now that they've proven it on land, they went into that confidence. They hyped each other up. But to actually go and do the work and then say, all right, we walked the walk.
Like I said, dude, Halo Twitter's been a treat this weekend.
But a lot left to be determined here tonight as we get to game 2. Recharge Slayer loading up on your screen. And one thing I want to point out as this is going through, power weapon control wasn't a massive deal. It was about 50-50 snipes. The overshield felt like it was always going towards Nemesis, or at least
even when you saw it in the hands of Optic, it felt like it just got
Melted.
melted. Remember that last one from Bound, which we thought was going to be the difference maker? We were like,
I thought it got comboed. I was like, that's not on this map. But I really want to see Optic hyper prioritize some of the power, the camouflage on this map, and use it to their advantage. You do not want to be giving Nemesis
This is going to be a close Slayer.
being down in this series already.
Nemesis outslayed Optic that last game by, like, just a few kills.
And that first pick right there, both sides, Glory and Legend, both going down. Camo's still available. It's going to go in the hands of Formal. We've seen mixed results with Camo so far throughout HCS Arlington. We've seen different events in the past where it's been Camo's one of the most hunted items out there, and other times where Camo's super effective. Let's see what he can do when his team needs him most. Down by 1 kill. What's the opening that Formal can create?
Taking his time, not
pretty
engaging
passive.
too
I
quickly.
mean,
I'm okay with
you have
this,
a limit
though.
on time of Camo, but at this
SLG
era of
is
Halo Infinite,
way
you're
out.
getting multiple pushes with the Camo. You're getting 1 or 2 very good pushes, and there it is. Camo's out. He knows the players. We get elevator. Opening has been created.
Oh, he almost lost that.
That was close, Formal. Still
They
got
the
the job
kills up
done.
pipe. They got a kill over at Needler or Turbine.
So one thing I wanted to say is, when Formal's playing that slow, something to keep an account for the viewers is Camo being alive, no matter if you're involved in the combat loop or not, terrifies the other team, limits the other team's opportunity and what they're going to do. As Formal goes down here, I think that that's a very important quality to keep, like, always like an ever-living strategy is, hey, staying alive with Camo is better than
That's not a brag.
into a situation you don't want to be involved in. As we refocus back into the meantime, though, with Camo coming up in 30 seconds, Renegade trying to get going on this map, hasn't been able to find a kill just yet. It is very early, 8-5, and he finds two members of Nemesis and a combo in one of their hands as he tries to push into long haul. He gets taken down, and Nemesis' teamwork already starting to show here again.
Yeah, it feels like in these neutral scenarios, they just have so many traps set up. They know where they're going to fight somebody.
Wow.
On a killing spree, 5-1. His entire team dead right now. He's actually probably hoping they don't spawn with them at this moment. Trying to get a little bit more spread out across this map.
Camo should be up right now, as both these two teams trying to fight for white control right now. Glory can't play his life, and a good job by Optic to get a couple of kills there. Formal with his second camo of the game, so you can tell already he's going to be one of the players prioritizing this to make sure they get those advantages here in game 2. Well done by him, but what can Formal do with this camo instead of the first?
Formal baiting out a couple grenades, also knowing that there's likely a death screen there. So not just going to charge right in towards bottom control and walk into a trap. Instead, traversing across the map, he knows that Legend was taken out over in the pipes. Does he want to engage over there? Does he want to choose a new fight? Looks like he's going to be behind enemy lines, especially.
He's getting such poor positioning with this camo, unfortunately.
Do as much with that camo, but also at the same time, yes, you want your camo player to do a lot of work. You also need your teammates to play their role. They need to stay alive.
Exactly. Like, what was Formal supposed to do there? He loses two teammates. He can't just engage in combat. He's going to get traded out. And so Formal opts to just play it slow. They get the long haul spawns. How do they fight out of this long haul control? Because look at Nemesis pushing into long haul where the respawners from Optic were. They double team Formal, they double team his teammate, they trade out successfully, and that's a win for Nemesis once again. Now up 20-13, shock rifle in the hands of Glory. Can't hit the player's top elevator, but the power weapon can do so much damage so quickly. He gets taken down, and a big kill and an opportunity to create some space from Legend there before he gets traded out.
Battling, taking on place over at the elevator.
Huge trades out of Woodham, dude.
Kills are being traded out.
Woodham is 10-5.
Nemesis that slight bit. Anytime you're in the lead, you're fine to trade things out.
Okay, 3 dead. They're closing the gap a little bit.
Late teens, early 20 range.
Big kill by Renegade just to create some space and take over the elevator there. Now just a 4-kill game, and you could tell Nemesis in a very similar situation where Optic once were moments ago, stuck in long haul. How do they get out of it without going down and cutting into this deficit for Optic Gaming? They get a couple of players in pipes, but both those players receive a ton of damage, and Legend and Formal working together flawlessly.
Oh, Renegade looked away.
He's gonna get traded out. Camo is up, and Renegade's gonna have his shot with the camouflage, but you know Nemesis are looking for him. He's gonna play this slow, get his shield back, and now how does Renegade successfully move up these stairs without being seen? Because he's being hunted right now. A teammate is with him. Unfortunately, Bound is gonna go down, and he turns the corner into multiple Nemesis players. Phenomenal job by Nemesis to group up there.
Can't even get a trade.
It's a bit concerning here if you're an Optic fan, the fact that Optic has gotten 3 out of the last 3 camos, and they're still down by 6, so you have to wonder what's going to happen if and when Nemesis gets their hands on one of those power-ups.
And it's one of those power-ups, camo is, that doesn't necessarily transition into advantages all the time, similar to that. Overshoot almost guarantees you just being able to soak some damage that you're going to get some kills. Not so fast with camo. Still just a 3-kill game. Optic still slowly coming back in this game.
Cute.
Kill from Wutum. You being able to shoot the nades there, that was awesome.
Interesting.
Flick on the nades. Wutum at 14-1-7 has given Nemesis everything they need to have this 3-kill lead.
Yeah, 3-kill lead, but when there wasn't camo on the board, maybe it's just showing that Optic saying, hey, we have to win this neutral game straight up, and they're able to close that gap. No longer is it a 6-kill lead, it's now only a 2-kill lead here for Nemesis.
Glory trying to find that pesky Bound player that was down here in the pipes, but Bound got out of dodge here. Now, Glory, although he hunted him for a while, is going to find that kill onto Bound. Bound didn't expect anybody to be chasing them, and I like this by Glory. So much information being given by Glory here that, hey, Optic white is clear, so they got to be at elevator.
So much ground here taken up by Nemesis. Right now they have to know, all right, is Needler or Pipes unsafe? If not, Nemesis have a choice. They could actually collapse here towards elevator if they feel like they have the ground. Woodham, unfortunately, dying over there in pipes. I know he's had a lot of good numbers here, but knowing that there's nobody near controlling or else, that's the only spot people are going to be fighting right now.
100%. Snipedrone actually going to be able to pick up the first camo for Nemesis. Formal couldn't go for it because he was no shield, and now Snipedrone trying to stay alive with this camouflage. Actually does get to stay alive, and we'll see how Optic try to spot him out, and how much success is Snipedrone able to have. Can he teach us what a good camo play is based off the poor performances we've seen, and all of a sudden he gets caught by Bound.
But during that time where Bound is stressing out the camo call out, all other members of Optic are dying. All 4 go down. So you know Bound is yelling out that call, and they're saying, I don't care about camo over at Needler right now.
Two guys
There's
in my
somebody
face.
meleeing me over at top elevator.
2 of them hit pipes in the meantime. That's a successful way to use camo, even if you just took Bound out of the play, because Lord knows he wanted to make an impact on his teammates' fights. It's a 6-kill lead now for Nemesis, and all of a sudden, Optic opportunity to
Oh, this is looking so scary for Optic right now.
shorter and actually try to win this game too. All the win conditions are starting to dwindle with their inability to trade successfully.
Yep, and we talked about trades not being really a big deal earlier when it was the early 20s when SLG and the Nemesis squad were 20 kills. Here's the exact opposite. Every single trade here that Nemesis gets brings them closer to victory. They will happily hide around corners.
They're pulling away, dude. They got an 8-kill lead now.
For the rest of this game.
41-35, still up 6, so a good job to get those 2 kills before you lose 2 others. Wutum trying to catch somebody, or SLG, I'm sorry, trying to catch someone off guard, bottom middle. 2 players of Optic are no shield right now, and they're both able to stay alive for the moment until Bound finally gets taken down by Snipedrone. And 42-37, a 5-kill lead. Dave, this is the moment where Optic Gaming have to step up and find ways to get kills that are unanswered.
This camo is going to be the opportunity. Both teams will have some eyes on it. Can you use that as bait? Secure a kill. I don't think anyone's just going to be able to sneak.
This camo's gonna decide the game, probably.
Bound flies out of elevator, finds the angle on the long haul. Great teamwork out of Optic across the map. Maybe
Oh, man. Oh, man.
responds with a massive double kill. Not only that, but able to get damage on the Legend, and camo could be Glories, and all the glory to him.
Oh,
As this
dude.
camouflage is something Optic desperately wanted to have. Renegade hunting Glory down, but doesn't suspect him. It's going to be a free kill on the Renegade. You'd have to think. A trade? Can anybody from Optic see where Glory is? No.
Oh!
Gets naded to
That's such a violent nade.
Renegade, pushes it to 46-42. Now all you need is 1 team win.
Winnable for Optic. Totally winnable. They're glued together, though.
3-kill lead, still substantial at this point in the game. But at any
They can't trade. They can't trade anymore.
picks, they're going to go flying to try to roll that
2 kills.
Do they go flying right here?
Oh, Bounds 1. He's gonna get cleaned up here. He's probably gonna get cleaned up. Oh, Glory just missed him. No way.
Now it's just a 1-kill game. An overextension.
Glory just missed him.
Do you decide to try and fly? Only 1 member of Nemesis goes, and because of it, Optic able to isolate those 2 and find the 2 kills unanswered. Exactly what the doctor ordered, but now it's Wutum with the shock rifle. And wow, what a massive moment for this young kid right now. Renegade finding a kill.
It's tied.
Even game, and Wutum can't hit the first couple of shots.
And they're putting the pressure on. They don't want him to get sold at elevator.
Oh my God.
49-48, Legend stuck in the back of blue. All of Optic should be spawning back here. Nemesis across the map. They will have Optic.
Oh my God, my heart.
Blue. Glory goes towards the elevator, clears it out, says they have to be white and blue. How do Optic?
Glory's isolated, dude.
Will get trapped, and eventually they will have to.
He's so isolated right now.
Ammo left in that shock rifle. I know when we saw Woodham get taken out there. I don't know if it was the last.
This camo's gonna be the end of the game.
Optic. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
On this guy, a 49-48 game goes for it immediately.
But nobody from Optic's watching it. There's a camo player now. Everyone's got to be paranoid for Optic.
Oh my God.
Jumps in the top right, the stairs. Formal's got to be no shield on the back of the stairs.
Oh my God.
The jump, the double nade clutch, and Nemesis rip away the hopes of Optic Gaming, tying this series up for now and take the lead 2-0.
That play by SLG.
Dreams alive. Oh my God.
Picked off right away from someone at C plat or triple stacks. We just look at him and we say, you just blew the game for your team.
Jack, we might see Optic go home on Saturday, dude. We might not have Optic tomorrow. Holy shit.
They're not going to fall for the bait. They're going to try to set up a different defense. He grabs the camo and does the perfect route.
He
knows that top controls can be watched, but no one's watching the front jump to top control.
Yeah, and even if you do, you're not gonna 5 him before he throws those nades and, can drop out the front to safety.
Oh, man.
Perfect play from SLG. That was unbelievable. And you got to question Optic.
No more fuck-ups from Optic, dude. This is it.
And you're basically saying, screw it. We'll just give him camo.
You know, I don't hate it if they were focused on pushing another direction. Let's say you force a little action towards long haul, or force an action towards top catwalk or something. Try to catch someone else off guard on the perimeter of camo, and then you collapse on it. I think that's acceptable. But they didn't do either of them. They just hold up.
Oh, man.
Up and says, hopefully one of us makes a good play.
A recipe for disaster, a strategy that will send you home on Saturday night. If you can't figure it out, in a reverse sweep fashion, it's going to be live fire strongholds. And in all honesty, Dave, this is a game type that I think Optic Gaming love to see coming into game 3. A bread and butter for players like Legend and Bound. And you need to find some momentum in this series. It feels like the clutch moments have gone to Nemesis so far. That's got to stop. You can't lose close games and expect to win the series, is a saying I used to have. And it's rearing its ugly head here. Optic Gaming have had every opportunity to have a 2-0 lead, and unfortunately it has been Nemesis that have clutched up in back-to-back games to gain this advantage here in elimination bracket round 3.
Yeah, you can't let off the gas here in the 2025 HCS circuit. These players are just too good, and if you make one slight mistake, you're going to lose games just in that fashion. You just barely missed that flag cap. You just missed that one kill in the Slayer.
I don't think there's any winning for Optic, whether they keep the roster or whether they change it up. The reason being, all these other rosters got switched up in a big way. Rebellion is the biggest one besides Optic.
The decisions that's being thrown at their faces in these clutch moments, in these hectic, chaotic, close games.
If they were to keep the roster they have, and you know the rest of these teams are evolving into crazy shit, they could very well be left in the dust. So I think the biggest thing is just growing pains. I don't think there's any winning regardless.
Coming overseas from Europe and competing against the world's best in Optic Gaming.
They just need to ice up.
You know, Legend right now, he's scratching his head right now. He has what they want to build as the God Squad here coming in the season.
You got your pick.
Got their pick. He's fighting against his countrymen across seas over in Europe and finds himself down 0-2. Gonna have to dig deep here in the rest of the series. This is far from over.
Oh, far from over.
We've seen how close those games are. We've seen how Renegade was playing earlier today on Livefire. This could bring him right back in the series, get that momentum shift. But if you had to choose a spot to be in, I'm choosing Nemesis seat every single day of the week.
I'll take the 2-0 lead. You know what? That being said, I want to bring this back to Optic Gaming. When you look at this team, it's shooters, gunners, gunners, all-star, 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 all-star. But in a moment where you're down 2-0, Dave, someone's got to be that emotional leader. Someone's got to create some kind of motivation. Got to either through play or through vocalization or through just pure mentality. You got to figure out a way to uplift the entire team and get you to at least a game 5 to where you know you have an opportunity to win this series still. Who are you looking at on Optic Gaming to turn this ship around and to be that captain?
I mean, on any of those previous rosters, we're highlighting so many members on that squad. We're saying that has to be Legend, that has to be Bound, that has to be Renegade. Here, you got all 3 of those options on this choice. Same with Formal. People are always highlighting.
This could be Optic's last game in this tournament, dude.
So they have 4 options. But like you said, who is going to that player? And I think they're all waiting on the comm saying, all right, one of you give us this motivational speech. Just say, stay alive, I'll take care of the rest.
Yeah, and as much as I love Lunchbox, sometimes I think things have to come from one of the players. Is someone going to set an example, set a tone with their play? Here in game 3 for Optic Gaming, we'll have to find out, and it's a beautiful Nate Formal that'll give his team numbers advantage here early on, and we're hopping on board with Legend, and let's see what he can do. He's had a quiet series so far. Renegade with the snipe, however, is somebody I really want to see make a play.
Yeah, Renegade has the snipe ammo, but can't do much about Green being captured. Now A and B under control. Nemesis gets
huge snipe
on that cam before it's grabbed. Luckily, also that cam was still on top of the silo. So Sniper's gonna have to jump up if he wants to grab it. And it looks like Renegade says, all right, I'll
Camo snipe. Oh, fuck.
It's my turn, Renegade says. Starting 3-0, camo snipe in the hill. Multiple members of Nemesis coming off respawn. They're all spawning green, and Renegade has his eyes on the prize, sights on the enemy, and he finds the first pick. Now Nemesis with a player down. One tries to jump in A, he gets double teamed. Renegade on a killing spree in the first minute of game 3. Is Renegade gonna be the guy that sets the tone for the rest of this series for Optic Gaming?
He's hunting everyone down. Knows that Woodham's there. He's got to be on what, 6 spree, making 7.
Oh my god.
Eventually taken down, but all 4 members down for Nemesis. Renegade has 7 kills. Nemesis has 6 kills combined.
Renegade
Dude, I want to hear a listen-in so bad.
this game 3 on a perfect note to give Optic Gaming the exact amount of energy they need to try to gain some motivation here, to try and get the ball spinning in their favor. Legend has a lot of responsibility here by himself on an island back green, trying to back down Snipe Drone. As SLG got taken down, Snipe Drone gets removed from the map as well. Great shots by Legend will allow Optic Gaming to keep B. You see Optic Gaming is going to be pushing C. Nemesis respawners, it's just SLG and A, and Legend has his eyes trying to set on this triple cap. Can't quite get there in time.
Huge
but
5.
Get the kill, and they start to cap A as well.
Yeah, and they're keeping full control of this map right now. Looks like C's finally being flipped.
Free from Legend. There we go.
Bad position for Nemesis to be in. Not an ideal one either. But they've at least stopped the bleeding without getting any more kills somehow. So Woodham finally putting a kill on the board, taking out Renegade, which if you had to choose one player to eliminate from the Optic roster, it's got to be him right now.
Got to be him, but Legend's starting to heat up himself ever since we've switched to his point of view. He's picked up 4 straight kills, been able to rotate all the way across the map, and he's not going down without taking SLG with him. A reset onto A will keep Optic scoring. Now 90-20. The second camouflage does go into the hands of Snipe Drone, but the hands of Snipe Drone go back into the death cam as Renegade able to get that kill, make sure that camo doesn't translate to anything. Multiple players of Nemesis now spawning green. The collapse comes through. Respawners getting fluctuated once again for Nemesis, and Optic Gaming are showing you why they believe Live Fire Stronghold is a game type that they can come back in this series.
Yeah, Snipe Drone almost taking out 3 members there, trying to get his team back in this game, but it's got to be just a game of kills at this point for Nemesis. Yes, you have to stop the bleeding. Yes, you need to control the majority of the strongholds, but at some point, you need the kills to give yourself some breathing room to do so.
Big push into A to get the reset. Not only does it take the kill on the SLG, the reset onto A will keep Optic Gaming scoring and will flip and stagger the respawners even more from Nemesis. Nemesis in a blender right now. Glory with the snipe, however, can in that blender turn it off maybe and find some footing for Nemesis. So far, they have been on the ropes and have been on the ropes for about 3 minutes now as the score climbs from 122 to 22.
And as the kill count keeps going up, it's always Renegade on pace with the entire team of Nemesis. 14 kills for Renegade, now 15 kills for Nemesis.
This is an angry Optic Gaming starting to wake up and find flow when they have map control and they stagger your respawns. They are the scariest team in the game, continuing to do so. A and C can be the
Huge stop from Woodham, dude.
A big kill from Woodham. Can Woodham win the one-on-one to bound? No, but he does get the reset on the C. So it will be Nemesis scoring with the B-A capture as Optic Gaming try to get back into C, transfer it over. They're not going to have a trip cap to work with, Nemesis is, but they are going to have some space.
This Legend helping collapse on B. Like you said, they got the dub cap, but the kills just still going so heavily in Nemesis's favor. And I don't really have a good recipe or formula for this sometimes, because Stronghold games go too quick. At some point, you can't just say, hey, we need to slow it down a ton. The game just spirals out of control and points go too far away. It really does rely on a lot of great individual efforts on just getting kills, putting out more damage before you die.
Somebody cut the power.
Yeah, fortunately, you're not in a trip cap if you're Nemesis, but you can't even get on the ground.
That's crazy.
Like, you spent more time in the respawn screen than you
Nah, they brought a generator, dude. You didn't see?
Legend wins a big one-on-one in the tunnels. It's perfect shots as Legend starts to heat up once again.
And here's your daily reminder that Renegade has 20 kills and all of Nemesis has 20 kills. Keeping on pace with the entire team. This entire
Pull the plug. I don't know, man. They brought a generator. A huge stick.
Continuing the pressure on the tower. You see the recipe from Optic. They do not want you to cap the stronghold you spawn at. They are going to pressure you off your spawn.
Huge win from Formal, dude. Oh my god.
Has found himself the camo. When it rains, it pours, and it's raining terror on Live Fire.
Somehow, despite all these kills, you're seeing 2 strongholds flip on over towards Nemesis as soon as they get a couple kills on the board. They found this camo in the form of Bound. And Bound trades it out with the stick on the Snipe Drone. So.
I asked who it was going to be that stepped up from Optic Gaming. So far, every single player is making plays. This is the green wall that needs to show up if they plan to reverse sweep this Nemesis team. It's only game 3. We got a lot of game to go. It's not even over yet, but signs from Optic in their individual fights have got to be the best feeling you have had as a fan throughout this series so far.
Yeah, Renegade just unrelenting so far. He's going to try to stop this bleeding now. This is one of the first chances we've really seen of Nemesis kind of step back into it, but they did have 2 deaths just momentarily, so you'll see all those strongholds flip back towards Optic. So even though it was a temporary trip cap, you didn't really see the benefit of it. You didn't really see a 40, 80-point run, anything like that. In fact, it was shut down within about 5 to 15 points.
181 and climbing now. Optic Gaming score. There's multiple players trying to push into B from Nemesis right now. Formal and Bat are going to be back B. Formal hitting that body shot, taking out one of the players from Nemesis, trying to push into B. It's going to be last guy alive, taken down. I believe that was Snipe Drone. As all of Nemesis starting to come off respawn, this double cap.
Optic is pissed.
Strong, and when they cross the 200 point mark here, Nemesis will have they'll have no time to try and formulate a strategy. They will just have to try and hope and pray that they can fly into a stronghold and stop time.
Yeah, and you also notice Optic not forcing the trip caps right now. I like this play. They got their hot start that they needed. They got off to a big lead.
There's the hope.
And now
There's
you can
the
let
pray.
Nemesis make some mistakes and walk into your traps.
The hope and the pray aren't working very well as they go 3 down once again, and Optic Gaming look like this game 3 is all but theirs with just 30 points to go.
Now looking like Optic might go for the temp trip cap, or at least the flip, since Nemesis are spawning over at C.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Just the bait setup right here, knowing that somebody's coming through a garage, so I like this play by Legend, just get as much info as possible, and then he's gonna bait this for a little bit, try to find out where this player exactly is, and then contest it. Unfortunately, Budum, positioning. Not even knowing he was there until the contest happened.
Yeah, it's just unlucky for Legend that player happened to be the sniper.
Scoped it out perfectly, checked out the mid side, checked the left side. It's like, all right, I got contested now unless I'm
My KBM goat. Holy fuck.
You definitely don't want them to flip that, but unfortunately, Wutum, I think had maybe 1 bullet left in that sniper, as it seems to be empty now, and that 1 bullet put into Legend's dome, but still, so much of a comfortable lead here we have for Optic Gaming as they are already transferring B back in their favor. That kill doesn't amount to much, and Optic Gaming will start to score once again with the BC hold.
I like this rotation, but it has to be near perfect halo here soon. That's going to be 2 members down, and I don't know how Nemesis can really pull this one back. They have 3 members down.
I think that's an Optic win, dude.
Has to not only hold on to the stronghold they have, but convert another. That's going to be trip cap.
Optic Gaming.
They have some life.
Game 2 and 3, they have woken up and they have showed up. That was the most impressive game that they have had so far throughout this series. Individuals winning every single pivot felt like, and it really was Renegade that set the tone to kick that one off. Starting with the killing spree, almost had as many kills as the team as Nemesis did throughout about half of that game. Eventually you expect Nemesis to surpass that, but just setting the tone with gameplay alone, they needed everything from Renegade, and they got everything that game.
Yeah, Renegade was doing it all. 5 defensive kills. I was looking at the stat screen. Obviously, most kills, second least deaths. Just doing such an impressive
Just
play
1
there for
assist.
Renegade. Just 1 assist, but
we got
actually, you know, I'll allow that. If you're going most kills or you have tied kills to the opposing team, you can only have 1 assist.
You got 26 and 10, and you have 1 assist. I won't be too upset, but we'll just ask for some more teamwork next game. I want to get the 26 kills.
But, Wes, more importantly, we got ourselves a series. This is what we wanted.
All right, here we go.
I didn't want a 3-0 either way.
Optic waking up here. That's what we needed to see. Optic is here to play. They will not go silently in the night. Definitely not in their own venue, at their own hosted major to kick this year off. Expectations of trophies and only trophies is what Optic Gaming was put together to do. And they will still be able to compete, at least for 1 more game. That's all you're asking yourself. That's all you're telling yourself on that side. Aquarius Assault is going to be the name of the game for Game 4. And we've seen Optic have success on this map mode combination, so you got to be, honestly, just brushing your hands together, ready to get started the way that Game 3 went if you're an Optic Gaming member.
On the flip side, if you're a Nemesis fan, you're thinking, all right, Aquarius Assault, this game's going to go the distance. It's likely going to go the 12 minutes. It's generally a longer game mode. Teams, when they get some leads, are going to try to slay out. So they have a chance to try to get some, you know, breathing exercises in after that that panic attack over on Stronghold's live fire. It just was so quick, they didn't really have much time to get their own grounding, get their own rhythm. Here on Aquarius, both teams will have opportunities where they're ahead or where they're behind, and so they get a chance to flex their own muscles, flex their own strats, and try to play at a pace that's more comfortable for them.
Now, something we talked about throughout this weekend, neutral bomb assault being newly added as a new mode into the HCS competitive settings for this year. One of the more methodical game types we have in the scene. A lot of thought process needs to go into where is the bomb, when am I grabbing this, when am I throwing this in, when am I arming it, when am I dropping it to slay. Which team do you think that favors so far from what we've seen leading up to this in this series?
Man, that's a great question. Because I did feel like...
All right, here we go.
Bitten's also one of those maps where it's you got to grab that flag at the right
Oh,
time.
man.
Counter cap or a lot of decisions, you know, leading up to when you're getting setups and control. However, I did feel like also in that CTF Forbidden, the majority of Nemesis caps came as counter caps. So if it came down to which team was setting up more and doing a setup...
Dude, I can literally feel my heart beating.
Ground, it was Optic. So maybe I'd give them the...
I'm really nervous.
Give them the advantage there. This one's just too...
I'm really nervous for both sides.
Like almost that game 3 is more of an anomaly with how much Optic stepped up. So we're going to have to see have that same slaying prowess here in game number 4.
We're going to take the power weapons, and we're going to throw them off the map for a second because Aquarius is a bandit BR predominant map with just a camouflage up top in the middle. So it's going to be bandits out. And Renegade starting to do work with his already, kicking it on board with him to start this game. He's already found 2 kills, 3
already 3 dead.
It will be the first camouflage of the game going into Renegade's hands.
Yeah, Renegade's gonna grab that. Now I've seen a lot of teams put the bomb in the bomb in the camo player's hands in many cases as they bring that bomb up. We're gonna have to see if Optic decide to do that. It seems like they're opting to have Renegade just get some slays, and there's the first back smack.
Jesus.
Another double for Renegade.
Easy double for Renegade, patiently plays his wife. It's going to be a couple of members of Optic here to play around Renegade. Bound's going to be in the base, and it's a killing spree once again to kick off.
They're going to have to reslay here, probably.
He does it again in game 4,
oh, the team nade.
With his gameplay alone, Nemesis starting to overextend. The bomb is in your base, and Optic Gaming will take a 1-0 lead here very early into this game. You said it was going to be a 12-minute game. Well, Optic Gaming have their eyes set on game 5, and they want to get there as soon as possible. They armed the bomb in the first minute.
Yeah, I mean, we start off the last game talking about how Renegade was even in slays. How about Renegade having twice as many kills as Nemesis to start off this one?
He's one-upping his own stats at this point. Renegade, the man, the myth, the legend, the world champion, and looking to try and claim at least another Championship Sunday visit. You would have to think a Championship Sunday includes the likes of Renegade.
When's the last Championship Sunday he wasn't a part of? That's a good question for me.
I'm not answering that one. I'm not at the source, Dave. But it's been a while, it feels. Renegade now still alive, still being a nuisance. Yeah, he left the enemy base, but he's controlling the objective here. Nobody's moving that bomb without Renegade saying something about it. He's going to have the plasma pistol in hand. He spots 2 with the location since they're here. Multiple players getting knocked to no shield. These guys can't kill Renegade to say they're alive.
Oh my God.
Problem on the map. He baits, switches, plays his life. That bomb's still in the utility of Nemesis. 3 go down. And this is another opportunity for Optic Gaming to potentially play perfect Halo once again and get a second arm early on. And Renegade cycling the first and second camo with the same life. I can't really say the last time I've seen that either.
Yeah, just doing a great job controlling these this entire time. But looks like they did get a touch on the bomb and bring it in. But at this point, when it's on that gen bridge, they're going to be able to toss it off. More importantly, who's getting these slays? If Optic get these slays, they're in perfect position to arm the second bomb. There's going to be one of the first picks, but this pressure over from Pink trying to take out Renegade. He's finally down.
He finally goes down, but at what cost? Multiple members of Nemesis are stuck their back bridge. Legend's able to find an assist onto 1 and also stay alive. That bomb's still at Nemesis' base, so each kill that goes down at Nemesis' side makes it even more of a high-pressure situation for the rest of the team that's alive. They get a touch on the bomb so it doesn't reset. The last player for Optic Gaming that's in the util finally flushed out, and Nemesis maybe can breathe for the first time this game.
Honestly, you can move that bomb a little bit towards the Optic base, so they might have their first shot at it, but it is going to rely on these kills to start it off.
Big kill on the Formal, clears out all of Optic space. They're going to force the pink spawns. This is exactly the strategy you want, but however, you see Legend's going to be all the way across the map, still flanking around the utility. Bound somehow doing God's work in the closet, and it's not even Easter Sunday yet.
I don't know how. First off, he got that kill. Great melee and great finish off there by Bound. But secondly, a little bit of, I guess, questioning strategy there from Nemesis. A lot of times you want them spawning over towards Fridge. Sure, you want
Bounce heating up this game too.
You almost want a player to spawn there even if they're full shield.
100%. I would never have pushed that, I don't think. And Nemesis probably regretting that decision, especially after Bound put you on a highlight reel right there. The camouflage is going to be coming up here in a second. And it does look like Nemesis finally have an opportunity for some map control here. Formal's going to be competing for bottom middle right now. I don't know if anyone from Nemesis is even near that camo, but they are going to have a numbers advantage as Renegade goes down. Multiple members of Optics spotted by Snipe Drone, taken down a no shield by Snipe Drone, and that should be Nemesis being able to approach the map. Yes, it's SLG with the camouflage.
Camo, what's he going to do with it? Seems like he's just going to get spotted out right away. Needs to take up some more ground. But all these members of Nemesis, look at their positions. They're all low on the ground besides someone up high at their base. They need to use this to get some higher position. Get over towards top pink, get towards top car, and there it is. We now have top car and top center in control for Nemesis.
3 dead and Renegade was spotted pink 1. Are they able to flush out Renegade? Renegade goes back to the base. First one spotted going up the pink stairs. You should know, based off the name of that player that you saw, that that was Renegade.
Pull the nade.
Get naded before it can go in. Optic members are trying to slide to get that bomb out. Three Optic members go down. Last player alive is on the fight, but SLG
Good lift from Bound.
Stairs, takes the route that allows Optic to throw that bomb out. So that bomb arm should have happened, but grenades thrown from the heavens have taken him down, and because they get that kill on the bomb carrier, they buy enough time to get that bomb thrown out, and what should have been an arm for Nemesis keeps this game a 1-0 lead for Optic.
That was great defense by Optic, and like you said, this should be a tie game at this point based on those positions, how many people they had weak there. Bound, they don't have control of the base, so he's just going for whatever kills, whatever control he can get right now. This is the melee.
Oh!
3 dead for Optic, Formal, last player alive on the map. Bomb, not too much to worry about right now. Still just in your courtyard, not in your base, so you will have an opportunity to respawn. SLG is actually going to block pink corner. This is important. All members of Optic will be stuck in their base. Can Nemesis find a way to successfully get these kills without trading out?
Well, they know nobody's pushed out pink side, so anyone over on that car side right now is playing very cautiously. They're not trying to force in because they know they're likely walking into an outnumbered position.
The first kill comes through, but it is traded out. Renegade able to try and create some space. His teammates able to find some kills far side of the map.
That grenade from courtyard towards the front pillars of the base.
I don't have that in my artillery yet.
That one, I haven't unlocked that skill just yet.
I'm kind of just whipping it off the ceiling, praying. Formal was able to get the camo, but it's negated immediately. A good job, however. I mean, we talked about the stressful situation Optic were just in. They decided to push out car side. Renegade might have died, but the damage he dealt on car side of the map allowed his teammates to follow up and create space, which was so much needed. That denied a real opportunity for Nemesis to get the bomb in the base. Good defense by Optic, keeps them with the lead. 5.5 minutes on the clock could be important here as we continue on.
Gosh, Renegade's speed at which he plays the game is so incredible. The fact that
he almost juked the hell out of Bound.
Turn around, retarget switch, finish up that player he originally weakened. It's just such a work of art to watch.
Gory behind enemy lines. They're going to know he's here based off of death cam, you'd have to think. And a lot of Optic Gaming's progressed on the map right now. There's one respawning that's going to probably try and look for Glory, but Glory trying to come all the way back. It's eventually flanked by that respawner, and because of it, he's caught off guard. He does get a melee onto him, but a good job to get Glory out of your base to stop blocking those spawns. It's now Snipe Drone's job to try and block some of those spawns, but somehow Bound got to car 2 being unseen, and with that kill, it denies any timing Nemesis would have had with the numbers of advantage they just had.
Yeah, you gotta wonder when you get those long flanks, it has to pay out in the end. And you start to see him kind of push a little too fast. Or if you're taking those quick routes, I feel like you should be taking those quick routes through lower gen or through car 2 if you know somebody's already there or they're weak. But it felt like he was kind of panicking, trying to rush and help his teammates as fast as possible without all the correct info.
Renegade getting some space on the map here. Bomb is going to be on his side, but with multiple members of Nemesis coming off respawn, Renegade's just trying to apply some pressure. He knows that time is on his side.
Huge double.
A double kill opens up what is potentially a game-changing arm. To make this a 2-0 lead would be massive for Optic Gaming. Wutum has snuck away with the camo, made it into the util, however. And And Optic Gaming, 3-man car side, just light woots him up like a firework, and he goes down. Camo gets burned. This bomb gets moved just barely before
Not
it
worth
gets
it,
taken
though.
down. 3 dead, 4 dead, and Optic Gaming are gonna force pink spawns. The first player is up. It's Wootum, but what can he do about this arm?
Wootum somehow takes out Renegade, but this bomb is arming, and I don't know if anyone's from Nemesis.
Oh, SLG.
Down. Can they get the one more trade? They do get the
Ooh.
trade. That is huge for Nemesis. In fact, they almost made their last mistake last time, just tossed in the courtyard. My guess is they're going to leave it in the back of their base and try and play some defense.
But there's Renegade.
Right there.
Yeah, Renegade
trying to push in and get a touch.
No chance we're letting this, like, we're waiting for this bomb to
reset.
return.
They've already committed? No?
They threw it to the stairs,
Okay,
but that's not out the window, and Optic are picking up kills. Like, we didn't get
Oh, and they're running it now.
kidding me? 3 down for Nemesis. Last player alive, I believe, is still top the base. Now he's trying to throw it out, but oh my god, he goes down. The players are starting to spawn pink again, and Optic Gaming have a realistic chance of trying to get another arm.
That was a weird half commit to me. I felt like the bomb in the back of the base with only 10 seconds left. You can play some defense, stop one more touch, and let it reset in the center of the map. But it felt like they kind of half committed. After there's some pressure from Renegade, they tried to toss it down the stairs towards the shroom stairs.
They're playing with fire, and right now they are getting burned. Bomb still on their side of the map. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Bound, still in your face, still jiggling, still wiggling.
Pull those nades.
Beat every single nade from the respawners, and he gets taken down, but the bomb is not progressing at all. Nemesis are having such a hard time not only dealing with the slays, the pressure from Optic, but also juggling the objective anywhere away from their base to where they're not in an all-time threat at every single moment of the game.
Yeah, a few times that we have seen Nemesis moving across the neutral part of the map, they're getting picked off and pay with their lives. It's such a disaster when you try to move that bomb across and you give them that.
Time is slowly becoming a problem here.
Bomb is bottom middle currently. Legend behind enemy lines once again. I love this play by him. We've seen this so often throughout this weekend where Legend gets into the enemy util, CTF, assault, whatever it may be, and he wreaks havoc in these moments. What can he get for us? As he jumps out of the car, he goes unnoticed, goes unspotted. Wootum or SLG not going to expect him here, and that ruins everything Nemesis tried to point.
Also just the repositioning. Legend isn't a static target. He's not just going to sit over in the gen. He pushes out towards the front, hides over towards one of the jump ups. Just playing so difficult that entire time. So if they send anyone to go look for him, they're wasting time. They're sometimes not finding that target. Sometimes Legend shooting one of the other teammates.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you have the right timing, Legend still creating chaos throughout this game. Knows that you don't need the arm. The arm would be great, though. 3 go down. Wootum last player alive. He's in the back flag. Teammates starting to fight him. He's going to get some solid damage off to not try and arm this. They're going to deal with Wootum first. Respawners are going to be coming pink side. One maybe doing the front jump. Legend trying to get to another player behind the pillar in their base. And that arm, I mean, there's a minute remaining. You're not worried about this bomb. You are slaying from here on out if you're Optic.
Love that play by Optic. They don't overcommit. They don't get themselves in a position where there's 3 down. Instead, they bait the bomb. They realize Nemesis can't afford to lose another arm, but at the same time, just buy.
Oh man, it looks like we're probably going to a game 5, dude.
A bit of a ninja there, Renegade. Getting that kill, but mostly that's not a trade for Glory, and because of it, I mean, look at this. Nemesis can't get off their spawn. You saw Wootum trying to juggle the bomb across the map, but with 30 seconds left, you got to figure something out. And there's nothing to figure out. Renegade is going crazy.
Nowhere is safe. Nemesis' only chance right now is to
safe.
forego their base, just push across this bomb, see if they get miraculous charge, but you have to get that bomb in the circle these next 10 seconds. I think we're looking at Game 5 Street Slayer, Wes.
I feel like we've been looking at a Game 5 for the last 10 minutes the way Optic is playing. Maybe even
Game 5.
Gaming on the back of Renegade and Bound, both with a 30 bomb in Game 4. Will put this team 1 game away from a championship Sunday, and now all of a sudden, Nemesis is 2-0 lead in this series. Washed, removed, irrelevant. It's 2-2. We're going to a Game 5 Saturday night.
Wes, you asked who from Optic need to step up. We said that anyone from that roster has that ability, but I fear that it's been Renegade and Bound both raising their hands and saying, I'll do it.
I feel like it's
Who brought a box?
Everybody on this team, every single point of view we go to, Dave, somebody is making a play. Everybody I don't know what clicked in between games 1 and 2 and game 3, but everybody is winning their pivs. Everyone is getting the job done from their point of view, handling the situations they are given. I mean, but 30 and 13 is downright disgusting. Renegade has got to be the most positive player in this series. Those stats are absolutely bonkers. And
I love how they're just running with this joke, dude.
Someone like Bound joined you along the way as your duo, 31, 20, and 12. I mean, these kids are special. They're getting hot at the right time. They're getting hot at the last chance they have to get a championship Sunday underway for them tomorrow, and they are 50 kills away from doing so.
50 kills separating one team from bed and one team from Sunday dreams. We're gonna have to find out here after this little bit. I know some players taking a bathroom break. Icing, strategic ice.
I'd be taking a mental reset right now if I'm
For sure.
It's not to harp on them too much, but
those games 1 and 2 looked vastly different from game 3 and 4.
Yeah, even from the series yesterday or this morning, like there's individual fights that are just being dominated on the side of Optic, and in all honesty, it's like not a ton of missed shots or anything. It's just Optic Gaming are making plays. The nades are perfect, the movement is perfect, everything just feels right. Their positioning, Optic Gaming have found their flow here in this series, and you wondered if they were going to show up. Well, they showed up big time the last 2 games, 250 to 80 live fire strongholds. Aquarius Assault might have been 1-0, but it was an absolute dominant showing from Optic Gaming. They could have had several arms, but they had several kills instead. And with that, we transition over to Street Slayer for Game 5, Dave. And I think something we called out early in this series, it felt like the power-ups were really going towards Nemesis and a lot of the success. Since then, I feel like the power weapons, the power-ups have all gone towards Optic. The name of the game is gain the advantages from the sandbox and use them to create opportunity for yourselves. Street Slayer is going to have a camouflage and a red gun on it that are seen as those power items.
Go. Yeah, I was going to say, the one thing that I think Nemesis can try to bank on or hope that goes better here in this Game 5 is when I look at Games 3 and 4, I saw Renegade charge without fear, without repercussions. It's not Slayer. You can't just go die and not have any repercussions from that. But I could feel in this Game 5, you're not going to see that exact same pace exactly out of Bound and Renegade when there's not any openings or not an advantage game. So some of those neutral scenarios, which we saw Nemesis really thrive in those situations on recharges. They slowed it down, set up a trap, get that first kill, and then push on out. I could see that being beneficial, but if the pace of this game picks up, Optic gets some sort of lead, and they're charging across the map, we could have a quick Slayer Streets on our hands.
If you're Optic Gaming going into this Game 5, are you trying to push the pace immediately, or is this going to be one of those famous Street Slayers that we have seen across the last 3 years that turns into a snail's pace, that turns into a game of information and strategy? And if so, do you believe that Optic has what it takes to cook something up successfully? Because I feel like the only stalemate situation we've really seen was at the very end of that recharge game, and I couldn't be any more disgusted with the strategy that I think Optic tried to pursue, letting the camo go and turtling into white. I think that was a recipe for disaster. I do not want to see that same Optic Gaming decision.
Get on my back.
Situation here on Streets.
I mean, I think you have to figure out something in between there. There's a difference between turtling up and just going all out and charging and forcing action. What I saw a lot of this action being created during those last couple games from the likes of Renegade and Bound, it wasn't forcing. It was taking great opportunities.
For good reason.
Yes, it was good reason, but it wasn't a do or die situation. They'd put themselves in an opportunity where they could back away from that fight if they'd like. I see forcing a lot of times saying, hey, we're just going to go charge around this corner and see what happens. Instead, I saw Renegade and crew doing a lot of information gathering, making smart choices, and then when it came down to a just straight up fight, just straight up winning.
Is there someone on Nemesis now that we're looking to step up? Losing the last 2 games has got to be heartbreaking, but you are still in this series. You still have an opportunity to punch your ticket to Championship Sunday. It's been pretty quiet on their side for a couple of games entirely across the board. Who are you looking at from Nemesis to get their team going early in this game?
I would say Snipe Drone. I think Snipe Drone's been a little quieter than we've seen. There's been some of those games where, yes, Renegade and crew are going off, but I've seen Snipe Drone start some games 0-3, 0-5, and getting some slower starts. So I'm not saying he has to just go off and go on a killing spree or go on a killing frenzy, but he cannot have that slow start. He needs to be that leader on his roster. Secure a couple kills, keep his team in this game.
Moments away from getting this Game 5 started. Arlington, Texas, Saturday night, Game 5. Optic Gaming versus Nemesis. The revenge match that we've all been waiting for since early this morning and a little bit of yesterday before the power went out. 50 kills will decide whether or not the Green Wall will move on, or will Nemesis, the European dream team, get an opportunity to place the highest mouse keyboard player in the history of Halo. That notch goes from top 6 to potentially top 4 with the next 50 kills. There will be celebration and there will be tears on one side of the stage each. Who are you favoring, Dave? I gotta ask.
Oh my gosh, it's hard not to go with Optic based on this momentum and how these last couple games went. If I had seen 2 very close games back and forth, I would say, you know what, Nemesis, they were able to clutch it up and ice up in the last Slayer. Let's see him do it again. But those last 2 games were absolutely dominating.
Everything you got, 50 kills.
Welcome back, Shay.
Can you be great? 8 players in the server. And
All right.
There's going to be one shining moment in this game made by an individual.
God save us.
Talking about for the rest of the weekend and moving on for the rest of the season. Green Wall, if you're out there, Nemesis fans, if you're out there, let's get this crowd going because these 50 kills mean everything to these players. And this energy is about to get wild here in Game 5. I want to start this game off with Renegade Dave. The way that he is playing right now, he is a man on a mission with something to prove, with a team on his back that he made the right decision. Let's see it, let's believe it, and let's put the game in his hands from our perspective.
And one thing we were talking about earlier is we saw Optic win one of their earlier series. We said, you're not seeing Smiles right now, they're just working out business, and Renegade gets taken down by Snipe Drone. Immediately, what can the rest of Optic do to bring them back into this? Because this game is already off to a good start here for Nemesis with only 1 kill.
It's a 2-kill lead. Now Snipe Drone stuck, bottom spike stairs, able to take down Formal. They're going to know where Snipe Drone is. He's going to get out of dodge. Camo will be coming up here shortly. I believe it's still up. And right now, the battle for Camo is going to be won by Nemesis. Glory gets the Camo. Can he get out of there is the question. Players from Optic trying to hunt him down. You see him taking damage. He needs to get his shield back. They're pushing this cafe. Glory choosing not to shoot at the first player. The second player, the teamwork from Nemesis, strong early on, will give them a 3-kill lead.
And all those members of Optic pushed away from Tram. They didn't want to be stuck there, and they felt like they had the numbers and the advantage to push on this charge. I don't think they realized that Glory got away from that Camo initially.
As this game kicks off and Glory's Camo runs out, I want to go into an Optic Gaming listen-in and hear the stress and the comms of the emotions of these players in this Game 5.
You guys back to the like that's PJ. Watch out PD on me. Watch your center, watch your center. Watch your PD, watch your B. Center. Okay, one gun shutting, one gun shutting. Watch out. One PD, one PD. Watch your shot. Watch out, watch out. One is on shot. Hit. Laundry right now. Laundry.
Where are the comms, Matt? Oh, that was almost bad. Crazy double. Ooh, that's rough. Maybe 30, 45 seconds, maybe.
Purple weak. We're here.
I'm glad he didn't overcommit there. Huge live. Live. Oh no! That was a bad death. There we go. Dead! They're alive. Got a lead now.
This game is on a knife's edge. 26.
Oh my god.
The 25 halfway mark here. Optic Gaming start to get the ball rolling. The teamwork starts to come through. You hear the energy, the nicest coming from them. And what an unbelievable push that was for Optic to get back in this.
Yeah, great pushes from both sides. Great individual plays. However, I did hear quite a bit of panic and uncertainty sometimes in Optic's voice. When they're pinned at Tram, they're saying, there's got to be someone in Red Room. Yes, there was before, but feels like they're relying on each other so much, saying, you need to watch this, you need to watch this. Whereas I feel like the times that they've been playing their best is when you let those players unchained. You let someone like Bound and Renegade go out and do what they do best.
Yeah, the emotion says that this is a very nervous moment for them right now. You do not want to be in Game 5 with Nemesis, as this game still 3 kills separate the two, and this red gun's continued to do damage as you see multiple players getting taken down now for Nemesis. Red gun removed, and Renegade busts down the door of Nemesis here, and they're set up towards Tram as he finds a double kill. He's able to find the red gun. Can he stay alive with this? Is a dangerous fight to try and take their shield down. Wutum does get caught mid-sprint. In the meantime, Optic Gaming picking up a couple of kills off screen. 37-30, camouflage now in Optic's hands. Everything's starting to go right for the green wall.
Starting to click for them. I was saying before, Wes, that you weren't seeing smiles if Optic were winning series earlier because they weren't where they need to be. However, I feel like we might see a different story here if Optic can pull this one out.
You're going to see a lot of smiles from the crowd at the very least, but 3 members holding Formal as he takes the first shot with that red gun. Somehow gets out of there with his life, not to completely no shield. They do take down Bounce, so they create a little bit of space here, but Formal still with camo in the heavens, trying to knock down a couple players' shields. Eventually his camo does run out, but this red gun's starting to do a lot of damage. Where's the cleanup? It's, of course, it's here. It's in the hands of Renegade. He finds a double in the kill feed, and Formal doing everything he can to deal damage, stay alive, play alive, and 41-31.
Wow.
Gaming starting to roll ever since it was tied 26-all.
Just falling apart there for Nemesis. You saw Formal play that so well with that camo, dealing damage, ducking down, taking up so much time and attention from Nemesis. They're not able to find him that entire time. And
This is starting to look bleak for Nemesis, dude.
Closed out the kills. Renegade trying to push into Tram, does eat the predictive nade. You gotta be careful here, Optic. You do not want to give up a bunch of anti-air kills.
Oh, man.
On, and no one deals pressure better than
Oh, man. I think that's it.
And now 4 kills away is Optic Gaming from a championship Sunday opportunity.
Right there, shot caller gets the double. Is he gonna get triple?
Oh, my.
Optic from Championship Sunday and Legend.
Oh, my fucking God.
The reverse sweep, and Optic punched their ticket to Sunday and got top 4.
You wondered who was gonna step up, who was gonna start making plays. Well, it was everybody on the left side of the stage.
Oh, my God. Wow.
And will punch their ticket to Championship Sunday. Will be able to compete for a championship at their home-hosted major. And man, were they battle tested here today. Nemesis gave them everything they could. But Optic Gaming woke up in the middle of this series, Dave, and when they woke up, they were a problem to deal with.
2 close games.
Formal's just like, thank God that's over, bro.
Turn to them having to step it up and play out of their minds.
You talk about that game 5, Dave. 26 all. It's anybody's taking. We leave the listening, and I'm not feeling too good about what I heard. I'm hearing a little bit of panic, a little bit of like hesitancy, a little bit of worry. But something clicked. There was one moment. They pushed into tram.
They're so relieved now, dude.
Smiles from Optic. I saw Legend smile, and all the other wins I saw earlier, there were not many smiles.
Well, this one means a little something to him.
You didn't see that around Infamous. You saw it tonight, though.
This is a personal one with him, of course, leaving a couple of players, and obviously the Europeans' best is something that he considers himself, not the team.
Oh, man. That was such a crazy series, dude.
Lose to him earlier in the day. You want revenge, especially on the side of Legend, but a sigh of relief from Formal. Jesus Christ, guys, let's not do that again, I think is going through his head. Game 5, everybody doing their part. Bound leading the way, 15, 10, and 5. That triple kill at the end, just a punctuation on this is over. I'm done with you guys, go home. I've got plenty of sleep I need to get for tomorrow. We have big expectations if you didn't know. The fans are all chanting for us. We can't lose this game.
No, putting themselves as deep in the elimination bracket as they possibly can. And
like
series by series.
That was a very scary series, dude. We were this close to not having Optic on Championship Sunday. We were 1 game away, dude.
They come all the way through, and I mean, Nemesis, hats off to them, the tournament that
Wow.
they had. Going up against what we consider to be a God squad, one of the best teams in North America, one of the best teams in the world, world championships, everybody on the roster. You gave them everything that they could handle. And you come up short, yeah, especially kicking yourself with the 2-0 lead, but no reason to hang your head because you showed the world that you
Jesus,
can play
dude.
with the best.
Those last 3 games, though, were so dominant.
Overlooking Nemesis before, I guarantee that will not be the case for the second tournament of the HCS circuit.
Yeah, you do not want them in your pool.
Miserations and Nemesis, they played so well, and as you look at those scores,
Carson, me too, dude.
that entire series was. But you don't gotta take it from me. Blaze, will you take it away? I know you're talking with Optic on the floor.
Flowers out to Woodham, bro.
Walshy and West. Everybody make some noise for Optic Gaming. Brick by brick.
That was such a crazy series, though. Dude, they should still be so proud of themselves, dude. They almost kicked Optic out of their own event, dude, on Saturday night.
But here in this series is where it made the difference. You guys are down 2-0. Talk to me about where did this series flip? Is it something that you guys...
The competition's just that crazy now, man.
After that map 3, when did you guys lock in to be able to close this out the way that y'all did?
I mean, first of all, that team is fucking gross.
A tough team indeed, okay?
Shout out to those guys. But I don't know, we just got our footing. We knew that, like, as long as we got our kills,
Base take.
the basic Halo Infinite shit, that we can get the job done.
You know they have a lot of respect for that team after what they just played, dude. They have so much respect.
To a championship Sunday yet again. How important is that for you to be able to do that here in Texas in front of the home crowd? Get back to Sunday.
Yeah, that's super important. I'm glad we made it to Sunday. You know, it would have sucked to have been out Saturday, but, eyes forward to tomorrow.
Yes, sir, okay? And, I don't know if they heard it in the chat at home, but this whole crowd chanted MVP for you in this series, being able to ice up the way that you did.
Renegade was a fucking demon those last 3 games.
I feel like I'm playing pretty good, but...
That Strongholds game especially.
Tournament. I want to win this tournament. If I'm not winning, then it's not really worth it.
There you go. I agree, okay? You're a winner at heart. All you want to do is get this dub. Now, lastly, what do you want to tell these people in the audience at home? I know you got your family here as well. It's been a tough day for you, but you got it done.
Shout out all you guys, especially my family and all you guys in the crowd and the green wall. I hear you guys, and thank you.
There you go. That's a thank you for Renegade and Optic Gaming here on the stage. That's going to do it for us. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Some choice words on that main stage from Renegade, that young man over there.
Dude, I just love how the first thing that comes out of Renegade's mouth was, that team was fucking gross.
We say goodbye to them, but lasting memories they have made on that main stage, and I got to say, should be incredibly proud of everything that they've managed to accomplish this weekend. It kind of sucks because of all the hard work and the brilliance coming across our screens.
I think that team genuinely like scared the shit out of him.
To do that, but GG's, and I really do hope.
Dude, I've never seen Formal look so panicked like in my life, dude. Like after they won that series, he just breathes like the biggest sigh of relief. He's just like, you can read his lips. He's like, thank fucking God.
Turn things around this time. Goofy, what are your thoughts midway through that series? Seeing them
Oh
down
man.
2-0? Did you see a little bit of life left in them? Was there a sign for you that was like, you know what, a reverse sweep could be on the cards here?
Definitely. You know, game one, they lost, like, barely losing game one, barely losing game two. I just had a gut feeling that Optic was going to come back and do something special, and that's exactly what we saw. Big shout out to Renegade. Look at that KD,
Wow.
1.96. That might be the highest we've seen so far today on the main stage. Absolutely dominating performance out of him. If you're an Optic Gaming fan,
32,000 damage throughout that series.
Line each of those games 3, 4, and 5, and even in game 5, it was
Out of
neck and
bound.
neck, like more than halfway through before Optic pulled away. So what an outstanding performance by the Green Wall, making it to championship.
Bound was putting down so much damage.
Elimination round 1, right? Going all the way through that grueling losers bracket run, being down 2-0 and making the comeback, making it to Sunday. What a hats off to Optic.
I gotta say that that KD is awfully nice there, but the damage coming in from his partner Bound as well in the 30Ks. What was it? 30.
Yeah, Woodham putting down damage with that keyboard, dude.
I mean, Bound partnering that up with him. It was a recipe for a dub coming forward. Every single team member just started to spark to light. It was beautiful to watch. And Nemesis, they were just getting caught up in their own kind of fantasy that they had for that first 2 games of this series. Optic, they just had a new lease of life.
Bro, Formal's gotta be looking like Ben Affleck in a second here, dude. He's gonna be looking like that right out the convention center.
Winning formula. When Renegade is your main slayer, but even when he doesn't have the most damage, and I said when Bound is that main damage dealer, they've become that perfect duo on land, and watching them play like this is absolutely incredible.
It certainly is, indeed. It's just
All right, so let's take a look at what we have for tomorrow, man.
So much potential to get back in the game, and this was
FaZe versus Rebellion tomorrow.
incredible from Optic Gaming. What's standing out to you
SSG versus, or no, yeah, dude. SSG versus Cloud9 still going, I think. Then Optic wins that. Yeah, we're not done. We still have this series.
Now the competition gets really stiff, right? We're gonna wait to see between Space Station Gaming and Cloud9 who's gonna be that fourth team. But you have FaZe Clan and Shopify Rebellion. FaZe hasn't dropped a map all weekend long, and Shopify are those expected favorites coming into this tournament. So Optic, you got a tall order ahead of you, but right now you must be feeling good.
They would be feeling ever so good indeed, especially with a player like Renegade on your team. So Optic have them. I think honestly FaZe have a couple of different gods on their team as well. We are seeing right now just some stats as well from the previous series. 1.86 in that first map, which is interesting to see, just considering they didn't manage to get the win across the board. And we kind of talked about this, right? How much you can obviously outslay in certain areas, but if you don't get things done, then it doesn't matter. And that's kind of also sentiments Renegade shared about overall this weekend, right? You know, it's great he's playing so well. As you can see, look at it. Just
Is APG not in a team?
get that win, none of it matters.
I believe he was on Native. He stepped back because of some personal things, I'm pretty sure.
They're ultimately playing around that, again, that damage.
I actually don't know if Native is competing this time around.
A very dangerous Optic roster. It's been a long journey to get to where they are right now, but they look like they're ready to win.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. I just want to know from you guys on the desk as we're wrapping things up, you know, the arena's pretty much just dry now. There's nobody in here, just us having a little old chat on the desk. You know, what's been your favorite part about today, Goofy? Because there has been so much that's been going on. It's just action upon action and upset potential, and we say goodbye to Europe's powerhouse. You know, what has been that pinpoint moment for you?
Really,
Europe's
all
out,
matches have
man.
Been so exciting, so fun to watch. But really, I mean, the story of Nemesis, right? What a story for this team coming out and really proving.
Oh my god, is that my goat, DNC? Oh my god.
You pick Nemesis as their wild card. They came and they showed out this weekend. They got to be feeling good about.
Yeah, dude, there have been some nutty fucking nades. Some of these like cross-map nades I'm seeing these people get.
This whole Nemesis roster really did a good job.
It's crazy.
My favorite part about this weekend was the craziest thing that happened. Literally, Nemesis are up 2-0 in the series. Optic are down 0-2. And my buddy Billy comes up to me, hands me this chain, and says, Optic in 5. Literally insane. Like, he literally willed this. I guess I'm wearing this for the rest of the tournament. That was my. I guess I got Optic winning.
He can't even get it over the headset. Can't even get it over the headset. We need more chain, folks. We need more chain.
D9 Space Station still have a series? Yeah, I know. It's going on right now. Let's watch this ish.
Number 2, right? What day is it?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Recharge Slayer. Will Space Station Gaming be able to take it, or will Cloud9 climb up and take Station Gaming out?
I think Cloud9 have a chance, but I think also Space Station are playing with a lot of fire right now, and they're looking better than we.
How have you been? Stressed. Very stressed.
Cloud9 are very good as well.
The series today have been fucking ridiculous.
Cloud9 need to do here. Tie up the series at 1 for now. It's tied up at 1. Now Cloud9 taking a momentary edge in the opening break sequence. But after all is said and done, a couple of fists fly, a little bit of shrapnel hits the wall in the suits of these Spartans. And it's still Cloud9 on top, up by 1.
Lucid with the camo. This guy certainly knows what to do with it. Starting to see Lucid start to pick up his gameplay, playing a bit more aggressive. And that's what I like to see. He needs to start making some openings. Stellar can't be the only guy holding forward for this squad to be successful. I think Lucid's starting to figure that out.
No scope melee. Lucid lines it up again. I thought he had a good looking headshot there. Connects on the shoulder, which is enough to earn the assist. And 3 will go down for Cloud9, and it's a 3-kill lead for SSG.
What's going on here?
Pretty slow game so far. Already about a minute and a half in. Low kills per minute. By the way, Patty Slay, I think, with some subs. Thank you, Patty Slay.
Patty.
Late night subs start flowing.
Can we get this off the screen, please? It's fucking with my immersion.
Let him know, hey man, I got a little collateral damage there. Let's push it. He cleaned it up. He cleans it up himself. He says, screw it. I'll do it live.
He is in flow state. Shout out Active. I know he's smiling somewhere listening to this. Plasma pistol in hand of Lucid. He's been picking this thing up all weekend. I've seen him with plasma pistol in hand, especially on this map, more often than not.
Well, we talked about that on the Optic Watch Party with Nick and APG. Thanks again for having us on. And with the shotgun and even the disruptor here on a map like Recharge being GA'd, the plasma pistol kind of fills in and is the comp for weapons you can't use anymore. So not surprised to see Lucid. He's a master of the sandbox, so he's going to take what he can get.
I think he got nerfed more than anybody when those GAs came through. And here we go, Cloud9 actually having a late resurgence. Septify, I want to say Toolset had the second best Slayer stats in the entire league last year, which is insane. Septify just straight up one of the best Slayer players. That's making Cloud9 one of the best Slayer teams. It's been that way for several seasons too, by the way. I feel like this guy drops more 20 bombs and Slayers than anybody.
16-14 here. As Cloud9 take a 2-kill advantage, and 3 go down for SSG. Septify with the high ground control. They could trap these C-spawns for Space Station, and that might just be serving up a blender here.
It might be 9 minutes on the clock. This is
I'm not gonna lie, my brain still hurts after that series.
Could potentially slow down.
Oh man, that was so nasty.
Tighter. But for now, it's a great push out of C from Space Station. A death sticky. Sab hits Stellar in the big toe, and Stellar runs out of the way of his teammates to keep them alive. Heads up play from Stellar keeps him in the lead. Well, actually, sorry, keeps him close.
I didn't feel like Septify had enough help in tower there. It seemed like the call was to pinch and suffocate the spawns for Space Station, but he was really the only one taking it to him. He'll go down. He goes down twice in a row, but despite that, it's still a 2-kill advantage for Cloud9. Now they possess the C-spawns and have to work their way out.
I really love the way Cloud9 just played that. Manny was trapped in the Mangler pit, and his team comes to his aid, throwing grenades and pushing Lucid back. And Lucid could not comfortably go for that kill. Look at the way Sab is getting kills in the kill feed. Lucid finally takes down Skeptify, but at the same time, they're 4 kills down.
Yeah, good looking play for Tommy, but It's a 4-kill advantage now for Cloud9. They've actually built on their lead. They might have even done a better job than SSG did on pushing out of the C spawn, but they've pushed past the camo, and Lucid says, hey man, I got the grapple, I'll take that one.
Does not hesitate for even a second after it spawns to pick it up with the shot.
Huge win.
Shuts down Sab's killing spree. Starting to heat up, and a couple bullets left of the shock. Might be able to get more.
Yeah, Lucid, I don't know how much more room he has to grow. He's already at the top of his game, the top of HCS, but still feels like we're seeing another gear being reached here from Lucid. If he was in 7th, yeah, he's in the supercar now, finding an 8th gear, which not many cars have, but Lucid, man, he is leading the way here. 9 and 4, he's brought SSG back.
They're looking great. Both teams, honestly, could go either way. We're almost halfway through the game and barely halfway to the 50 kill mark, so a bit slower pacing than we're used to seeing. But Lucid's been very active on the map. I feel like he has been the most active player. He's all over the place.
This reminds me of that drug play earlier on Recharge where he said he did a full 360 like a motocross driver on the dirt rocks. As Lucid.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Sneaky stick.
That's one way to shut down a spree.
Where did he throw that from?
I think inside of C, right next to the turbine.
That looks so strange. Either way, that's massive. That's going to keep the lead for Cloud9. They're actually building upon it once again, back to 4. 30 seconds away from the new camo, and they're not letting off the gas. I thought that maybe one of these teams would slow things down, but Cloud9 have no reason to slow it down when they have the lead and start to force trades. But maybe Sab pushing a little bit faster than his teammates, and that's going to not fully work out the way they intended.
36 to 33, Cloud9 still clinging to a narrow lead, and it's getting tighter. 2 kills now. A snake bite.
Just had Sheets for dinner. Life is good. What'd you get from Sheets?
But I think after the failed push from Cloud9 through the red pipes, they're not going to try it twice.
Yeah.
I had some pasta, and then my mom brought home some of that glorious 7-Eleven pizza. So we are big chillin'.
The seaside of the map. Manny also prioritizing the camo for the time being, which also spawned at the 6-minute mark. And so far, Cloud9 are just playing their process very fluidly, and they've been able to maintain this lead throughout the game.
Boneless wings and mac and cheese. Bangers, dude. Freaking bangers.
Assist. Now Lucid is weak, and Manny has his back. He's chasing it out. Still has a little bit left of that camo, and Lucid with a little bit of shield, not going to be able to make it away as Manny cleans up on that. Protects his teammate. Boo Boo Doo wins it outright against Stellar, but Manny's there as insurance, just in case.
Damn, are we going to have at least a game 4 here?
This series is on the verge of being tied.
Oh my god, Manny gets one. That's actually a big kill in this moment. I mean, honestly, any kill is great, even if it's traded here for Cloud9. Just need to keep doing that. Manny's still being a force on the map, and this is feeling like it might be too little too late for Space Station, even if they start to come back.
Cloud9 have historically been such an impressive team, and I just had deja vu.
Oh, that was about to be disgusting.
Failed in that game 5, 50-49.
Oh yeah.
We might just have a second chance at redemption against the exact same team.
Does Skeptify just spawn right in front of Eco while Eco was already...
That was an unfortunate spawn.
Lucky spawn when they were 4 dead, and that's highly consequential. Power weapon trading hands in a situation where Space Station could have taken advantage of the game, and maybe Eco running a little bit too fast there. I don't know. That was hard.
Lucid earns a double kill, and he's brought Space Station back to within 3 with just 3 kills needed for Cloud9 to seal game 2. Tommy now pushing up into the A side of the map, trying to spot the
Oh, one more kill.
Oh,
the back smack.
Trade, like you said, Eli,
we're tied.
Cloud9, they must have heard you.
Cloud9 has tied the series against Space Station.
Holy shit.
Hello, everybody. Cloud9 has tied the series against Space Station Gaming, and I think we have to talk about Manny. He had an incredible game.
Yeah, he just started flowing around the map at the end. Like I think he was just taking in communication from his teammates and kind of processing where he was.
Midnight at HCS still running. True, yeah.
Guaranteed he would get.
Well, it's only like 11 o'clock over there.
That's exactly what you have to do in that type of situation.
Now, on the other side, we also had Lucid that was kind of on leash. You saw them playing differently, but it's
Still pretty late to be competing.
in this time.
But they had a long day today, dude, because they had to make up for the power outage yesterday. They lost like 3 or 4 hours easy yesterday.
Scoreboard, and it's like, wait, the lead just increased by 1 for Cloud9. So it can't just all come down to one. Halo is a team sport, and you can't just have one guy carrying the weight, carrying the load. It's all about playing your 25%. Lucid was seemingly playing the 40% for Space Station. Everybody else got to pick up the slack.
And who will that be? Everybody
I think Stellar. Stellar left the most to be desired in that one. Stellar is usually when Lucid starts playing like this, Eli, I'm thinking to myself, if I'm putting myself in the shoes of Stellar, he's like, oh, finally, someone's playing at my speed, my pace, and how I
What is Boo Boo's bike? What the fuck is that?
Has Boo always just been a total goofball? I mean, look at this guy.
Look at that picture.
Before we talk about stats, we have to talk about Boo Boo.
I love this guy, man. Jesse is such just like a wholesome, just funny soul. I don't know.
He has the energy of the sensei from Napoleon Dynamite.
Is it just me, or is he starting to look a little bit more like Anakin? Like I could see like a little braid on the side. Maybe not in this picture though, unless he's turning into.
When did he start rocking the headband?
I feel like that's just this event.
I think so.
I think it looks pretty cool.
We had a brief conversation with him in the back, and somebody like complimented his hair because he's been growing it out.
That was me.
Yeah, you did. Okay.
Rambo.
Like, yeah,
That's crazy.
I realized I have nice hair, so I thought I would just keep it.
Fair.
Okay.
Fair to be honest.
I can't argue with that.
You do.
Let's take a look at some stats here on Sab's side. What's he been up to?
What the fuck,
Man,
Les?
he's been up to just doing Sab things, man. This guy is a force on the map always. I feel like he's like one of the most underrated players. Like he's low-key one of the best players in the league, especially with the sniper. Like people don't talk about him in the conversation of best snipers, but
top 5.
I feel like he's got to be in that.
Real, Jinrai. Real.
Well, we didn't have a chance to actually talk about the entire team stats, so if we could bring that back up so that we can see what Cloud9 has been up to, or we'll see Cloud9 in a minute. Why don't we see Space Station Gaming first?
Tommy's really, again, that game 2 is a perfect example. He's carrying too much of the weight. Now, Snakebite is close behind him at 1.1.
I hope you guys have been enjoying this event as much as I have, dude. This has been a fucking treat.
To life in Halo than the numbers, but that's a little too little. Especially in the damage for life for Stellar.
Dude, damage dealt per life for Lucid, 410. That's like, is that not 4 Spartans of life worth of damage for every time that he's been alive on the map?
Give or take, yeah.
I think that's the highest that we've seen in all of these stats.
So, by average, every life he has, he's dealing enough damage to wipe the whole squad, which we just said was impossible to do in Halo, but I don't know, maybe Lucid's just that dude.
At the level that they're playing, they're not just, headbutting each other and challenging to the death all the time. It's kind of a intimate dance. They're doing some damage and then backing up, doing some damage, backing up until they have an opening and then they hold forward. And I mean, Lucid's also not dying a lot, so that number is obviously going to be inflated. So if the deaths are low, then also that number is going to increase. And here's a comparison with Skeptify. His numbers look pretty close, but not quite Lucid's level.
He's got better damage efficiency.
Yeah, which I want to say is total damage dealt minus damage taken.
I would assume. Or maybe divided by.
Damage dealt per life is also damage efficiency.
Who's is
how much damage? Oh, I think it's the difference. Okay, hold on. I think I know the formula.
Yep.
Okay,
damage dealt minus damage taken divided by deaths.
I'm glad more teams are memeing this event. Dude,
You guys just both gave me this stank.
like I said, dude, Halo Twitter has been amazing this weekend. It's been just great.
Okay, Notorious Dre.
The vibes are there, dude. They really are.
Damage dealt divided by kills plus assists. Okay, so it includes the assist element. Interesting.
So you got to rely on your teammates to clean up on your shots, but still impressive for Septify to be on top of any of those categories over a guy like Lucid, who's been put up an MVP level slaying performance this weekend.
Well, we're talking a lot about Slayer, but the next game will be Strongholds. We take a look at Lucid versus Snakebite.
Yeah,
what are
now
we seeing here?
what I want to mention about these is like this makes it look like Lucid's playing way better than Snakebite in some respects, but you got to remember that Snakebite's doing a lot of the OBJ while putting up pretty similar numbers, to be quite frank.
He's doing the majority of it. There's been often instances throughout this weekend where an objective gets grabbed, and they just look at Snakebite and they're like, hey, man, you know what to do with this, I don't. I've seen that plenty of times in the Oddball specifically.
I mean, to be fair, that's an exaggeration. These guys all know how to play the objective, but they trust him to make the big brain plays while they go out and kill things. That's what they're best at. So
Yeah, I don't know. Very impressive stuff from Snakebite. And we've got the whole lineup here once again. And I think the team's really starting to gel together. That's the difference. But this is crazy. Current series, Stellar's not doing quite as hot as usual.
That's what I was saying. I'm going to go off a tangent here. We got HCS Fantasy on our minds. Shout out to Halo Data.
Hey, Butterfly.
HCS Fantasy providing these stats.
W Butterfly.
Imagine you took Snakebite.
I'm a memer.
And paired them up with the top 2 Slayers in HCS. That's the God Squad right there, right?
That'd be scary.
Yeah.
I mean, don't give them any ideas, bro. They already been cooking up these rosters. You know, who knows what the rosters are gonna look like by the end of the season? I feel like they're not gonna be the same.
Yeah,
Much different.
Kind of gotta let them cook a little bit.
There's
the timer's still on, and it hasn't.
Hey,
rung
Alexa,
yet.
how much time is left? There are 4 majors left after HCS Arlington. Something like that.
4 majors left to cook, guys.
Still cooking, still cooking.
By the way, we got fantasy drafts. Since we're talking about, you know, build your own roster, we got the fantasy thing going on the Twitter, right?
That's true.
Yeah, you can
What
like
is
build
it,
your roster.
1,000 credits or something.
Yeah, if you
I need
win
to look
it.
at the Twitter post.
Rip
But
out that Spartan.
jump into our Twitter page and then check our posts. You can build your own squad on there and have a chance to enter to win a certain amount of credits. I can't remember exactly how much. I think it's 1,000. Don't quote me.
It's
but
1,000, and we're gonna have a special one tomorrow. We're gonna make a brand new one for champions.
Eli has
Sunday.
dad aura.
I wanna
True.
point out, guys, I'm
Eli's
putting
just that guy,
up the
man.
Stats in real time. This is the current series that we're watching. So this is game 1.
Boo Boo's
game 2,
picture just
what
takes
we've
me
seen so
out,
far.
dude.
That's insane, man. We've been. I gotta shout out Tools. There's been moments where he's like grabbing his laptop and he's pointing at stats for me, and he's making me sound really smart, almost like I am an Eli the Ninja. But no, I just got Tools. He's my little angel.
I mean, this is only across 2 games, so low sample size, but you start to see some trends here. Skeptify still popping off, Sab popping off. Boo Boo has the highest, or he doesn't have the highest.
Dude, when is he gonna make that his freaking Twitter profile picture? He really should.
By the way, I think I'm mixing Sep and
You've been awake for
Skeptify.
24 hours. I feel you there, dude. I've been sleeping like shit these last couple days.
It's what sounds better. That's the rule that you
Jinrai, he literally looks like he could be an off-brand Rambo. He really does.
I've always said Septify. I've never heard
His
Skeptify.
brother said it was Skep. So his brother was like, nah, it's Skep. And then
His
he was
brother
like,
could be
They're already in game.
Number 3, live fire strongholds, and so far Space Station are
Some advanced GG would make it better.
and hopefully get a big hold here.
Code Junkship 10, bruh. Check out.
Picks up the sniper rifle, and the Repulse takes down 3 members go down actually for Cloud9, leaving Boo Boo all by himself with the sniper rifle. I'm curious if he's going to try to maybe waste some ammo or get to a position on the map where he could throw it off, but no, it looks like he's going to take this challenge. It does some good damage on Stellar, takes him out.
Despite being 3 down, he's somehow able to come out with that no-scope on the camouflage player, buy enough time for Sab to come off his spawn, get that cleanup, and Boo Boo Doo still lives right now. That's a huge play.
Yeah, big play. 3 members go down. Your last one alive, a sniper staying alive, doing damage, and now he's running havoc, running around 36-0 right now as Space Station, though, still has control.
Oh, that's the whole team.
Cloud9 stealing away Charlie. C and B belong to them, and a huge trade goes down over toward the big door side, but a trade that favors Space Station Gaming as they have a man advantage.
Snakebite doing some damage on these players. Ness finds Boo Boo Doo and Manny does in a great position now, and Ness gonna try to pinch these players with the help of his teammates.
Or just some more with the BOGO deal going on now for Easter. Hell yeah, dude.
And Snakebite really just needs to stay
Happy to hear that.
Life right here, unfortunately gets the trade, but not the worst case scenario, still does a lot of damage.
60
Yeah, that deal's pretty huge.
Run right now coming out of Space Station Gaming. And another trade goes down, but that's
Did you use my referral link?
Day of the week, as long as they continue to hold on to 2 strongholds. But
Imagine.
as a flips, no, it doesn't. It's reset. Now Bravo's being taken. This is about to be the trip cap. This is what I was worried for.
Yeah, that trip cap is deadly. The clock ticks so quick. Lucer with the QT in his back.
My goat.
Charges it up and makes his way over to Nest.
Next Halo should have whiplash starts. What the fuck did you smoke?
At least convert C and stop this bleeding. Finally do. Still down though, 100+ seconds to just 1.
This is really what I was worried
Well, this
about.
is dominant.
Not able to get those kills, but look how long it takes them in order to hop into a base and take it. Finally, we're seeing Cloud9 score. This is the double cap. They need to hold
That
on to
H5 pack,
multiple
real.
rounds of slays. You're down by
He smoked a
about
wreck
100
pack.
points right now.
Hopping on board with the camo, trying to do damage on tower, and now gonna wait for that sniper, maybe just staying top mid, playing his life, finds a lot of crucial information on 2 Space Station members going towards B, and this is what camo is all about, playing sneaky, playing your advantages, and now he's just playing his life.
Contesting the hill. This is extremely important here for Septify. He can't go down easily, but SSG don't care. Easy cleanup coming out of Space Station Gaming. Still Cloud9 hold on to Alpha and Charlie. A bit of a transitional hold, but one that SSG is going to attack. They want Charlie.
Space Station converts C and has B control as well. Now you have the players, Cloud9 trapped in A, doing some good damage. A Snakebite sitting nest, playing his life. Lucid is a player to watch too, top tower. He needs to stay alive for as long as he can.
It's a huge setup coming out of SSG. The amount of space that they have on the map is really controlling here with this setup. It's going to be up to Cloud9 to really double up on a perimeter player in order to create some kind of lane here. But SSG are scoring so quickly. Cloud9 are going to have to move in position a lot faster, and that sniper is going to be able to speed things up.
Huge kill on a Manny.
Winning a huge fight over toward the green side, alleviating some of that pressure. I said it before. You mess with the snake, you get the fangs.
Snakebite doing a great job getting kills he had no business getting and really helping his team prolong the control on the map. But as I say that, you see Cloud9 has A and C trying to get the trip cap themselves over at B, and there you have it, a trip cap for Cloud9.
This is what you want to see. Bravo belongs to them, but now creating that staggered spawner. Sab is able to identify Eco right off a spawn, get a quick kill. Snakebite and Stellar steal away A, but they make their presence known. Now with Cloud9 are swarming on them. You have the snipe in the hands of Septify. You have a numbers advantage. This is Cloud9 heaven.
Eco one shot back tower, trying to stay alive, but he goes down. Snakebite trying to stay alive. B doing some good damage on this player on Nest. Snakebite's gonna have help from his teammates. That's Stellar trying to give him some cover. Snakebite doing it once again, doing a good job, holding his ground in just enough time, buying just enough time for Lucid to come by, and there you go, Septify goes down.
That might have been a missed opportunity for Septify. He did have that portal, and he did have a momentary 1v1 against Snakebite. He should have been able to play for that trade a little bit faster and not allow Snakebite to buy enough time for Eco to move in, for Stellar to move in. Maybe a bit of a missed opportunity, one that Space Station Gaming are always going to capitalize on.
162 and counting to 78, and Eco has the camouflage doing some damage on Manny bottom mid as 2 players from Cloud9 are wrapping around towards A, and let's see what Eco can say about it.
Boo doing Septify gonna double up over toward the A side. Eco gonna find out the hard way. Nades are gonna force him back. Half shields right now. Boo Doobu goes right after the former MVP, and Nades are still coming back. Eco hasn't been full shields in about a minute right now, but somehow stays alive toward the green side, lives to fight another engagement, gonna go after Septify, and he's tired of the games.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing this staple of a setup from SSG holding C and B, and really Cloud9 has no answer, and they're actually looking to push that. They had the trip gap for a second, Cloud9 converts it, but once again, Tony, we're seeing this setup. Now we have Stellar on Nest with Sniper Rifle. This is going to be so hard for Cloud9 to try and break.
It's the 200-point mark here. Space Station Gaming now see the finish line. Cloud9 have maybe about 1 or 2 pushes left at the moment. Every life matters. Every bit of damage matters, and Stellar with the sniper is not what you want to see if you're a fan of Cloud9, and time is winding down. You see Sab and Manny, they're going to have their eyes set over toward the seaside. Stellar is here, but he has reinforcements. Sab is back down towards elbow, and nobody's getting
can't make any of these shots connect.
They clear out the Charlie side. Nobody's on Bravo. Cloud9, you need to hop in the zone right now.
That really looked like a last-ditch push from Cloud9, but Stellar played his life so well, did so much.
Oh, huge no-scope. GG's. Oh, never mind. Yep, that's GG's.
250 to 79 as SSG takes a dominating victory in game number 3.
Wow.
Wow. That was something. For moments, there were glimmers of hope for Cloud9. I actually really liked how they were able to gain control of certain things. I liked seeing how.
God damn, dude, that venue's empty. Everybody left to go to bed, bruh. Long day tomorrow.
And I think that comes down to one thing. That one extra player alive back green, Snakebite, just being an absolute nuisance, winning a huge piv. That changes everything. Eco runs over past scoreboard, goes and focuses on the camo because he knows he has players and fresh spawners. He's not only got Snakebite back green who just won a massive piv, looking after B, being a nuisance. He's got fresh spawners coming in, also creating space and being a nuisance, taking all the power away from that power up, and Nico just grabs it. It changes everything. Massive, massive stuff. It allows people to go and focus on other things. That was why that trip cap just didn't end up going out in their favor, and unfortunately it turned the tides entirely with control on that map. So really good stuff out of Space Station Gaming, and a big step up in teamwork as well. Tony, what are you making of the series?
I feel like the same reasons why I love Cloud9 are almost kind of the same reasons why I don't like them on Strongholds. I feel like their patience is incredible. Their defense is incredible, but sometimes with Strongholds, you gotta be quick.
Left to go raid the closest 24/7 McDonald's and Denny's. True, dude. Just think of how many people just sat there. Just crazy series after crazy series. Probably haven't eaten.
Yeah, and really, we talked about it before the game, and we saw Space Station execute.
Dude, I feel like I'm losing my voice a little bit.
Camo control, and that's what they're going to need to do against this team to close them out and send them home. And if they want to go to Championship Sunday, they're going to need to do that against the top and the best in the world. But great game there out of Space Station Gaming. Good job with the weapon control and the camo control.
I think, Tony, you made like a really, really good point there about how annoying it can be not having the right pace for Strongholds. And I think a lot of that does come down to the fact that you need to just try to get some type of control or just a point system on the board where you are basically stopping the bleeding so much. Space Station do that so well. There were often times where Cloud9 really were ripping into them slay-wise, definitely had the better number advantage, but Space Station Gaming were able to rotate every single time and stop the bleeding to a certain extent. And not only that, often come out with a double cap as well. And I was thinking, hold on a second, who's winning the number battle in that situation? You guys aren't. How have you just come away with 2 caps? That doesn't make any sense. It's because of that rotation, that perfect balance of pace, being able to speed it up and slow it down and be patient in certain situations too. It was beautiful. Space Station definitely have Strongholds down for sure, because C9, they are no walk in the park, and they would have made any average team look particularly average in that situation there. We come up to Assault Aquarius up next, and I don't know how I feel about this one. I think this one can be a little bit choppy. It can come down to the wire. And I think Slays are going to play a massive, massive role in this. I think you need to get the follow-up Slays in order to get that bomb down. Really excited to see exactly how this one goes. Folks, it's over to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, SSG going up against Cloud9. Only one of these teams can make it to our Championship Sunday. Only one of these teams can guarantee themselves a top 4, but neither one of them going to be happy with just that. And SSG, they look angry on their way to grab an active camo.
Right off the bat, 2 go down for C9, make that 3 down, and Snakebite has the camo. Bomb has already moved up in the Cloud9 base, and what a start for SSG.
Some good damage coming out of Snakebite. Mandy's down to 1 shot, and Sab is half shields. However, a stray grenade is going to obliterate the shields of Eco. And with that, Snakebite forced to
That's the whole team.
Two weak targets in front of him, hits him with the Kobe-like fadeaway, taking down Mandy.
Now you see Lucid continuing to put pressure on Cloud9, and that's what you want to see out of SSG, right? You want to see them push the pace. You want to see
Boo Boo's OE'd so hard.
Taking damage, but doing a good job staying alive, and Eco already in Cloud9's base with the bomb.
Another grenade over toward the Shroom side. Eco hates being on the Shroom stairs. That's the second time that's happened. However, this time, Stellar rips a double out of nowhere. That allows Eco to now move in for the plant. Cloud9, high IQ to play the mid angle, but it doesn't matter. Eco's arm in 1.
You play aggressive and good things happen as SSG takes the lead 1-0 early parts of this game. Good trade there out of Septify to take Stellar out. But once again, Snakebite on your screen, just continuing to patrol, continuing to do damage and give info to his team. Nice kill on Sab top mid, looking for more damage.
For those of y'all who've been playing ranked, you know how much of a grind Bomb can be. So one plant honestly could be it on certain maps and in certain matchups. And here SSG gives himself a huge advantage. A killing spree coming out of Snakebite, holding on to the mid side control, but no more ammo.
Snakebite's been slaying so much, dude. He has no ammo.
When you have Nico. 5 kills, 0 deaths, and 2 camouflages already
There we
for
go.
Snakebite, and 4 assists to add on. Having a fantastic start to this game number 4, trying to will his team to victory and take them to Championship Sunday.
That's just Snakebite's first death so far here. And it's actually crazy to think about. Being on the opposite side of things, Mandy's struggling right now. 0-6 is not where you want to be, especially when your tournament life is on the line. You know Cloud9 want to make it to a Championship Sunday. They have 1 top 4 under their belt. At least in the open series, can they do it again on land?
So far, we've seen C9 just playing on their heels this whole game. SSG really not giving them much room to breathe. That teamwork is looking impeccable right now as Lucid trying to help, and his teammates Eco and Stellar both go down, and so does Lucid. So finally, some signs of life out of C9. Let's see if they can move that bomb up the map.
And that's why Cloud9 brought Boo Boo Dubu on this roster to be their new forward. It's to hit clutch shots and pivots like that to maybe get them over the hump against teams like Space Station Gaming. However, Cloud9, only the first part is done. You need a second round of slays and oftentimes a tertiary round of slays if you're going to try to arm this bomb. And a well-placed grenade come out of Snakebite. That's going to start the offense.
2 members down for SSG, 2 members down for Cloud9. SSG now slowly trying to move the bomb out of their base and give themselves some breathing room.
Snakebite, you see the pings going down, trying to find out exactly where his team can collapse from. He got pressure on the
Mandy's got some kills on the board.
Wins a 1v1 on the high side. Eco now, he's still gonna push this bomb. I thought he was gonna drop the bomb and try to slay out, but Stellar's here for the bait and switch so quick. Bomb now in the base of Cloud9.
Oh, that's a nade to the face.
Big game so far to Stellar, 10 kills on the board, and we talked about it going into this weekend, going into this day, that Stellar is really that main slayer for this team. Of course, you also have Lucid there, you know, former MVP, but whenever Stellar pops off, you see a lot of success for SSG.
We've seen a few camouflages go the way of Space Station Gaming so far. You gotta think that Cloud9 needs to snatch up at least one of these. You know, it's been about a little over 3 minutes since SSG have armed their first bomb, and meanwhile, Cloud9 have barely had the bomb in the base of SSG. You allow Eco to get another camouflage. The man's gone ghost, and now he's about to make you one.
Yeah, power-up control is such a recipe for success, Tony, and so far there's been 3 camos, all 3 in the hands of SSG. And now we're seeing Eco make these sneaky plays. Nice shots on a Sab who has no idea the camo player is behind him. Now Eco once again regenerating on that camo, is going to make his way up. Boo Boo spots him though, and the camo is out of play.
Nades are going down here. Septify avoids most of the damage there. Eco, despite being weak, still trying to be effective on the map, still trying to provide a bit of value, and now attacking the perimeter here in Space Station Gaming. They have Cloud9 surrounded. That's a full squad wipe. This could be a plant.
4 dead for Cloud9. Eco in a great position to do damage on the spawners. The bomb is getting moved up, and Tony, you might say you're right. This might be the second cap for SSG.
They can't move it.
Luckily, Cloud9 come off a spawn. They're able to put down a bit of damage here. They got to slow down and play for the slays. Cloud9 actually breaking all the way out from their fridge toward the P side, ignoring their base, knowing where the bomb is at. And now, wait, Sab and Cloud9 have the bomb. How does this even happen?
Cloud9 spawns and overextends, and that works in their favor. But Stellar over here trying to find the triple. 3
Oh, 3 dead now.
For Cloud9, and all members
Boo Boo's last alive. He might be able to stop this.
Up the map. Eco's already in the base of Cloud9. He could be a big thorn in their side.
Seems like whenever SSG need a defensive miracle, they call on SSGesus right there. Beautiful double coming out of him, and now what could have been disastrous for SSG spin right back to
oh, the sticky.
Now Septify with a double kill right as active camouflage come up. Is this going to be the first active camo in the hands of Cloud9?
Big piv win there from Boo Boo Dubu. And yes, finally a camouflage in the hands of C9. 2 members in front of him. That's Snakebite and Lucid. Gets melee, takes a lot of damage unfortunately, but let's see if he can stay alive with his camo.
The man's been underrated his entire Halo Infinite career. I remember watching him back in the Fnatic days, and he's always been that guy. Septify right here from Texas, making plays here with the camouflage.
Oh, they're getting a plant.
Enemy lines. They're moving the bomb right now. SSG, you either have to start throwing some nades or hit a skill jump here. Otherwise, this game could be tied. And Sam gonna plant that one. SSG 3 down. This could snowball.
Okay, they still have life. They still have some life.
Grenades allowing Cloud9 to plant this bomb and tie the game up 5 minutes.
Manny's back in this game, dude. He has 10 assists right now.
Wins this game. They are going to championship
He's
Sunday.
putting down some good damn.
Cloud9 wins. We're going to see a game 5, Tony.
You mentioned the 5 minutes left in regulation, and obviously it's important because think about this. The first cap came 5 minutes ago from SSG. This really can end 2-1 here, despite so much time on the board. Eco with a clutch kill. Can he turn it to some more?
Looking at the scoreboard here, 19, make that 20 for Stellar, having a big game so far. As 2 members fall for C9, 1 down for SSG. That's Eco, and Manny is trying to stay alive right here, playing his life.
Manny so far 6 and 14, but love the 10 assists to his name, putting down damage, and his teammates are activating through that. But Eco and Stellar somehow working together despite being across the map. Good comms out of Space Station Gaming as they collapse on every single remaining member of C9.
That camouflage is in play now too, Tony. Top mid camo is spawned. Let's see which team is going to be able to get this. It seems like all of the camos have played such a significant impact on the outcome of this game so far, and now we see Boo Boo Doo, one of the sneakiest players in the HCS with camouflage.
People thought I was crazy when I said that. I had Stellar as the second best player in the league coming into this tournament, and look at him now, 23 and 14. And a large reason why Eco is able to move this bomb forward is because of the pressure that SSG are creating, and largely because of Stellar. He's not even done. He's just flying it, man. Good guy.
SSG is going to have to get another round of slays. Eco chose to kind of drop that bomb and go for those slays, which I agree with, but ultimately getting the short end of the stick and going down, and now it's a bit of a stalemate once again.
3 minutes and 29 seconds on the clock right now. At least in regulation, we'll have plenty of overtime to work with if it gets to that. But with the offense that SSG have been putting down, you got to think they must have the advantage here. But Cloud9 going to bait this bomb all the way into it. Resets.
Objective incoming.
Eco seems to always just have a radar, just have a magnet towards that bomb, and honestly, that's kind of his role on this team, right? Tony Eco obviously is such a do-it-all player, but on a roster like this, you find him continuously focusing on the objective, trying to be that effective.
Oh, they're going.
But as I say
They're going. 2 dead.
He is moving the bomb into SSG's base. That's 2 members down for SSG, 2 down for C9. I don't think Manny's going to have an opportunity to plant this, but as I say that once again, takes down Eco.
Oh, he needs to trade. Oh.
Despite the fact that Cloud9 were finally
Snakebite barely lived, dude.
Space Station game, and we talked
Oh,
about that
the self-nade.
and their ability to adapt. SSG cleared them out so quick, and now it's about a restart here. Another active camouflage hits the battlefield, and this one could be the pivotal one.
Yeah, things are looking a little dicey. SSG, big expectations for them coming into this weekend, and the last thing you want to do is go into a Game 5 Street Slayer against a red-hot Cloud9.
And just to remind you guys, SSG 1 game away from moving forward into Championship Sunday. They have been tested here by Cloud9, who want to send us here into a Game 5. And Lucid with the camouflage, or had the camouflage, excuse me.
Camo out of play as Lucid falls. Boo Boo Doo once again moving that bomb into SSG's base. It's 3 members of Cloud9 in SSG's base. This is really scary for Space Station.
A huge play coming out of Cloud9. Snakebite was stuck in that fridge side. They dropped the radar, but still not able to capitalize on that. They're still here, though. They're still providing pressure. Eco, though, with a big kill onto Boo Boo Doo, but Eco turns it into a double kill every single time Cloud9 make a play. SSG have an answer.
Here we go, a push for SSG.
That's an interesting spawn.
3 members momentarily fell for C9 on a fresh respawn, but Boo Boo goes down as well. Snakebite trying his best to stay alive, maybe get a stick, but not able to do so. And back and forth we go, Tony.
Well, SSG did end up dying over toward the side of Cloud9, so Cloud9 still have to travel with that bomb towards SSG territory, which really means they have to slay out again. It isn't capture the flag. 1 round of slays ain't gonna do it. You need 2, 3, sometimes even 4.
Less than 1 minute left to go. Essentially, the first team that's going to arm this bomb might win this game. And this is looking scary for SSG.
Ah,
Big kill
no
on
damn.
Septify right there. Seems like he's getting all the clutch kills.
The skill jump alone by Septify puts that pressure onto SSG, but with a couple of kills going the way of Snakebite and the rest of the Space Station Gaming roster, they live to see another engagement. And mind you, this overtime works a little bit different. Not like Capture the Flag where they restart the round. When 30 seconds goes down, they're just going to throw more time on the clock. So wherever that bomb is, stays the advantage.
2 members down for each side. Once again, playing really methodically, playing very slow right now. Stellar gets caught. Snakebite gets
Oh, he got the stick.
What a play there from Septify, taking down 2 members of SSG.
Regulation winding down. Lucid somehow able to steal away that active camouflage despite the fact that Cloud9 had that advantage here, but man,
Oh!
That's not even a trade. What? I think he wants a refund.
I have no idea how he didn't get that trade, but Camo once again not making an impact on the bomb being armed. The last 2 camos, Tony, really haven't played as much of a factor as the first 4 or so.
Stellar drops another 30, by the way.
Make the play.
Casually.
Camo burn it right away.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are in overtime. We're in a next cap will take it ultimately, and beautiful nades come out of Eco. Snakebite over toward the low ground, somehow gets his trade. SSG having an opportunity to now move this bomb up. Lucid getting off.
Lucid has gotten like every green gun.
With the green gun, a bit of a reposition, but SSG still in the base of Cloud9.
The next bomb wins it. Who is it gonna be? On one side, you got Stellar with 31 kills. On the other, you got Septify with 27. Both players trying their best. If you're Cloud9, you want that game 5, and if you're SSG, you want to shut it down right here and lock yourself in for Sunday.
Looks like they're gonna keep that bomb alive. We're just about to reset, but Eco with the touch, and then looking for the slays. As of right now, Cloud9 still find himself all 4 up, and Boo with some damage toward the Shroom side, but that's just gonna let them know exactly where he's at. And Cloud9, they are literally trapped in their base.
This could be very bad.
Scary if you're a Cloud9 fan. You really have no room for error, and SSG playing their lives really perfect right here. Eco
Oh, they didn't get the touch.
down, so it might give Cloud9 some room to get out of here. If Eco had stayed alive, I feel
3
like it would've
dead.
been really scary for C9.
And it was so close and stuck in their base, they accidentally shot each other right there. You saw a bit of team damage hit the visor there, but SSG do not score. Will they get the active camouflage instead? Because you're starting to see Stellar and Lucid move into position, but oh my gosh, a huge double by Sav.
Big double by Sav. 3 members fall once again for SSG. Camo still on the map. Lucid trying his best to hold off the members of Cloud9 from picking up C9, or at least buy enough time for his team to spawn. And he's doing just that as members are dropping like flies for Cloud9, and the camouflage is still in play.
Less than a minute on the clock right now. It's a opportunity to either score this bomb or maybe we see a
Converting all your Halo community players to Destiny players.
right now, it's Lucid and SSG.
I just have that effect on people, man. You're welcome.
And you have the positioning of Septify. Drop down to the low ground to make sure you guarantee your kill. 2 down could turn to 3. SSG running out of time.
This is it right here, Tony. Ego gets a kill. Lucid as Camo moving the bomb up right here, right now. No! Members fall for both sides, and the bomb goes down once again.
Normally you see the camouflage player walk that bomb over with the camo, but they didn't even have the time to do that. They had to run it. They had to let Cloud9 know where they were at. And it looks like Cloud9 should be able to move this bomb over toward the Uto side. And with time winding down, we may just be looking at a double overtime.
Whew. Double OT. Backs against the wall for Cloud9, and they're showing up.
God damn.
They do not want to go home, Tony.
Big fight coming out of them. SSG still up 2-1 here in the series. It's up to Cloud9 to force this game number 5, and it's not going to be easy to do. SSG, we say it all the time, versatile, versatile, versatile.
Yeah, we saw Space Station do a great job of controlling majority of the camos, but I think after the first couples that did a lot of damage to Cloud9, they kind of learned from their mistakes, and despite not getting more camos or as many camos, they did a good job negating it and taking down SSG as soon as they picked it up.
3/4 of this Cloud9 roster coming back from last year. They were impressive. I mean, we talk about their run back at SLC last year. They actually had SSG down elimination bracket round number 1. That same SSG, by the way, that won that tournament and won World. Had them down elimination bracket round 1, almost 3-0'd them. Ended up C9ing a bit. I know some of y'all might know that term, but ended up C9ing just a little bit, and eventually had him again in a Game 5. And once again, no matter how many times they brought the top teams to a Game 5, they couldn't find a way to get over the hump. So what do you do if you're C9? Grab a veteran like Boo Boo Doo, but get him onto this squad, get that clutch ability there, and find a way to get through these deep games. I think Cloud9 have it in them to get them to another Game 5 and maybe pull off a crazy upset.
They certainly do.
Appreciate those of you that are coming out, man. If you are new here and you do like the vibes, you like what you see, do consider dropping a follow. Would very much appreciate it. But shoutouts to HCS and Halo again, man, for the drops. Appreciate it. Having an amazing time this weekend. These games have been so crazy.
When they were not expecting it, how many times did he manage to get in the back of their base when they had just pushed up ever so slightly, just above fridge, just above the util section, and they had no idea he was there? It was so frustrating, the damage he was able to do, how sneaky he was, not to mention the skill jumps as well. Which
Just hit the 11-hour mark, my god.
Made such a big difference in the second half of that Assault game, because what a difference that was from the beginning. I really thought we were going to see a second bomb plant from SSG. Just didn't happen. They just completely denied that from happening. You need those 2 rounds of slays. It's so important. And C9 stepping up to the mark slay-wise has really kept them in this. I'm excited for this next one. So we do a full reset? Is that what happens?
I don't know if it's a full reset. I would imagine to be first to 1, but I haven't brushed up on my rulebook in a little bit. Normally in a situation, for example, like capture the flag, normally that'd be a first to 1. I believe in open series we do the same thing.
Yeah.
But again, I gotta brush up my rulebook. That's on me. That's on me.
No, same. Honestly, this really hasn't happened a whole bunch here in the HCS, so I'll have to double check with production. I'm sure they're probably figuring out exactly what happens and what's going on, which is probably why we're seeing conversations happening over on the side station as well. But very exciting. Cloud9, they don't want to go home.
No, they're scrappy. Cloud9 is a scrappy team, and really they're impressive, right, Tony? I know you were kind of singing their prayers a little bit leading up to this event. You were the believer in Cloud9 in the talent group, and now they're proving you right, going up against a really strong SSG team and really holding their ground.
They certainly are indeed. I am still waiting for confirmation. Go on, Tony, you know it?
Oh yeah, actually I got confirmation. We do play to 1. It is 1 cap, just like it was in the off season as well.
There we go. That's what it's going to be. There's the rule book. Perfect. Our rule book's backstage with Corey. He's making sure that we are sticking to the rules. Although on the desk, rules all out the window because it's past the watermark, so we can do whatever we want up here. That's what he told me.
Wait, we can?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ben Affleck is a Sentinels fan.
I would step back, Goofy.
I wish I could see his face.
You know,
right now. He's not panicking. He's very cool.
if only Sentinels was still in Halo, man.
See how this one takes a turn. Do you see a Game 5 on the horizon, Goofy, just with how much Cloud9
He was at a watch party.
up here?
The Halo fan in me says yes.
Yeah.
The Halo fan in me says yes, we're going to see a Game 5. And really, the Cloud9 team, they want this, right? They don't want to go home right now. And SSG on the other side, they might be feeling the pressure a little bit. I think they were the expected winners of this series, and Cloud9 has given them more of a run for their money than maybe they expected.
Yeah, fellas, I'm seeing the fist bumps flying out. That means one thing, we're heading into the game. So here we go. A little bit of a replay, but we are playing till 1. So the first bomb plant wins. I will hand it over to you lads just in case, because yeah, there we go. There's the game. I can see it starting on their screens.
I think one of the craziest things about a rule like this is, like, think how important a starting strat is. Like, a quick forward down turns into an active camouflage, turns into identifying where the spawns are.
Oh my god.
Grenades over there.
He wasn't kidding.
Starting strat could really dictate how that bomb goes off.
Valorant watch party, bro.
What the fuck?
That is a sight, dude. That is a sight.
Couldn't agree more, Tony. I think that starting strats are so important in any Halo title, and that's why in overtime, when you restart the game, is so different than an overtime.
Early camo for SSG.
Now we're starting things off. As Stellar falls,
And then just gets immediately murked.
Make that 3 as Septify wins that piv once again.
Cloud9 pushes into a double overtime situation. They also put SSG 3 down. Sab takes this opportunity to advance this bomb forward just a little bit, but as we talk about time and time again, you need multiple rounds of slays to stake fight. The first one to go down in this one.
Sab down to 1 shot, but stays alive by the skin of his teeth, and he's got his teammate Septify in the util here with him. Got that green gun charged up, and all of SSG turtling a little bit, trying to stay alive, trying to work together. Great job.
You see what I mean, man? This freaking green gun.
Of this very game, it was Space Station Gaming that consistently had that offensive pressure on Cloud9 and had them trapped in that base just like that. Well, SSG and unfamiliar to territory, but they were able to spawn up. They were able to defend their base, and that bomb gets reset.
Slay's favored on the side of C9 right now, which we didn't see in the first time around in this game type. We saw SSG really kind of holding the higher ground in the Slay's department, but right now we're seeing Cloud9 put some kills on the board.
Now it's Septify and Zab that were the only players alive over toward the back base, and Lucid kind of gets lost in the thrust a little bit there. And that was offensive pressure that's eventually going to be alleviated. Although Eco takes down Manny to clean
4 dead. Uh-oh.
And just like that, Cloud9 converting the defense into a bit of offense.
They're gonna have to reslay though.
For SSG, but like you said, Tony, there's got to be another
Good damn from Zab here.
Cloud9 if you want to arm this bomb, but Lucid and the rest of SSG doing a great job playing some defense.
No cleanups though.
Get some reinforcements from Stellar here. The 2 MVPs of the squad putting down max damage, but Stellar goes down. It's going to be the same fate for Lucid, courtesy of Manny's double kill. Snakebite going to try to replace him. He's trying to defend this util side. This is the strong position. This is what SSG needs to clear, and you have camouflaged 3 members of Cloud9 and that bomb in the util closet.
This is really scary if you're SSG. You can't make any mistakes in these upcoming engagements. Like you said, Tony, camo in the hands of Cloud9. Bomb is right there in the util.
And Camo just gets murked. Oh no, 2 dead, 2 dead. Oh, they threw bomb out.
Sab with that camouflage. Looked like he wanted to go mid, maybe towards the skill jump, but then doubled right back to where he came from the util side. And maybe that lack of timing might have allowed SSG to get some critical kills in order to clear their base.
Yeah, it seems like this whole overtime, SSG's kind of been playing on their heels. They haven't really even been able to push past that halfway point. And we're seeing Cloud9 just continue to push so much pressure on SSG. It's hard for them to even move around.
Sad moving that bomb, but now has to slay out. It's hard to do both at the same time, especially when you're staring down a snakebite. And SSG sending 2 towards the Fridge side of the map. Cloud9 having presence towards Fridge, yes, but they're also attacking the car side as well. Can SSG clear the entire map?
Now we see Snakebite moving the bomb.
Uh-oh.
Eco there to try to help, but 2 members fall once again. 3 down actually for SSG, and that's going to be 4 down momentarily for Space Station. Once again, Cloud9 with their foot on the gas pedal.
He ain't getting left in the fridge. Stellar and Lucid, they got to work together here to clear out this base. All members of Space Station Gaming are up here, but Cloud9 are as well. They have perimeter side control here with Sab just staying alive on the Fridge side. Boo Boo Doo gets his. Sab going right after Snakebite. Now you're starting to see the snowball from here, but Cloud9, you have to attack.
Sab being an absolute thorn in the side of SSG, staying alive time and time again, and Fridge and Camouflage has spawned as well. I would imagine that C9 must have picked that up.
You had SSG 2 down, you allowed him to get 4 up, but you just slayed him out again. If you can slay them once, you can slay them twice, you can slay them 3 times. Says Cloud.
They're arming.
They quickly moving the bomb towards the plant site, having to drop it momentarily, but the slays. Manny's arming it.
Oh, game 5.
Cloud9 played that overtime textbook Halo, perfect aggression. SSG really couldn't do anything to even get out of their base. And now it's a game 5. First to
Dear God.
on Street Slayer. Anything could happen in a game 5, like we talked about an opening start being so important.
Space Station Plus.
An opening start is just as important in a game 5 Slayer, Tony. So this is getting dicey.
Space Station Plus.
I don't even know what to think right now.
Cloud9, you've bought yourself an amazing opportunity. You have pushed SSG into a game 5 here for the rights to make it to Championship Sunday. I promise you some wise words my mother always used to tell me. You have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. It doesn't matter what happened on Friday, no matter what happened earlier on Saturday. What matters is the right here, right now. You have an opportunity to take down 2 MVPs and one of the favorites to make it into a grand finals before we get to Sunday. That's crazy.
Yeah, some insane scenes that are happening right now. And to be honest, I'm not particularly shocked. I think things like this can happen. It's late
Boo Boo
night.
doesn't have shoes
Who
on.
wants it more, right? That's kind of the question.
Where are you
When it
looking,
comes down
bro?
to Halo Infinite, it's a game of margins.
Where are
at
you
this
looking?
level. And if you just aren't on your A game, if you're not bringing it, if you start scamming, have a bad death here and there, it
Just
starts
saying.
to really stack up against you. And Cloud9, well, they went into that overtime looking pristine. They knew exactly what they needed to do to adjust, change the game. It worked in the second half of that assault. And my gosh, Space Station Gaming could not get really any offense going whatsoever. You could just see C9 constantly chipping away, pushing up. It took a little bit of time, but they did it so perfectly. This game 5, I'm a little bit worried, I'm not gonna lie. I think that, you know, we could be seeing anything happen at this point in time. Have you seen enough, Goofy, from Space Station to ice up here on Slayer Streets? How are you feeling about this one? There's a lot of things to control, for sure, on Streets. There's a lot of things to play with. Do you think it's gonna be in their wheelhouse?
Yeah, my head is telling me that the experience of Space Station will allow them to get this victory in Game 5, and my heart is telling me that that red-hot Cloud9 is going to come out and take this game, and what a story that would be, right? I don't think anyone predicted Cloud9 to make it to Championship Sunday, going up against this SSG roster, being down 2-1 in the series. Now they're in a Game 5, and honestly, anything can happen in a Game 5.
Yeah, anything can happen in a Game 5. Obviously, that power up right in the middle of the map is going to be huge, a massive game changer. And
Dear God.
C9 in that assault really control that so well in their favor, time and time again.
I like this color scheme though, yellow and blue, dude. It's a fire combo, man.
Nothing really came of it. So I'm looking at them to really try and push a little bit more for control and start to prioritize what they can use in order to get the job done. Honestly, on both sides, I think it's going to be key to the victory for either one of these teams. Do you see this going down to the wire, kind of like the first Slayer did, Tony?
I definitely do. I feel like, I mean, just in that that bomb, like, notice how that double overtime played night and day from regulation. SSG were the ones always having that bomb in the base of Cloud9, and Cloud9 were stuck in their base on defense mode. What happened at that double elimination? Well, Cloud9, I don't know. They hit another gear, and they were the ones, like you said, pressuring SSG over and over again. And now Cloud9 have SSG on their bread and butter. Cloud9 have been a great Slayer team, and most of the time it's in those game 2s. Now you brought Boo Boo Dubu on this roster. This is what you brought him for, to find the way to clutch the game 5s. This is crazy.
Yeah, I think it's two different mindsets going into this Slayer. On one side, you've got C9, who probably didn't have a huge expectation, especially with how the series was kind of going for them. I mean, that Strongholds was really a blowout. The fact that they were able to kind of come back from a pretty early lead in the assault from SSG as well, that momentum switch is huge from them. They need to ride that as much as they possibly can into this Slayer. You know, they're hoping for the best here. This would be a huge underdog win for them. I think on the other side, you got Space Station Gaming, who right now are probably pretty peed off. They're not very happy with this. This is not what they intended. They were looking really strong in the series. Yes, they had a slip up in the Slayer. It happens to the best of us in a Slayer. But to then go out to that Stronghold so strong, looking so powerful, so dominant, and then again, another slip up in Assault. This is not what you want on Saturday night when you are fighting to head into tomorrow. So they're going to play with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, I feel like. I don't think they're angry by any means. I think they're just like, ugh, we need to get this done. Are you serious? Why is this happening right now? Like, what are we doing? Let's get our heads together. Let's start playing really sharp. You know, polish up that teamwork and get this job done. So it's strange, isn't it, how you can have two different complete angles of each team fighting for almost different reasons in a sense.
I'm looking at SJ's story. Because she's at Arlington. She posted a picture from her bed just watching the stream.
Let's get this done, right? Confidence is the name of the game right now for SSG. You're 4 world champions on a team. You're going into a do-or-die game number 5. You should feel like you're going to win this, and you should feel like you're going to stake Cloud9.
Yeah, you definitely want to. That's exactly what attitude I think you have to have. I think there's going to be an element of respect there. They're going to be like, oh, okay, we can't just ego chill everything. I think, you know, if you're looking at Stella, he loves to just beeline for everything. Just go for it. It's just, you know, just absolutely not thinking of anything, turn everything else off, instinctual Halo. And a lot of the times it works for him. If you don't have the teammates to back you up, to help, just a little bit when it gets a little dicey, a little hairy, where that piv is pivotal. Like, you cannot lose that piv that you were going into. Then that's when it becomes tricky. That's when things start to kind of turn the tides. And, you know, a lot of the time we are seeing SSG with their timing lacking a touch. You know, people are going ahead of time and there's not anybody to help you out. That is also a problem that they've been having. Would you say that played into Assault for you? Were you looking at some of their timing, Tony, and thinking you're ahead of the others, you're not quite there? Is that what happened in the second half for you?
Yeah, I feel like timing can definitely be an issue, and timing was definitely on their side in regulation here. It was really at that double overtime where they just couldn't get on that same page, couldn't get on that same timing. So, I mean, the good thing about Space Station Gaming is that, and we're going to talk about it till we're blue in the face.
Yeah.
They've been there, done that, players. You know, you got 2 MVPs, and I say it all the time, 2 of some of the greatest minds to ever even touch the game of Halo. So, in some way, shape, or form, they should be able to figure it out. But Cloud9 Slayers, they are good. They are built to make it to that game 2, win that Slayer, then ultimately get to the game 5. This is exactly what they've been training for.
Yeah, it's often, we hear a lot of casters say, you got to win one objective in both the Slayers to get it done against a team that's a powerhouse. If you're an underdog, it's the 2 Slayers and 1 objective. If you can do that, I know it sounds crazy because it's the majority of the series. I know it sounds a bit nuts, but it is slightly different as to when you win majority of the objective games, essentially. It's a very different kind of situation. And underdogs often find themselves in that kind of dilemma and having to gruel past and just ice out one of the objectives and just somehow under their feet.
Oh, man.
You can see them right now just gearing up, and you know that this means an awful lot. It's the first major, folks. You know, this is the first weekend. This is where things
Here we go.
And for a lot of these players, where they're
Last game of the night, and the last game for one of these teams, dude.
and work hard with and push through the most difficult.
We're getting
times and
geared
get
up.
better with. So there's a lot of question marks, I think, coming out of this series just based on who these 2 teams are and whether or not it's working for one another. Tony, how are you feeling about Cloud9 if they don't manage to get this done after such an electrifying, you know, objective win on Assault there?
Hey, I think Tools is there.
If they don't get it done, I know that they would be very upset. You know, they know that they can make it to Championship Sunday, which, by the way, I guess starts in a couple minutes. I guess we almost passed midnight Central Time, but they know they can do it. So I know they're going to be upset. But even if there's a world where they didn't win, like, look back at the body of work. Look at where you're at right now. I think no matter what, I don't want to think about the loss, but I think no matter what, the fact that they're here, I mean, that's a statement in its own.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. I love what you said there, by the way. That's like a new terminology.
Hey, happy Championship Sunday if you're in Texas.
I love that reference to a whole entire tournament. Look at your body of work.
Dude, I can't believe it's 1 in the morning and we're still going.
There is so much to correspond. And I think same with Space Station, although slightly different. I don't.
Oh yeah, happy 420 by the way, guys.
I'm very pleased with a finish on Saturday for sure. I just don't see the same kind of sentiments, unfortunately, going forward for them. We saw some of the stats on the screen there as well, some of the main Slayers in that last Slayer, which was Lucid and Manny, looking really good.
All right, final game for one of these teams.
Players in this lobby step up if they want a chance to enter tomorrow. Game 5 Slayer. We're here on Streets. We found ourselves on Street Slayer many a times for a big moment like this. Who's going to come out on top? That we're going to find out literally just in several seconds. Here we go. Space Station Gaming, Cloud9. Boys, over to you.
Shopify Rebellion, Optic, SSG, and FaZe. Only one other team has made a top 4 here in 2025, and they're going after SSG right now here in the Game 5. Cloud9 already have a top 4 under their belt. Only 4 teams can move to a Championship Sunday. It would be an incredible upset here, but SSG, they're built to win tournaments.
This is the player to watch for me in this game. Lucid, a former MVP. Will he step up and help lead his team to victory? And a great start if you're an SSG fan, up 3-0 and camo in the hands of Stellar.
4-1 start here, Lucid with the Stalker, and now you have Stellar here with the Camouflage. Cloud9 are going to really be tested. How do you respond when your backs are against the wall? Well, you find Stellar over toward the heavens side. He's baited right into the hands of Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo.
Really unfortunate death there on that with that camo. That you know, decisions like that, plays like that come back and haunt you. And let's see if SSG can recover.
Manny and Boo Boo Doo stuck over toward the PD side. Lucid and the rest of SSG gonna try to surround them here. Sab going right after Lucid, though. A huge kill. Reinforcements are in, and Cloud9 neutralized the situation just a bit. Manny survives, and Septify is able to go at Stellar. Eco on the high ground. He needs his kill.
Eco gets taken out. Would have been great if he could milk his life a little bit, and Septify gets one as well. That's 2 members down for SSG. Snakebite in a compromised position. Stella gets the smack, and now Snakebite alone in the red room, and he falls as well. And just like that, we're all tied up 9-9.
Took a direct route in order to take down SSG, and now with Septify going right after a perimeter. They're going for map control as they take space on Space Station Gaming.
Couple seconds till that camo spawns. Big kill right there on Septify. Sap trying to stay alive, play his life. He's down to 1 shot, and camo in the hands of Eco.
This will be a huge double push coming out of Space Station Gaming. Septify is over toward the heaven side. You're going to have to identify that quickly as Eco just checking every single corner. He knows that Cloud9 like to play a little bit ratty at times like this.
2 players in PD. Eco has a lot of info right now. Jumps on Heaven. Great shots on Boo Boo. Great positioning out of Eco. Gets a double. Looking for the triple on Septify.
Oh! Huge triple.
Boo Boo Doo Boo clears them out. But SSG still hold on to a 4-kill advantage on board now with Snakebite, who finds an interesting angle towards Manny, and now identifying exactly where Cloud9 are looking to push. They want the strong side of the map over toward the top B side. SSG covering every single other angle, and this is the collapse that SSG are known for as the damage players from Cloud9 are being forced back. SSG clear things out and get a 7-kill advantage.
C9 dropping life flies. Perfect execution, perfect push out of SSG. 2 players in front of Lucid. He has the red gun. Nice use of the stuff.
Good stick, dude. Lucid's been hitting some nutty sticks.
Stalker's doing the hands of Lucid. And this is bad. This is where bad turns to worse because you're just taking way too much damage and forcibly backing down in every single one of these engagements, and SSG are not going to allow you to escape. They smell blood in the water, and they're willing to strike right now. Cloud9, something has to change.
Great positioning out of Lucid, doing so much damage for his squad. Once again, that camo's
huge kill.
Great kill out of Lucid. Septify finally takes him down. And let's see if who's going to get this camo. If SSG gets it, they could really take this game out of Cloud9's hands. It's already looking like that, down by 10.
Yeah, double-digit advantage here for Space Station Gaming. Active camouflage coming up that Cloud9 have no way of grabbing a hold of. It's impossible to get resources if you continue to be sent to the respawn screen. And now Eco, one of the more calculated players in the league with the camo.
This is looking really scary for Cloud9. This is that swing moment in the game, Tony. Either you close the deficit and make this game close, or this one's going to get blown out of the water.
There's still some people in that venue, dude. I hear them.
Cloud9 are famous for baiting. SSG looking to make no mistakes on this one. They have the lead, and they're looking to be the ultimate front runners in this one. They're not trying to blow with 29 kills. 30 kill mark has been reached, at least for one of these squads.
31-18 as Lucid takes down Manny. Eco just getting some free shots. And total map control in the favor of Space Station right now, as you're seeing Manny trying to rotate over Arcade. And Eco once again playing this middle part of the map, just being the information giver to his team right now. And Snakebite finds Sab, goes down by a flank. Great job by Manny getting his way behind the whole Space Station team.
Yeah, that's a big kill coming out of Manny right there, but what do you do after it? Was there any follow-up to those plays? Because right now you need multiple round of slays that go your way, and you allow Eco to get a huge kill on Deceptify across the map here, and now Cloud9 forcibly having to back down again. They don't have the numbers, they don't have the space, and Space Station, they will take it.
Once again, camo is going to be something to play for in about 15 seconds. If Cloud9 can get their hands on it, maybe they can close this deficit, turn it into a single-digit kill game. But you know, each kill that SSG gets, they're just getting inching closer and closer to that 50 kill mark. Great grenade takes down Eco. Red gun still in the hands of Manny, doing a lot of damage. Throws down the Shroud and tries to stay alive.
And Stellar goes into
Stellar
the shadow
just
realm
aped
to
him.
take him down. Active camouflage sits towards that mid-map, but taking way too much damage there. And everywhere that Stellar's trying to find the exit route, there's a member of Cloud9 there. Eco somehow sneaks away with the camouflage, which is crazy. This should have been Cloud9's.
Another camo for Eco, makes his way over to Trash, and now looping around. Boo-Boo and Septify in his sights, doing some great damage, but Septify finds his way out of there. Great job, Estella gets the cleanup, and now another kill opportunity, but we'll take the trade there for SSG, up by 12 kills, only need 12 more.
Oh!
Big double kill out of Lucid, with the teabag and the confidence.
Dude, that's a nasty stick.
Taking this game 5 and stamping their ticket to championship.
Oh man, that's a confidence boost.
Yeah, but neither are Cloud9 as they find the flank.
That is a much needed confidence boost.
But they're gonna need much more than that.
9 kills left to go for SSG, and they will punch their ticket to Championship Sunday. Big deficit to come back for if you're Cloud9, but that's a start right there as Manny takes down Lucid.
There's a huge kill that goes his way, but you gotta think to yourself, is it
Really just packed him into a corner. I can't believe that.
Down a dozen kills. Snakebite and his SSG roster do not blow leads, and it's because of plays like that. Putting down damage but never chasing, allowing your teammates to come in for those cleanups. And every single trade that happens is one that favors Space Station Gaming, inching them closer and closer to not just a win, but to tomorrow.
What could be the final camo spawning in 5 seconds. If SSG gets their hands on this camo, it might as well be over. And Stellar with a big win on Septify. 5 kills left to go, and once again,
Eco, that's like Eco's third camo in a row.
4 kills left to go for Space Station.
Ultimately, one squad
Oh,
wipe away from
bro got shut down.
Although back-to-back kills favor Cloud9 and Space Station Gaming that are putting down max damage on the map. Manny goes down, bringing them just 2 kills away. Sap gonna sit in arcade. Can he bait this out?
Oh, he's alone, dude. He's gonna get pinched here. Oh, that's Septify he's with. I'm stupid.
Sab by himself in arcade. All 4 members of SSG in great positions to help each other out. They know they're 2 kills away from a ticket to Championship Sunday. Tony, 2 kills away from a guaranteed top 4 finish here at your opener.
Cloud9 know what's on the line, and they are so hesitant to push SSG. They know one false move is going to cost them this game, is going to cost them this series here. But Eco takes things into his own hands just a little bit, but hold on, both Lucid and
One more kill.
But Snakebite coming in with a clutch kill onto Manny. Understands that he's in a bit of a 1v2, so finds a different route. Eventually Snakebite goes down, but look how much time he's able to buy. Eco is here.
Here we go, 1 kill left to go. It looks like Eco and Stellar want to play a little bit aggressive and close this one out, but Cloud9 sticking together. And we see Stellar trying to make his way in. Stellar a bit compromised here. Boo Boo takes him down, 49-42. What a miraculous comeback it would be if Cloud9 can somehow win this game, but all things are looking good
Boo Boo.
for SSG right now as Eco once again pushing in, not able to get that fight. Lucid spots one in there.
GG's.
Space Station Gaming will be going to Championship Sunday. Wow, what a performance out of SSG.
Wow. Cloud9, they fought tough. They put themselves in a position just a few kills away from ultimately getting the upset on Space Station.
Dude, just stuffed him in a corner. I can't.
Lead, and they're not ones to throw it away. And sadly, just like Chick-fil-A, we ain't gonna be seeing C9 tomorrow.
Cloud9 had a fantastic run.
Tony's hungry, dude. I get it. I understand. I really do.
Tony, I really was thinking that Cloud9 might do the unthinkable and take down SSG, but hey, that's what we talked about, right? You got the veterans on the side of SSG. They locked in and got the win when it matters most, and now they're going to be one of your 4 teams we're looking at tomorrow.
It's getting a little bit nervous at the end there, lads. That last kill, they wanted it real bad, huh? And they were just like, we're just going to go get it, whatever. And that's where it starts getting so mixy, and I've seen the most crazy stuff happen in situations like that, where you just want to close it out. You're like, oh, we've done the hard work. We've had, what, nearly a 16-kill lead at one point. I mean, that one little kill, if you slip up, these teams will punish you. It got awfully close. It was
Those guys had like a 14-hour shift today.
my wish was earlier at 11:11. But it came true, guys.
I wonder what it was.
I wonder what it was. It's past the watershed. I can say stuff like that now. Wow. Space Station Gaming coming out the gates, looking a little cold at certain points, you know, in that series. But the fact that they get it done, ice up, you know, you both said it best. They have that experience to get something like this done, where their back is against the wall, everything is on the line. It really is. You know, it's late at night and they either do this or they go home and they don't even see a Championship Sunday. Fantastic scenes from Space Station Gaming. They should be really, really proud. And I think it says something about their teamwork in general, right? You know, you have to have teamwork.
Cloud9 played amazing this weekend too, dude.
Just before we close things out on the desk here, Goofy, takeaways from that series in particular for Space Station heading into tomorrow.
Really awesome to see like the caliber of all these teams just like evolve over last season, dude. These teams have been so crazy so far this season, and that's only the first like LAN. We still have so much more this year.
They've had Friday, they've had Saturday to kind of go through all their tough matches, and now they're going into a Championship Sunday with a lot of confidence coming out of such a nail-biting series. You got to be feeling good for SSG.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, you clutched it out, and I think you did fantastic in that you earned your right to make it to a Championship Sunday. But now I'm also looking forward to a Championship Sunday. And I'm thinking, like, if we copied and pasted that exact series and what happened there against the likes of who is in championships, like the optics, the Shopifys, the phases, do you win that? I feel like SSG are probably still going to do some film review, still going to try to tweak some things a little bit and look even better tomorrow.
Cannot wait. Gentlemen, thank you so much for all your hard work tonight. It's been so much fun, especially getting a couple of extra series in there. Folks at home, I know yesterday was cut short, but I hope you are entertained. We threw in a couple of series for you guys and your good fortune. Amazing day 2 here in Arlington. I hope you guys get some rest. You're going to need it because tomorrow is Championship Sunday, and we'll see you bright and early for more HCS Arlington Major. It's #1 kickoff, and it's already amazing. See you guys tomorrow.
Yeah. What a day, man. Somehow have been going for another 12 hours. No idea where the time went. I really don't. I don't understand how 12 hours went by so fast. Dude, I still can't believe we were so close to not having Optic on Sunday, dude. That's actually crazy. I'm just replaying all those games in my head. It was crazy today. Yeah, we almost lost both Optic and SSG, dude. That's scary. We were literally about to lose the 2 Worlds finalists, dude. Like, my god. Our M&K goat is gone, dude. Time for 12 hours of BTV? Fuck no, dude. I'm going to bed. I'm gonna probably watch some solo leveling, chill, finish up the last of my assignments so I don't have to worry. Just enjoy tomorrow. Where are you at in solo leveling? I think like episode 8. Something around there. Episode 9 maybe. Season 1, yeah. Sub or dub? Sub. God damn, dude. I feel like I'm getting interrogated. God, dude. Oh. I still can't get over that cap, dude. That was almost very costly. Is it in HD or is it in high definition or standard definition? Alright, man. Alright. Alright, friendos. I'm gonna call it there for tonight. Do you watch the opening every time? Yeah. Yeah, it's a good opening. Alright, friendos, I think I am gonna call it there for tonight, because we got a very, very busy day tomorrow. Championship Sunday. FaZe, Optic, Rebellion, SSG. Very stacked day tomorrow. I wish you guys an amazing rest of your night. I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. What time tomorrow? Does anyone know? What time? What time? Oh, God. I don't know what time. We'll find out. Hopefully soon. But I'm gonna chuck over the raid to Brassy Dudes. Maybe. 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 Yeah. I'll chuck the raid over to Brassy Dudes. He is currently live right now. He was also doing a watch party, so go show him some love. If you don't know Brassy, he's an amazing individual. Go show him some love. Drop him with a follow. And I will see you guys here bright and early tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Love you guys. Take it easy. Peace. Also follow the socials if you haven't already. And shop Advanced GG, code JunkShip10 for 10% off your order. Alright, see you tomorrow, guys. Peace.